And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to me. Oh, here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you are there. This session commences and your company is required. So that thing that we do round about this time is being done exactly now. So if you are available, then avail yourself of the session. The usual protocols. If you are not already subscribed, then please click on that subscribe button. So make sure that that's done. And please, of course, click on the like button as well. Make sure that is done as well. So having done both, just relax and steady back and just surrender yourself to the wild roller coaster ride that is always this platform. Never a dull moment, one man.
Only water, only water, where they see my water.
Only water, where is he, ma?
Hapa o naido.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde o jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dámẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there you heard it. That prayer never gets old. Iku koniriwa gbeshe. So may death have nothing to do with us. It's just the summary of that prayer. So there it is right there. Iku koniriwa gbeshe. So that's the care, guys. So Iku koniriwa gbeshe. Iku koniriwa gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Planned strike. Nigerian authorities arrest 4 aggrieved officers as presidency warns Inspector General against impending action. So they are starting to sweep up the police, the lead at the arrowheads, rather, should I say, of the strike actions being threatened by the police now this Saturday, tomorrow. So they were intent on downing tools tomorrow, which fortuitously, but almost certainly coincidentally, if I cannot even get that word out, is happening on the day that the APC are holding their convention. So the empire strikes back, planned strike action, Nigerian police authorities arrest 4 aggrieved officers as presidency warns Inspector General against impending action. So there it is right there, the empire strikes back. So Mallam Buhari again, this just impunity and criminality and corruption. Buhari warns EFCC against being used for political vendetta. So EFCC being used for political vendetta. But who would use EFCC for political vendetta? Certainly not the people who are not in power. It is the people, surely, who have control of EFCC that would use it for political vendetta. So now, who has control of EFCC? Well, the chairman of EFCC, Ibrahim Bawa, was handpicked. He's from Kebbi State. He was handpicked by Abubakar Malami, the Attorney General of the Federation, who coincidentally also from Kebbi State. There's even allegations that they are blood related. So he handpicked Ibrahim Bawa, and not only did he do that, he truncated the independence of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission by packing that agency under his ministry. So the control of EFCC is totally within the hands of the Buhari administration. So whoever is using it for political vendetta is certainly the people who have control of it. So that speaks to itself. So what is in play now? What Buhari essentially is warning is that the EFCC should not go after his political allies. This is my reading of the headline, but when we get into the body of the narrative, we find out exactly what is in play. Buhari wants EFCC against being used for political vendetta. So there it is right there. So we go on from there to this. This is a story submitted by Alexander Akashie. So EFCC given 7 days ultimatum to initiate criminal charges against Tinubu. So there it is. We always knew that at the sharp end of the political maneuverings, they would use the EFCC as an attack tool against Tinubu. Because you recall that a few months ago, about 6, 7, 8 months ago, they were gathering files on him and threatening him and raiding his businesses all over Lagos and by extension Nigeria. So to gather as much information as they can for this moment. So that moment looks as though it is now here. EFCC giving 7 days ultimatum to initiate criminal charges against Tinubu. So there it is right there. Tinubu, one way or the other, they are out to get him. Uzodinma Malami, LAURETTA orders to enforce Buhari's consensus at APC convention. So enforce, of course, those are the people handling the dollars. So those are the ones that MALLAM Bantuti from Kebbi and Abubakar Tafagugu from Yobe will go and meet in a closed room to collect their dollars to vote according to as per instructions. So the dollar bags to be handled by Uzodinma, Malami, LAURETTA, others to enforce Buhari's consensus at APC convention. So there it is right there, politics Nigeria style. So that is the menu, that is the diet. We'll see if anything else comes up in the course of the discussions, but that is the presentation so far. So lean back, kick back, take it easy. Okay, so lean back, kick back, take it easy as we enter the session. So I'm just looking at a headline here. It seems to chime with the one that I'm already looking to present. So let me just because it might well be better presented here. But as I look through that, stand at attention to the Nigerian anthem. Arise, O compatriot.
Anthem. Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
And there you heard it. Arise, O compatriot, Nigeria calls, obey. So there it is. Nigeria calls, obey. So arise, O compatriot, Nigeria. Nigeria calls, obey. As guys, I bring you this. Planned strike. Nigerian police authorities arrest 4 aggrieved officers as presidency warns Inspector General against impending action. 4 policemen have been arrested by the police authorities over claims that they are behind the planned strike action to be embarked on by junior officers on Saturday. Correspondents gather that the 4 policemen are currently in detention at the Force Criminal Investigation Department in Abuja. Some policemen had last week said they would embark on the warning strike to protest against poor working conditions, poor salaries, lack of genuine welfare benefits, and outdated weapons. A protest tagged "We are tired of negligence" is also scheduled to be held at the Eagle Square in Abuja to reiterate their demands to the Nigerian government. The officers condemned the continuous killing of their colleagues by armed robbers and terrorists without adequate compensation for their families. They accused the Nigerian government of lying about the increment of police salary and other promised benefits and demanded improved conditions of service, particularly salary increase and provision of modern weapons as they tackle the security challenges facing the country. Reacting, Inspector General of Police Mr. Usman Baba warned the officers against such actions. According to Baba, any strike action by a lead security agency such as the police is tantamount to mutiny. However, the policemen insisted that there will be no going back on the planned industrial action. 4 policemen they tagged our leaders have been arrested and detained at FCID in Abuja, a source told correspondents. The source added that Baba had, pardon me, the source added that The source added that Baba had directed all heads of police formations across the nation to ensure the personnel attached to them are at work as early as 8 a.m. on Saturday, March the 26th. Correspondents gathered that any policeman who fails to report for duty on Saturday will be treated as having an ulterior motive or joined for the strike. As a result, commissioners of police, DPOs, and other heads of departments are expected to render hourly situation reports about happenings in their area until stand down, even as supervising officers are to maintain a register in all offices of the command and formations. Also, no officer is allowed to travel without permission, as doing so will be severely sanctioned. A signal by the police, seen by correspondent read. IG has also ordered all policemen to work 24 hours in uniform, hoping the move will avert the planned protest and strike action, another source said. Meanwhile, the presidency has warned the Inspector General of Police that it would not tolerate any industrial action. Sources said Baba had been shuttling between the presidential villa and his office, where he was told that government cannot afford a police strike. The IGP has been shuttling between the villa and his office. The police hierarchy has been restless since the news of strike filtered into cyberspace. Baba is really afraid, a presidential source told correspondents. The last time the police went on strike was under President Obasanjo, an action that led to the removal of the then Inspector General of Police, Musiliu Smith. Smith was appointed on May 29, 1999 and relieved office duty on February 2nd, 2007. He is currently the chairman of the Police Service Commission. So there it is right there, an experienced person handling the industrial actions of the police. Buhari wants EFCC. Okay, let me actually see if I want to read it from a... Okay, let me read this from a different spot. Let me read this from this spot. Buhari orders Efcc to stop investigating politicians for corruption as APC likely to present more corrupt politicians in 2023. President Muhammad Buhari on Friday in Abuja admonished the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to avoid being used for partisan politics or getting dragged into personal disputes. Buhari urged the anti-graft agency to focus on serving the nation to entrench good governance. The president spoke on Friday at the unveiling of the EFCC standard operating procedures, policies, and manuals at the State House, as disclosed by Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Femi Adesina. He also advised leaders and operatives of the commission to resist the temptation of being influenced by political actors for personal gains or to score political points. I must advise the leadership and operatives of this commission to resist the temptation of being used for partisan politics or being dragged into personal disputes. Your job is to serve the nation in its efforts to entrench good governance, he said. Sources, however, told correspondents that President Buhari was only trying to silence the FCC following the agency's encounters with some of his political associates which the affected cronies considered as embarrassing. The national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, and former governors of Imo and Nasarawa State, Rochas Okorocha and Abdullahi Adamu, respectively, have all complained about the anti-corruption agency in the course of doing its duty. They accused the EFCC of being used by their adversaries as a tool for political witch hunt. He, Buhari, is using that to silence the EFCC because Rochas Okorocha complained recently. Adamu Abdullahi was embarrassed. Tinubu reportedly was forced to write a statement recently. One of the sources said, during a meeting at the presidential villa, Abuja, in February, Okorocha sought the intervention of his host over what he described as unjust harassment by the EFCC. Speaking to correspondents after the meeting, he said, I also used this opportunity to intimate the president of what is going on between me and the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and the harassment and intimidation that I am getting from the EFCC literally on daily basis, and to inform him that I have court judgment and 2 court orders from different judgments at different forums, which stops the EFCC from harassing and intimidating me. EFCC has refused to obey the law, and I also have, and I and so I have to inform Mr. President that EFCC should be made to obey the law that established it. And without the law, there would not be an EFCC, and the desperation with which they go about any affairs that concerning me should stop. And I reminded the president that recall that some time ago, the EFCC claimed that they recovered the sum of 5.9 billion naira from my account, which the court found to be untrue. In other words, they were biased and they are prejudiced and they prejudged me. On that basis, the court ruled and ordered that they should not further interrogate or harass me. That has also not been obeyed. The court ordered the EFCC to release my international passport. The EFCC refused to obey. The court gives damages to me for the sum of 500 million for EFCC to pay. The EFCC has not paid. Rather than doing that, on the day of my declaration, the EFCC went on the press to announce that I am being prosecuted for some crime charges of 2.9 billion naira and no more 5.9 billion naira. So I said pardon me, as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and one that stands on the side of the law, he should bring this to the attention of the EFCC. Correspondents had earlier reported how Adamu, the President's choice for the EFCC National Chairmanship, who served as governor of Nasarawa State between 1999 and 2007, was in March 2010 arraigned by the EFCC at the Federal High Court in Lafia. The EFCC had instituted 15 billion naira fraud allegations against Adamu and others. The president, however, commended the leadership of the EFCC for securing 2,220 convictions within 1 year and recovering over 150 million naira and 152 billion naira and $385 million. Ladies and gentlemen, I am glad to note that the war against corruption, which is one of the cardinal objectives of this administration, is being strengthened through the institutionalization of operational procedures, particularly as they form the building blocks of transparency and accountability in administration and public expenditure, he said. Further commending the EFCC chairman Abdul Rashid Bawa, Buhari noted the efforts of the agency's leadership to institutionalize the commission by developing 26 standard operating procedures and 25 policies and manuals for the departments, units, and staff of the commission. The president said, ladies and gentlemen, these outstanding feats achieved are being unveiled today, and I would like to use this opportunity to encourage other ministries, departments, and agencies of government, especially law enforcement agencies, to also ensure the standardization of their processes within the extant laws and regulations as provided in our statutes. I need not underscore the importance of today's occasion, but let me remind you that the stakes are high, but national expectations are higher. Therefore, we must continue to strive and deal decisively with matters in accordance with the rule of law. On the part of the government, we shall continue to accord all necessary support to MDAs in order to ensure the sustainability of the initiatives already commenced in actualizing our vision of a corrupt-free society. Let me conclude by saying that the fight against economic and financial crimes in Nigeria is a collective responsibility of all Nigerians if we are to make meaningful progress as a nation. I invite you all to fight corruption in all its ramifications and join us to entrench good governance values and integrity within our systems. As I have often said, if we don't kill corruption, corruption will kill this nation. Also, according to Buhari, the development of the standards demonstrates the commitment of this administration to the fight against corruption and the acceptance of transparency and willingness to be subjected to scrutiny against set standards by services. So on and on it goes. I'm not going to, it's just too deep in paragraphs, but the upshot of it is that Buhari is warning the EFCC. And by the way, this warning is especially for Abdullahi Adamu, because they have been going after Rotas Okorocha and Tinubu for years, and he had encouraged that. But this guy now that stole 15 billion from Nasarawa State, and he wants to make chairman of the party, so that doesn't look good for the optics. So he's calling his dogs to order. So that's essentially what is in play there. So from what is in play there to what is in play here, still with the EFCC giving 7 days ultimatum to initiate criminal charges against Tinubu. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) has been given a 7 days ultimatum to prosecute Bola Tinubu and All Progressive Congress APC presidential aspirant. Concerned Nigerian advocacy group issued the ultimatum in a letter addressed to the EFCC chairman Abdulrasheed Bawah and dated March the 25th, 2022. The letter, signed by Deji Adeyanju and cited by correspondents, urged the EFCC to probe the source of money conveyed in bullion vans to Tinubu's home during the 2019 presidential election. Adeyanju warned that failure to comply within 7 days, the group will approach the court to compel the EFCC to carry out its duties. The activist wondered why the anti-graft agency was yet to probe Tinubu after receiving the body's petition 2 years ago. He accused the EFCC of selective justice with the arrest of former Governor Willie Obiano of Anambra State whilst Tinubu was going about free. Adeyanju urged the EFCC to immediately initiate criminal charges against the former governor of Lagos State. The full text of his petition, let me just see, is it just heavy reading? Okay, it's heavy reading, but let's just plow through it. Says, dear sir, re-petition to investigate the source of money dear sir, re-petition to investigate the source of money conveyed in bullion vans to the home of Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu on the eve of the 2019 presidential election. The above subject matter refers. You will recall that on the 25th of March of October 2019, we submitted a petition to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) requesting an investigation into the appearance of bullion vans in the compound of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the eve of the 2019 election. The petition is herein attached. However, we note that more than 2 years after the petition was received and acknowledged by the EFCC, the Commission is yet to prosecute Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or in alternative, issue us with a copy of its investigation report. Ironically, in the intervening period between our first letter and this reminder, the Commission has investigated several high-profile suspects, mainly of the opposition stock, and even charged some to court. Just recently, the commission arrested the former governor of Anambra State, Mr. Willie Obiano, and leaked a video of him under the EFCC's custody. We therefore wonder why is the commission unwilling to investigate and prosecute Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The only conclusion we can arrive at is that the commission engages in selective prosecution of suspects, contrary to the clear dictates of the law. It is important to remind the commission that Section 1 of the Money Laundering Prohibition Act states that no one or body corporate shall accept in a transaction through a financial institution, make or accept cash payments of the sum exceeding 5 million naira or 10 million naira in the case 5 million naira in the case of an individual, or 10 million naira in the case of a corporate. You may note that the present government rode on to power on an anti-corruption mantra. It is ironic to note that the commission is unwilling to investigate and prosecute one of the government's major backers, contrary to the president's stance on total anti-corruption fight, irrespective of whose ox was God. Sequel to the foregoing, we hereby demand that the Commission initiate criminal charges against Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu or send us its investigation report on our earlier petition in the event that the Commission finds him innocent within 7 working days from receipt of this letter. Please note that if our demand is not complied with within 7 working days from the receipt of this letter, we shall approach a court of competent jurisdiction seeking an order compelling the commission to perform its statutory duties. So there is Deji Ademunyoju announcing himself that he has finished his law degree. So there it is right there. That is his graduation ceremony that is doing in public space. Uzodinma Malami LAURETTA orders to enforce Buhari's consensus at APC convention. The President Mohamed Buhari has put some of his trusted allies in the President Mohamed Buhari has put some of his trusted allies in a subcommittee to enforce his consensus plan at the National Convention of the All Progressive Congress, correspondents confirm. The 35-member subcommittee, known as Technical Committee on Monitoring and Supervision, is headed by Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma. Others on the committee include Governor Bello Matawale of Zamfara, the Attorney General of the Federation Abubakar Malami SAN, and the Minister of Aviation Hadi Sirika, who also represents Buhari's home state of Katsina in the federal cabinet. Others in the committee include Buhari's trusted ally and Minister of Education Adamu Adamu, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management Sadiya Farouk, and Buhari's social media aide Lauretta Onochie, who was nominated as a National Commissioner of the Independent National Electoral Commission, of the Independent National Electoral Commission, sparked a nationwide outrage last year. An impeccable source in the APC told correspondents that the members of the monitoring committee will be the president's eyes and ears at the National Convention. The duty of Malami and others will be to ensure that the president's orders are obeyed strictly. It will be like a class captain compiling names of noisemakers. They will monitor those who defy the president's order and report accordingly. Some of the members of the committees are the president's closest allies. They were the ones who traveled to London 2 weeks ago to save Boni's job. They were with him long before he became president. An APC chieftain who wished to remain anonymous said, "The president's insistence on Nasarawa State Senator and former Governor Abdullahi Adamu has caused friction amongst some chieftains of the party, including some chairmanship aspirants. Buhari has insisted that Adamu be the sole aspirant for the chairman, whilst other aspirants were ordered to step down, and the 20 million naira they spent on procuring forms will be returned to them. The governors are expected to draft a unity list for all party positions, which will be affirmed at the convention. However, as of Friday afternoon, none of the aspirants had agreed to step down. So there it is right there. The democracy Fulani style. That's just it. So we land on this. PDP demands Emefiele's resignation over partisan posture. So this is it right there. A civil servant, but then a party functionary as well. So there it is. How does the two coincide? The People's Democratic Party (PDP) demands the People's Democratic Party (PDP) demands the immediate resignation and investigation of the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, following his appearance in the All Progressive Congress campaign poster, which confirms his partisan affiliation and entanglement with the APC. The PDP asserts that the appearance of the CBN Governor, the banker of the Federation, who by law ought to be non-partisan and apolitical, in APC campaign material is the height of impunity of the President Mohamed Buhari-led APC administration, which amounts to poking its fingers in the eyes of Nigerians and daring them to do their worst. This action by Mr. Emefiele is contrary to the provision of Section 9 of the Central Bank of Nigeria Establishment Act, which provides that the governor and the deputy governors shall devote the whole of their time to the service of the bank, and while holding office shall not engage in any full or part-time employment or vocation, whether remunerated or not. By engaging in partisan politics to the extent of appearing in APC campaign posters, Mr. Emefiele has knowingly and deliberately violated the provision of the CBN Act as stated above. Mr. Emefiele has also desecrated the sanctity of his office as CBN Governor, compromised the integrity of the Apex Bank, stripped it of its confidence. Mr. Emefiele has also desecrated the sanctity of his office as CBN Governor, compromised the integrity of the Apex Bank, stripped it of the confidence reposed in it by Nigerians and the international community, and as such, cannot legitimately continue to hold and function in that office. This further confirms that under Mr. Emefiele, the CBN, as the custodian of our national economy, has become an appendage and cash cow of the APC in their reckless pillaging of our national resources, the resultant effect of which is now evident in the near collapse state of our economy. The CBN governor must therefore resign immediately and subject himself to investigation by anti-corruption agencies on various allegations of financial malfeasance, including reportedly opening our national vaults to the cabal in the APC administration and operating a special fraudulent, corrupt, and discriminatory foreign exchange regime for APC leaders to fleece our nation. In addition, this further confirms allegation in the public space that the CBN. This further confirms allegation in the public space that the CBN. Let me try that one more time. In addition, this further confirms allegation in the public space that the CBN had secretly released billions of naira through various petroleum sector underhand dealings to finance the APC National Convention. It is now crystal clear that President Buhari and the APC are not committed to providing a level playing field for free and fair general election in 2023. As the banker of the Federation, Mr. Emefiele is in a position to have undue access to public funds to finance APC's campaigns. Moreover, being in control of all the accounts of other Nigerians, the CBN is also in a position to use its office to clamp down on the finances of other contestants and stifle them of funds. It is only under the APC, with its impunity and disregard for rules and sanctity of institutions, that campaign posters with the portrait of the CBN governor side by side with that of the president can be condoned. That presupposes an endorsement of impropriety, and we demand that President Buhari comes clean on this monumental corruption of the Central Bank of Nigeria. History will note President Buhari's legacy of destroying every segment of our national life, from security to electoral process, unity of our nation, and now the sanctity of the central bank. Our party cautions that the consequences of this are better imagined. Now that Mr. Emefiele has openly identified with the APC, he should immediately resign and face an ill-fated career in the unfizzling APC. And face an ill-fated career in the fizzling APC. So there it is right there, and here it is right here. Charlie Boy, I see you. Ete, I see you. And Ove, I see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. Bear with me. Oh, hold on. Yeah, so good to see you all, gentlemen. So let me come to you first, Ove, since you are the one that's showing willing. So let's come to you first. And Emefiele declaring himself for the presidency or in alignment with the political party, completely unconstitutional, an abuse of power, but just another Tuesday in the Buhari administration.
Has he declared?
Well, what do you mean as nobody who has declared? The only two people that have declared are Atiku and Tinubu. But
no. People don't buy form now. That's what I mean.
All right. So I don't know if he's declared. I don't know if it's declared or not. But they've been pasting his posters all over the party secretariat. They've been doing this for quite a few months. He even has a slogan, MEFI 2023. So that was, yes, we did that a few weeks ago. So this is not a new story. So I mean, he cannot be in partisan politics and be the president, the governor of the central bank, just sitting on top of the nations. I mean, come on.
That's why I asked, has he declared? Because I know his campaign committee are going crazy.
MEFI 2023, that is who he is. MEFI 2023.
This year hasn't come out and pick up before declare. I don't see he will still continue on that post. So I don't really. I mean, I understand that the people who are calling you out are very strong. The caucus that are singing his praise, they are very strong. They are young people anyway, so I follow them in a way. So I know
no. It's not even about the caucus. It's about the law, because the law states categorically that it cannot do that.
But that's what I'm saying.
You know how wealthy Nigeria is, and you know how powerful that guy is, and he is aligning himself politically in a position that states in gold letters not to do it for reasons of the obvious disadvantage. So that is where it is. It's not who is supporting them or who is not supporting them. It's just laws being broken.
That's why I asked, has he declared? He hasn't come out and said, I want to.
He hasn't declared, but they are painting his posters. So he either come and withdraws those posters, or he leaves the position.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to that point, he will, because the Commissioner of Health in Rivers, Cross Rivers, who she's going for women leader, she has resigned and decided to. So I am very sure that those who are really, really serious either pick up their form and at a conference and declare and all that. So I think if he's really, really serious about it, I think he will resign. Because the APC have put it out there, none of them can actually be voted for or vote for in this convention, even though they are just there.
No, it's not even the APC putting it out, it's the law. I mean, what are we celebrating that they are obeying law for once? They should obey law all the time. No, it's quite not to you personally.
What I'm saying is that
it's quite an annoyance that they are obeying law, and then we have to celebrate that as though it's at their the law states, so you comply. That's how it works in a civilized state.
As I said, I understand what you are saying, but because if you approach him now, he will tell you I never come, I know declare. I have not. I'm still, so that's what I'm kind of like saying that, you know, I mean, APC and many could categorically that the appointee who they should just go and be my eyes. I mean, that's the list that the 30-man list that the president put out that combine MALLAM and the rest. Go there, be my eye, be my ear. That's just it. They cannot vote. They can't be voted for and all that. So I think yes, if I will not say he's disobeying the law since he hasn't come out and stated categorically that he's.
All right. Let me take you from that to another talking point. Planned strike. Nigerian police authorities arrest 4 aggrieved officers as presidency warns Inspector General of Police against impending strike. So the strike due to happen tomorrow. There's no indication that it has been withdrawn, and Buhari now going to his tried and trusted using force to using force on a place that needs negotiation.
You know, all those appointed boss, I don't really they look too much sense on their side. I don't think he can go against his boss at this point.
Who can go against his boss?
The IG now. Now the IG go ahead to go on strike now. He was appointed by the president.
No. It's the junior officers that are going on strike for reasons of pay and bad working conditions. So that's where the threat is coming from. And the person went down upon them, trying to ensure, insisting that they must report at the office 8 a.m. and registers marked. So that's the IG went down upon them. So it's not the IG approving them to go on strike.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that they cannot go on strike without the I don't think they can go on strike.
What do you mean they can't? Oh, okay, just leave that. Let me take you to another topic. Why would they?
No,
they said you don't
opinion to stand. Why?
No. I'm saying they are going on strike, and the IG is weighing upon them. They are not okay. Let's leave it now. It's too early in the program to be.
Putting your opinion, everybody. Not the people they write.
No. Don't worry. Just hold on. No, you can't just make things up in the middle of a narrative now. Just hold on. Can you hold on?
You can take me out. You want to hear my opinion.
Can you hold on? Okay. All right. Thank you, Vid. Let me move on from you because I'm not going to.
When I talk to somebody else, I bet you don't want me to hear my opinion.
Okay, no. Thank you, Ovi. Thank you. We're not doing that today because we did that in the earlier session.
Not the newspaper.
Can you? Okay. All right. Thank you. So I'm going to stand you down. No, please, everybody. Let me just stand him down for a moment. He did this in the earlier session, so let's just stand him out. And I'm going to excuse him for a few sessions because he does this sometimes, and it's somewhat grating. It's put me off, Okay, I'm going to end the session here. So
one man. No.
Now, what is this madness going on? This is the space that we are opened up, and I know the praises will come out of our back. Don't do it now.
If I may, please.
Why are people coming to tackle the space? We're not
doing praises. If I may, please. I think your voice on the platform as a moderator is the same voice on the platform. People come with all sorts of opinions. Please, the last thing you should do is allow them to totally destroy.
It's riling me up
or to totally take away from the conversation.
Abstract something, and
I see your point. It should be open for discussion. If you make a comment and is subject to ridicule, it should be open for a conversation so everyone can chime in.
You can't make ridiculous comments now because it ridicules the whole platform. It turns it into a bit of a nonsense now.
And that's why, the reason why I like your platform is because it's open. People say stuff, and you can interject and challenge their opinions based on fact.
I think tired of it. People come here to scream and shout.
But I don't think the last thing you should do, because you have brought up some fantastic topics, which is why I called in today to discuss. There are people that have called in right now to have a serious conversation. The last thing you should do is because of someone's person. It totally defeats the whole.
No, but I'm starting to get somewhat frustrated with it because I knew when we had that screaming episode a few days ago, there'll be some gremlins coming out of the works, and we've had it in 2 sessions. So let's just keep it steady now. Everybody speaks freely, but speak to what we're talking about now.
I think one man, if I may, I think the central point there is civil conversations.
Yes,
and I think if someone comes on and they're not willing to have a civil conversation, you have the right to mute them until they are. I think ideas that are unfounded and don't have any merits can be defeated by solid ideas.
Yeah, but it can't be, but it will hold the spot for a good 30-40 minutes, and you slowly start to hemorrhage from within, thinking, what conversation?
And you go mute them now. You just mute them. Just mute them. Move on. Mute them and continue.
Let's just carry on. But I mean, guys, just take it easy on the winding up, because it's starting to tire me some. I knew as soon as Bia and the rest of them opened that space, I knew we'll have some gremlins of it. Yeah.
Don't get tired. I just advise you to go and buy a helmet for Saturday if you want to talk history and tradition. So just be prepared. Get a helmet.
All right. So apologies, gentlemen, but I was quite ready to shut it down because it's getting a bit much. Just the wild
taking a MALLAM before you come in.
Can I just say something, please?
Yeah.
You got to be very patient with us. Let me start from there. And if anyone is overriding you, I will permit you to just put the person on mute. I think if you put the person on mute, the person will, when he end up shouting or talking.
Thank you. God bless. So this is Jaja. So this is Jaja. Now, he was here in the morning. This same guy did the exact same thing. Well, he wanted to start to talk about some random Fulani person that's not even indicated. Anyway, let's just abandon that because he's not here now. So let's move on and just carry on with you. His on. So his on. I was really hoping to have a conversation around the Emefiele space, who clearly openly partisan in politics to the point that posters are being pasted all over the space. So, I mean, this runs contrary to the dictates of his position. So, you resign because he has all of the wealth of Nigeria to play his politics if he's that corrupted, and we know he's that corrupted. So, what are you then making of Emefiele, MEFI 2023?
It's a very strange space, very bizarre. He's not a career politician. He's a banker. Essentially, all of a sudden, they're trying to push him and promote him. I think what they're doing is they're floating the idea of him as being the next, I can't even say it, being the next president. And obviously he has responsibilities, huge responsibilities as the CBN governor. Right now, the country is facing dire economic situations, challenges. Serious challenges. Look at diesel, look at fuel, look at the economy spiking up, look at the issues surrounding around poverty and all these things in the final year of the Buhari administration, yet they want to focus on trying to push the CBN governor as a possible candidate for presidency. Clearly what's happening here, in my opinion, I don't have any evidence of this, but in my opinion, what's happening here is they have seen him to be a very good lackey. He's from the south. I think Emefiele is from the southeast, and they can use him.
From the south. He's from Delta State.
Is he from Delta?
Yeah.
He's from Delta. Okay.
He's from
Delta Igbo, Abi.
Agbo.
Okay, Agbo. So now that's
of the Igbo stock now.
That when I say sometimes it's hard to, if you're from Delta Igbo, by the name, you can easily pass for Igbo. But it's okay. So all right, you're a Delta boy. So they want to manipulate his, I guess, malleability into the position of president. We all know he's a lackey. We all know he's not going to go in there and do anything concrete. What makes him qualified? It's not like, and a lot of these candidates, the key thing is, what makes them qualified? I always ask that question when someone comes up. What have you done? Qualitatively, quantitatively, what have you done? Did Emefiele, or correct me if I'm wrong, one man, but did Emefiele somehow take our economy from the doldrums up all the way into a first-class
economy. It's been a categorical failure as a banker.
Exactly.
And the country became the poverty capital of the world. The naira totally basket money now, Zimbabwe money now. All under his watch, nothing concrete or positive to report. He will tell you sure P or something, some nonsense. It is just he's facilitated a lot of looting and he's looted a lot himself.
Yeah. So the question I was like, okay, Mr. Mefele, okay, let's forget everything else. What have you done in your current position now that qualifies you to become the president of Nigeria? But then again, my brother, we all know that in Nigeria, that's not even a factor. What did Buhari do that made him president? Nothing. So it's who champions you, it's who wants you, it's the powerful people, the current incumbent need you to be in power. They try to get you in power. Personally, I think the whole thing is laughable. I think it's a farce. I actually believe they're trying to float it to see the reaction. That's what I think they're doing. And if it catches on, then they can maybe ride with it. I think that's what they're doing.
I think they're shopping heavily to find a substitute to Tinubu and Oshibanjo, because I don't think they want to give it to the Yoruba space. They want to concede it to the South, but maybe the Yorubas are somewhat too wily for their, they feel they might not be able to. But certainly, there's a lucky, as you said, and if they give it to Amechi, what can it, good luck, Jonathan, they will do as they're told.
But one man, let me ask you this. Why, though? In just common social relationships, someone does something exceptional for you that you consider a favor and gets you into a position. The natural order of things is to reciprocate, right? So we all know Tinubu was instrumental in getting Buhari into power. I'm not a Tinubu fan at all. But why isn't the natural inclination of Buhari to say, you know what?
It's because they've entrenched too deeply. So if you look at all the recruitment in all of the security agencies, they padded it completely with their people. If you look at the NMPCs, they've padded it completely with their people. They've padded the whole of the structures of Nigeria heavily with their people. So if Tinubu comes in, he's going to automatically reverse that. He's going to try and recover some money. Maybe he won't even chase corruption, but he's going to reverse all of the Fulanization things. And if he has the 8 years to do that, he's going to wipe it out. So they want somebody that they can still micromanage and somewhat intimidate to hold steady and to shore up and solidify what they've tried to institute in these 8 years. So it's still part of the Fulanization agenda. They want somebody that is from the South that would not disrupt the Fulanization structures that they've already instituted within the body polity.
So on the flip side, on the opposing party, PDP, Atiku is a Fulani man. And I know you support Atiku. Yes. Do you think he continues that Fulanization agenda or not?
I don't think it's special, because you have to understand that within every society, there's extreme wings that are a fundamentalist wing. We have them. You have them where you are with the right wings, in the white right wings, the KKKs, etc. So you have those extreme wings, and I think Buhari is the arrowhead rather of extremism. So it's a moderated and presentable extremist view. He's a fundamentalist religiously. You know that. And you know that it's deep-rooted culturally, vested in his own people and presumes superiority over others. You know that. So it's a Fulani extremist and a religious fundamentalist. You understand? So that is a peculiar strand within their community. But I don't think that Atiku is an extremist in any sense. He's a moderate in all the senses that we get of him. So he's not going to pursue extreme agendas, I don't think.
I see. So in this case here, it might be a situation of sometimes we may want to look at the situation from a perspective of who's best for us as opposed to a regional selection, because they will say, okay, fine, we've given you a southerner, but the southerner will bow down so hard before the Fulani people that he'll make Buhari look like...
Do you think Rotimi Amechi would disrupt? Do you think Rotimi Amechi or Emefiele would disrupt the Fulani?
Absolutely not. No, absolutely. Amechi is... I can't stand that guy.
When they've got ready to ban him in the Damaraya Jaws of Katsina.
Yeah, he went to Katsina and collected traditional title. Amechi is listen, he was highly critical of Goodluck when Goodluck was in office, and they fell out and he left the PDP. But he is a guy, if he becomes president, first of all, he's extremely arrogant. I don't know if you've ever seen his interviews.
Rotimi Amechi.
Yeah, on channels.
I've seen him, but he's never struck me as arrogant. He's always
he's extremely arrogant. They asked him a question once, and he told Shinyo Kumbaloye, he said, "Why would you ask me a stupid question like that?" I was looking at this guy like, dude, who the are you? A minister that serves the people. He has every right to ask you that question, and you should answer him. But that's who Rotimi Amechi is, you know. And he, if he gets into that power, he will, first of all, he will serve those people in the north extremely, even more than Buhari has. I don't know if you've seen the interview where he made the case about the rail station that went to Maradi. There was no logic.
He said they have gold in Maradi.
Yeah, no logic.
He said, why not Maradi?
Yeah, he said, why not Maradi? That just gives you an indication. You know, he totally has sold out. If these people give him the backing he needs, he will become, he's like an Emefiele. And that's why I'm looking at this thing in certain instances. Some Southerners, they are ready to they don't care. They will sell their own mother to get that presidency. And if that's the case, those people will even be worse.
Because you have to understand that the Fulanis, they are no longer interested in looting. They've looted so much. They are wealthy till the end of the world now. So they are now looking for a Fulanization agenda. So this is phase 2 of their plan, you know, and the Buhari has really propelled that the whole 8 years of Fulanization. They're not going to let some idiot that calls himself a Yoruba man come and upturn that.
Yeah, Buhari is one of those things that he might have been one of the worst things to ever happen to Nigeria. Not only is he an ethnic bigot, he's also an Islamist. I mean, the very first time, I don't know if you saw his UN address, not this recent one, but the very first time, in his first term, he went in there and all he talked about were Muslims being oppressed around the world. That's all he talked about. No issue that was confronting Nigeria centrally. And now you can see he's giving how much to the Taliban. Who, you know, if you look at that, who does that? So he is the epiphany of Islamization. True, and that's why he has taken a soft approach. In my opinion, I don't have any evidence. That's why he has taken a soft approach to the dealing with of these bandits and Boko Haram. He has.
What do you mean in your opinion? He's not done anything now. That's I'm
speaking facts, but you know, I don't have the evidence, one man, and I know we know your platform. Someone will soon come and start shouting that. But I'm saying in my opinion because he has now. You laugh. You know, he has now flooded.
We are all crazy. I should rename the committee of the crazies or something. This is what we should be called.
Listen, if your platform, you know, Nigerians are mad people. If your platform was not mad, nobody would call him.
Yes,
it's true. If Obia was not here shouting, Obia telling you you're a Yoruba bigot, nobody would call him.
You know, I spare a thought for me, taking the brunt of all of it. Just people come here and we'll carry on. And let's just
but as you can see, he has flooded our military with terrorist cells. Boko Haram is in our military. They were celebrating them, as Abati would say. They were giving them jollof rice and pepper soup. They filled our military. So what does that mean? It's a national security issue. In the near future, tomorrow, if a Southerner becomes president and says, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z in Nigeria, and they don't like it, they can activate one of those cells. This is something that we don't think about. And I know last time I was on not last time, but some weeks ago, I was talking about what's his name? Mehdi, I've forgotten his last name, that wrote the book, that was a former Islamist, British citizen.
Oh yeah, I know who you mean, the Pakistani guy,
And you know, he was saying this is what they did. They went to countries and they infiltrated governments and they planted their cells. He did it in Egypt, and he says they try to put people out in all these countries to do it. So if we have radicals in Nigeria, what makes you think is that it hasn't already happened within our government? After all, Jonathan himself said it. When Boko Haram started, Jonathan said there are people in his government that are helping Boko Haram. He said it publicly. So this thing that we look at, these guys have activated things within the government what's the name of that Yoruba man that was former DSS, went on TV on channels and said it?
Oh,
that
I can't make something. Yeah.
Yeah, they sanction channels.
Commodore
they sanction them.
Something,
yeah, he told the truth. He said these people are in Aso Rock. They're supporting this thing. He said it. So we know that we have fundamental radicals within our government. We've seen the handiwork. They gave Boko Haram amnesty. It's one thing to give them amnesty. It's another thing to give them amnesty and then put them in your armed forces. And people look at these things and I don't understand what they don't tend to see what is happening. Tomorrow, if something happens they don't like, they have loyalists at places that they can activate at any time. And this is it's a real national security issue. And I know I might be veering off course right now, but the point I'm trying to make is just that, we really need someone that's outside of that scope. Amechi is definitely not. He's a lackey.
No,
Same thing with
and neither is Emefiele, but
Emefiele is even worse.
No, it's just
yes. I wanted to ask eyes on something. Do you feel that is why they were pushing this Ruga agenda? Because they will virtually have people in every state in Nigeria if that Ruga agenda was accomplished. Do you think that's what the Ruga agenda is for?
Yeah. Ruga agenda was land grab now. It's land grab. They've been. If you talk to, I wish Black League was here. He will verify what I'm saying. But if you talk to people that are non-Fulani in the northern areas, the minority ethnicities, they will tell you that these people have been trying to take over their land. The people in southern Kaduna today, they said these guys will just show up with guns, shoot up the whole place. The people who run out, they will settle there. You see, so what they essentially are doing is what Buhari was trying to do legally through the legislature. He was trying to pass Ruga legally, so therefore they would have land legally, not bought for. Like,
how do we know he has not even done that? I don't know he has not done that gazetting, that because he would do it, or even if it's the last thing that is signed, he would gazette your land.
I was hearing that he was planning for the federal government to give them land. He was planning the federal government to give land to the Fulanis for Ruga. That's you
were hearing. They said it publicly now. It's not a matter of you were hearing. They said, go on.
My brother, they tried to make it law. They tried to make it passed as legislation. I think, I don't think they've done the gazetting thing yet because there are opposition voices. We have a PDP. There are people that are openly challenging this thing. If he tries it, they will voice their opinion. So I don't think they've tried it yet, which is a check to his power, which is what I'm celebrating. But the truth about the matter is the things that they cannot check, they've gone ahead and they've done it. And with what you're saying about this, after all, it's not just you. Even former President Olusegun Obasanjo said there's a Fulanization agenda. T.Y. Danjuma has said it. And these are all people that are non-Fulani and powerful.
Think of 8 solid years of heavy from them one Fulanization. And think then how the country will be able to recover from that. Can it recover? Can we ever recover?
Yes, I think it can recover, and I'm not a supporter of Atiku, but I think it's always better when it's done by someone from their ilk, because then they can accuse that person of being tribal or being anti-Muslim. If Atiku comes in now and cleans up what's going on, they can't accuse him of anything. If Tinubu goes in and does it, he will get accused of being a southerner that's trying to suppress northerners. They can accuse him of all sorts. So I think it can be cleaned up, but we need a leader with some.
All right, let's hear from Charles. Yeah, Charles. Yeah.
The worker, if you look on the map of Nigeria, you see the Ruga settlement. You see them on the map. This one.
You say the Ruga settlement. Which map are you looking at, Charles?
No, you see it on the Google Maps. I've seen it.
Google Maps.
Yeah.
All right. Send me the link.
In the south.
I'd like to say it.
Yeah. So,
I just want people to know I am not by any means talking about all Fulanis. Okay.
I want to say something.
So before they accuse us of, we're not talking about all Fulanis. We think Fulanis are decent people, but however, these things we're saying are factual. They can be verified. They have shown. The leaders that we quoted have said this thing. It's on record. The things about putting Boko Haram into our military, that is verifiable. The things about trying to get Ruga is verifiable. Now, the Fulanization thing is not us that said it. Powerful people
that were... that is Fulanization. Now, what you are describing is already Fulanization. No. It's not a letter. It's not the document that they will sign. This is the Fulani. What you have just described now is Fulanization.
Yeah,
exactly.
You see, Atiku will not change anything Buhari has done. Let's not deceive ourselves. Let's not think there's a letter evil. And why are we afraid if we do the right thing for us to be accused? Even if a Yoruba man or an Igbo man comes in there and does the right thing, should we be afraid of doing the right thing? No, we should stand up and do the right thing. You see, like you actually said, the first came with Ruga, the people refused it. They came with livestock bill. They refused it. Then they came again with water resource bill. That was when the 16 and the 17 governors from the south unified and came together. That was when this whole rubbish came to like a break. And I want to confidently tell you that these guys have not ended in their quest. Maybe they have a secret plan somewhere. They must be meeting. I know of another meeting which most of the Hausas and Fulanis are holding in the United States. I will be there. I have somebody that is there. I'm in their groups in Houston, in August. They don't know, but we know. We know their moves. Some of us are there. We understand their language. I'm in some of their groups. I see the agenda. It's them or nothing.
Okay.
You know? So it's just a problem we need to solve.
And who is that? Is that Ejiro? Or
no, that was Lord Michael.
Lord Michael, yeah. So I think, Lord Michael, honestly, the only way, in my opinion, I think we can solve it is if whoever gets into power immediately decentralizes power. Because when you do that, now there can't be an agenda. Now the people in southwestern states control their own destiny. There's nothing you can do. People in south states control their destiny. Southeastern control their destiny. The president is our person that represents us. Everyone contributes to the center. Now you cannot. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You said decentralized. How is that possible with the president?
I'm giving my opinion on what I think is the solution.
I know it's an opinion, but how do you think that can be achieved?
Yeah, I'm not giving the modus operandi on how it will happen. I'm giving my opinion on the solution for how to fix this problem.
Okay.
Is the decentralization of power, which I believe can happen now. In a utopian world, based on my perception, how I think it will happen is, how I think it can happen is if we get someone that goes into power that is willing to water down the power, the newly acquired power they've just gotten. So if you have an Atiku that wins, for instance, which is almost impossible, by the way, you have an Atiku that wins and says, you know what, I don't like the way the country is running. We're going to go back to the earlier constitution we have and rip this 1999 constitution away and make sure that the regions have more autonomy. If they do that, the country survives and it grows. But it has to be someone with some spine to be able to do something like that. So I see that as a solution to nip the possible Fulanization in the bud, because otherwise, okay, we get a southern president for 8 years. Before 8 years is up, they're going to be campaigning for it to go back to the north. More than likely, the next candidate is also going to be a Fulani person. And if they are as powerful as we think they are, then they're going to try to advocate for someone who shares the ideology of a Buhari to come back in and do what he needs to do. So it's a fight. It's going to be a constant fight.
It's a total takeover when these people take over. They don't take over in partnership with you. Go and ask the Hausa people. Go and ask them in Ilorin. You know that Ilorin is a good 80% Yoruba. And the person that sits at their emir for decades is a Fulani man. So they're not coming to participate. No, they're coming to take over. And
it is the same thing in Auchi. It is the same thing in Auchi. Auchi at those states is the same thing. Auchi Fuga.
It's unbelievable, but it's happening in open glare. We are seeing it happening, and we're just looking.
Please.
Yeah, go on, engineer.
Greetings to everyone. Something we need to realize here, one man. When you're talking about the Fulani don't own Nigeria. Let's start from there. The mistake is coming from every state with their with their culture, with their leaders, with their elect government. Those are the people that betrayed every state in Nigeria. So if we end up saying Fulani, 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 Tinubu is not a Fulani man. Amechi is not a Fulani man. So what is happening? If you go to Yoruba land, all the leaders, they are not Fulani. The same thing if you go to South, they are not Fulanis. So what is going on?
Yeah, but the rulership is Fulani. I'll give you an example. When Governor Sheyi back in the day went to MALLAM Buhari to tell him that he needed more securities to fight against the needed more security personnel to fight against the insecurity in Oyo State, which was, by the way, being vested upon Oyo State by its own people. MALLAM Buhari drove him away to tell him that you are the governor, you go and solve your own problems. How does he solve problems without police, armies? He didn't give him the security instrument. So that's it. So
why are we making mistakes saying going to Buhari now? We know that this is what is happening. We know this
but what do you do though? Okay, what do? You have insecurity. You have Malian Fulanis surrounding your state with AK-47. You don't have security personnel. What do you do?
One man, as a governor of a state, will you allow your state to be leaking?
In what
Must
way?
you go to the president?
What do you do?
You have to do something now. One man.
No. What is the something he's going to do?
Yes.
Engineer, what is the something he's going to do when he doesn't have the means of violence?
That we always make them huge mistake. We are not understanding something here that sometimes it's a bit frustrating. This man is paying these people their wages very well. Their wages would never be missed every month.
No. But by the way, engineer, he's not paying their wages as though they are statutorily, constitutionally entitled to whatever it is that they get in pay. It's not at his largesse. It's not gifting them money. He doesn't own anything, Mallam Buhari. He's not even a Nigerian.
There was a time in Ariaria market when all these snatching, snatching phones and the rest, and Aba and Ariaria used to be very, very rough place. But what happened? They mobilized the youth.
Bakassi boys.
Thank you. They mobilized Bakassi. Are you telling me Bakassi?
But when was this? No. Well, engineer, don't talk off target. When was this? Was it during this man's time? When this man was there?
That was
forget about this man's time. We're talking about how you can solve your own problem.
You need to be articulate.
Everybody
you need to be articulating what you say.
That means Fulani, they're bigger than everybody in that state. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on. They started Amotepo. You know the wala that they give to them. They give to the
do you know what they call Bakassi? Were you there when Bakassi was formulated?
I know what you're talking about.
Sometimes you need
listen. You are talking about the military time.
Hold on. Escalate everything now.
I know the Bakassi boys. I know when the Bakassi boys were reigning supreme.
Yeah, do you know what happened there?
So
do you know
it's a different context.
Amount of atrocity that was taking place during that before Bakassi came in? Do you think this?
Listen, engineer, you're just arguing.
Rational man. I understand where it's coming from. What he's trying to say.
Rational man, you don't understand what I'm saying.
You don't need to front it as the governor. That is.
Thank you. Must you do it?
You don't need to front it as the governor. The same way Buhari is not fronting some things and he's doing it underground. You too You can do yours underground.
If you go underground, they will wipe you out. They will wipe you
out. How? One man.
You know that they are being funded by Buhari. Do you want to match him dollar for dollar?
One man, how? How? These people will come to Yoruba land and massacre people and get away with it. If you mobilize people like this, they massacre them, you tell the president you're not aware of what is happening too. Come on now. Let's call a spade now.
All right. Okay. I'm not sure that works.
No, stop championing these people, man. It's annoying. Honestly, it's annoying.
You see, one man, Igbo did it successfully until he started.
They did do it successfully. He did it once, and they gunned him down.
He started agitating. So it was the agitating that brought the thing down a bit. If he continued dealing with them with style, he would have.
They will stop. I keep telling you, Fulani people don't listen to. If see, I've studied in the north. Fulani, there are people that if you cool down your head, they will match you. If they come for you, go for them. They will stop. But these our leaders have been taking money, taking money, don't validate the people that cry and put them in that power. It's sad.
Let's be objective in this conversation. Nigeria has never experienced what it's currently experiencing. The issue of Fulani encroaching on people's spaces, massacring them and doing all that, started with this man. This is their man. This is their clansman.
Who put the man there?
Is the Southerners? The Southerners that put the man there.
Oh, why are you complaining now? You don't have to complain. When they do something, follow them up too. Don't give them breathing space. You can't.
Okay, engineer, can I give you a good, very swift analogy? The people in the East stood up, the IPOB, they marched the Fulani face frontal to frontal, bullet by bullet, guns by guns. What happened? Even us here still condemn them. That is why
agitation was what spoiled it.
Excuse me, how did it go to agitation?
See, agitation is what spoiled it. Anytime you start agitating, you give the Nigerian forces power. When you link it to agitation, you give the Nigerian government power because they will start saying that because of these people are agitating.
Do you know the meaning of agitation?
Know the meaning of
both of us are talking now. Do you know we are agitating? Do you know what agitation really is? Exactly. Do you know what agitation is?
Seriously.
Exactly. What is agitation? No, let me ask you, what is agitation? What does it mean to agitate? Look at it in the dictionary.
The agitation that is going on in the East is that they want to leave Nigeria. And when you are saying that, when you're saying that against the government, you're putting yourself in a disadvantage because they will come with their full force and say it's because you want to leave. No, you're not
already disadvantaged.
See, if you deal with these people without putting agitation there, you'll be successful. Because they will not be able to come with.
Make mistake. We want how to get angry. You're supposed to verse, but you're not supposed to verse which like this. No, it's just like telling somebody this habit, in my own opinion, is not good. No, what you need to do is
not working.
These people is either you affect them by engaging them, or you affect them by joining them and changing their ideology. Everybody has a right to say what he or she wants, as long as you are doing it in your own terrain. Did you see the IPOB go to the north to go and tell the north that we want Biafra in Kaduna State or in Sokoto State? But you see, it all boils down to what engineer is saying. We need to do this ourselves. If we think we don't want the country to be divided, it is left for us who we feel we are intellect to come on board and mingle with these people and let them understand the limits we want them to go. We cannot stay afar and tell people, you don't have to be angry to this point. No. A hungry man is an angry man. People are hungry. People see a way which they want to live their life. It is like, I would say in Anambra State. Soludo already now, this new governor of 1 week, he's already trying to turn a wrong lane by trying to fight sit at home. Instead of you to, first of all, face what is in front of you. You are leaving what is in front of you and fighting something. It now reminds me of what one man said, that this man might not be able to deliver, that he is looking for excuses. So let me not just take us away from what we are saying. The truth is, we all have to stand up. We all have to face the facts. We all have to start speaking the truth. Speak to power. You see, I think the 17 governors, maybe they need to meet again. Because it looks like
their meeting did not amount to anything. You know those communiques that they were issuing.
It amounted to something.
It did amount to something.
What has it amounted to?
Because they altered their plans. They halted their plans. If those governors didn't come out to speak by now, you would have had the Ruga in your village And there's nothing.
No, I thought I think it's power rotation that you were talking about.
No. We're talking about us being
the
alive
Ruga,
before 2023.
Colonization and all that.
But meanwhile, rational mind, are you okay? Your voice sounds a little bit off. Are you okay?
Yeah, I have some situation here. No, don't. It's just something. That's why I keep muting because I don't want to. I don't want it interfering with what we're talking about here. But I think I'm
the Lord
okay
is your
now.
muzzle.
You said what?
The Lord is your muzzle. The Lord is your strength.
So anyway,
what a situation is, babe, isn't it?
No,
a
it's
situation
okay.
usually means babe. What is it?
You said what?
Is it Shaniqua again?
You said what?
I said, is it Shaniqua again?
Is it
Shaniqua?
Anyway, I mean, as I was talking to engineer, you see, we've never experienced what we're experiencing until this man, and this man being there gave his clansmen, his people, his tribesmen, that license to be doing anyhow. I mean, we do hear of Bieti Hala many years back, but then not the way we hear of them in this.
We just know that they go to the villa to beg for money.
So
and,
you can imagine.
That's just it now. But now they
imagine
they
that
are chopping
the governor, like Sheyi Makinde, will go to you and tell you. I mean, he doesn't have the means to violence. When we say means of violence, he doesn't control armed forces. You have the armed forces. Okay, let us have state police. You will not champion it because being a president, if you can champion it, your influence on the national, you have a rubber stamp or national assembly, they will listen to you. But he knows the politics behind that. That as soon as the state control some kind of armed, legalized armed people, he can buy sophisticated weapons for them to take care of their territory. Then they will lose that grip on that power. So they know what they are doing. So you see, any solution you try to profile, it's going to be illegal in some ways. Because if the federal might comes on it, then the federal might will overrule the states. But if it's illegally done through the National Assembly, that each state can control their own armed forces, the police, that's what I'm trying to say. They have their police, they can buy weapons of any sort from abroad, maybe through whatever, through the Nigerian government, but they have the right to do that. Then they can secure their territory. Why do you think Sheyi Makinde has to go and meet him? Because he has no control over the police. The police is federal police. So if you say, okay, send in the Sakaba boys or send in Bakassi boys or whatever you call them, Amatekun, there's only limited thing they can do.
They will wipe them out now. You have to know that these insurgents, they are heavily supported. Because if they are not heavily supported, the might of the Nigerian state would have made inroads to them to have rendered them impotent by now. So the fact that they've not been rendered impotent, that tells you that it's a compromised situation. So they are sending them into your territory, and you are sending some Bakassi boys. You wipe them out and come and wipe you out.
One man. Let me say this quickly before I forget.
Let me tell you now. If these people, you see, sometimes why I like the IPOBs, if those people didn't stand up, Fulani would have penetrated south. That 100% sure. They would have penetrated that territory. Because the reason why they know that there is fire too, if they go there, there is danger, and that's why they back up. And that's why till today, till tomorrow, if you notice something, the Fulanis, whatever if you defeat them, they will go back to their uniform men and start crying, blah blah blah. And the uniform men will end up doing what? Tarnishing the name of IPOB member, blah 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 blah. That's their own business. Fulani, I said this to you, and I'll keep saying it. If they come for you, go for them 10 times. Well, if you keep quiet or you're hoping or
that's a recipe for anarchy now.
Wait, let me add to what Rational Mind was saying. I think Rational Mind, you had mentioned the point of state police. You know, that's one of the solutions. I think even when you see certain situations like the people that were killed in a bus alive in Sokoto, the thousands of people that were just massacred mercilessly in Kebbi, the people in Oyo that were killed in the Gongon. When you look at those situations, a president, even if you don't want to, you're reluctant to go with state police, you can create emergency situations for protection of citizens in a specific area because of the high risk. Look at Benue. Look at what happened in Plateau. And you know, this guy did not even create an emergency situation. They were living in communities where people just randomly walked in with AK-47s and started shooting, and there was no response. And he didn't feel like, okay, you know what? I need to make sure that these communities who are continually being ravaged are protected by some sort of armed response unit. Nothing.
I mean, there's been sufficient that has happened in southern Kaduna enough for the security structures of Nigeria to have had, as you've just described, a rapid response, so that the community can immediately alert, and then before you know it, they swooped the place and savaged the intruders. But how long are we? Every single week,
one man, he can
that
say,
tells you that it's a compromised situation.
Yeah, Aizo, let me say
one man, he can say, wait, he can say, look, we don't have localized police right now. We don't have state security police right now. However, I am initiating a community policing type of measure where we're going to train, arm people in certain localities in this country, and we're going to prevent the continual attacks on these communities because we can't afford any more Nigerian lives being lost.
Look at what the Ukrainians are doing.
Yes.
They're giving everybody guns that come, you kill 100, we take down 10. You know, so we are not going down like this. We are not going down like this. This is what they do. Look how long it's taking Russia to penetrate them.
You know that we even have people in the north that if we join together to resist this Fulani, they will join us. There's a lot of population, even in the north, that are not Fulanis. They are not even Hausa. You understand? That if we reach out to them, they can join us.
Like this, because their way of life.
Who do you want to reach out to? Are they deaf or are they blind? Why do you think you have to reach out to them?
One man, we used to
because
have what
they need to be led. They don't. Yeah.
We need to reach out to them because we have the numbers more than them.
But
the numbers more than them.
See, what happened there is the people from the north, they are just hoping on people from the south. You see, there's what we call vigilante, one man. You understand? Remember, there was a time when in Plateau State, a general from army captured some Fulani men, paraded them in town before they take them to somewhere else. Only God knows. What happened to the general? Within 24 hours, they move him out of Plateau State. They send him somewhere else to go and serve. So what does that tell you? That tells you Fulani man is telling you, you go and prepare yourself and deal with them too. Don't do something people will see. Do something behind closed door, mobilize vigilante, sort everything out. It's your own land. You need to protect it. You have to. Those are the things that I think.
But engineer, how do you protect your land when the federal government has prohibited the bearing of arms? Is it with cutlass and sticks and catapult that you go and fight against AK-47? I mean, honestly, if you bear arms, the same police people you are begging for to come and protect you will come and arrest you, and they will charge you with bearing arms. That's what happened to
closed door. That's what we call behind closed door.
No, but you see, now you become a criminal
behind closed door.
Now you become a criminal within the state.
Eyes on is Fulani that have AK-47. How did they get it?
No, don't worry. They are criminals. But for you to legitimately defend yourself, you have to criminalize yourself.
You see,
is what Aizon is saying. And if you criminalize yourself, the state will come after you because the state is not supporting your criminality, but is supporting theirs. So you are caught in the middle. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I remember the time of the is it Niger Delta Avengers when they stood up. How many could they stop them? They couldn't stop them.
No. Let me stop you right there, my brother. Let me stop you right there. The militants had to hide to do that. Whether it's Avengers or no. But you have to understand whether it's Avengers or men.
And by the way, let's be mindful what we're advocating here because we're not advocating violence or anything.
Correct.
But
And another point I need to mention to him is people say, "Oh, who stopped them?" Overall, yes, they didn't stop them. But do you know how many people from those communities were killed by JTF, Joint Task Force, Nigerian military? because you don't understand the cost to those communities. Hundreds of people were murdered. The same thing that people complain about. Yeah, same. Whether no, but you see, what they wanted had to come through a political means because they were crippling the economy. You have to understand, and they were using guerrilla tactics. But they were not in a position, if they were allowed to bear arms, my brother, let me tell you this. If legally they were allowed to bear arms, half of the stuff that happened there would have never happened in the first place. But it happened because they didn't have arms. When they tried to protest peacefully through Sarawiwa and those people, they killed them. The military came and killed them. They said, okay, since you're killing us, we don't have anything to lose. We'll now get guns. And that's what happened. But let me tell you this.
Aizo,
yeah.
One troubling thing that we should also realize is that in the whole of Nigeria, the most harmed state that is heavily harmed is Kaduna. But you surprise the kind of killings going on in that area. That's the most troubled spot.
That's where most of the security structures are headquartered.
Even the armory, even the armory is there. The largest bulk of Nigerian armory is there. That's why it's kept.
Woman,
they kept it in the northern part of Kaduna.
And what rational mind?
And they left the southern part to. I mean, you just wonder
what rational mind is saying. I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist or someone that has won the Nobel Prize to be able to understand the dynamics of this. How do you keep everything related to your night?
We all know what's going on. This is why I'm saying that we're being enslaved in open glare. Enslaved in open glare.
Your military hardware is secured in one area, and that area is one of the highest insecurity areas.
Can someone interject this? Sometimes your legislature should be blamed. Your House of Rep member should be blamed. See, we have representatives all there. They don't oppose these things in their sittings. They don't oppose these things. They voted alongside with them and create this anarchy across this country. The Southerners are there when they are creating all this armory division, directing some of all this arms to the. When Obasanjo came to power the other time, he tried to divide some of all these armories across the country. When Goodluck went there, didn't do anything to support that move. So all these things, your representatives are there and they are not opposing them. That is why they are having edge to be doing these things. If a Fulani man stand up and say, I want 20 years, and a Southern man stand up and say, no, it must be that 10. I don't think that 20 will go. But they will shut up their mouth there because they give them $1 million or $500,000. So these are the things we are facing. We are being betrayed by our own people. They are not standing up for us and for the right things of the country.
Thank you.
And that's the reason why you see this kind of Fulani dominant. It's not easy for you to dominate if the people there don't give you the space to do that. If they are being challenged head to head, all this kind of loopholes, all this kind of advantage, they wouldn't have gotten it. But no one is challenging them. When they just speak, the next one will go and speak and say, don't bring EFCC.
Can you see what is going on? What is playing out in APC right now? Now, Akeredolu and some few governors from the south, from southwest, and even in southeast too, they are lamenting now. The Buhari cabals, the people who control the other governors that are opposed to Akeredolu Erufai side of the governors, that wanted Malaboni out of that place. Now they are now bringing in entirely people that are strange to the APC in the south. Now people like Omishore, some other people are being brought in. So what they are trying to do is they're trying to install their own.
Those they can control.
The people that can control. So that is what they've been doing. They will bring in their own stooges or whatever among us, who are our own people, to control us.
Yeah.
So, and then you look at what is going on in the north now. The APC side of the north, they are all Muslims that have the APC executive committee, the BOT, and everything.
Why?
No one single Christian from there.
Okay.
So you can see how these people, how they play these games. And the four contenders, I mean, these are the 4 or 5 contenders from PDP.
You see the
Christians are not speaking. They're keeping quiet there.
Muslims, they believe that it's only them that are supposed to rule.
What we're saying is our people are the ones who are giving them the traitors among us. The traitors among us are the people selling our own people to these people. PDP, the 4 of them, Atiku, this guy from Kwara State, Bala Mohammed, this one from Sokoto State, the 4 or 5 of them, they are all Fulanis. Now, they use Wike, they use people from the southeast to propel that, to prop up that PDP, because PDP was almost dying. But it was the governors from the southeast and south that were propping it up. Now, after they use them, finish now, they throw them aside. They want to be the president. You see, what I'm trying to say is that they use our own people to their own stupid or to their own selfish end. And when it's the time to grab that power, they will now grab the power to themselves.
Yeah, why will your people be giving them?
This is what Ego was saying now.
I know that's what you're saying. I'm trying to just support what he's saying so that we put things in perspective. That yes, this is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah, so
why would they allow these people to use them to that level without opposing them?
Captured us. They've captured us. They've captured us through our own people, through our own their own studies, or like people are talking about now in PDP now. Because if they are successful, succeeding in installing Omishore. He said
Igbokwe can do anything for Fulani man to grab Lagos. Igbokwe.
You see,
this kind of people.
And one moment,
they just go to the public space, they leave the right thing, and they will be saying the wrong thing in public and be defending it without any shame, no iota of any kind of so. Okay,
as long as they get paid, they get the power. They don't mind.
Be defending rubbish to the public.
What do you think is the solution to a government that doesn't understand peaceful protest or doesn't understand anything peace? What do you think is the solution?
Please don't advocate violence. Don't advocate violence. So
no, I'm not advocating
violence. The solution is for our legislators in the South. Those that are representing us in the South must stand their ground and understand the dynamics and where this country is going to. They must understand from what they are saying that if they continue like this, one day they themselves will be slaves.
Don't you think we should start removing senators and House of Reps if they don't support our agenda?
How do you do that?
My brother, it's too late. It's too late. You see, this is something you need to understand. I said this and I'll repeat myself. In the South, assuming the IPOB didn't stand their ground, I'm telling you, Fulani would have penetrated that area and wiped people. You understand? We have House of Rep in the South. We have governor. We have assistant governor. What did they do? They do jack shit. You understand? Pardon my language. They do nothing. But now, what happened? What happened? The IPOB stand their ground. If our leader wouldn't do that, can't deliver, we can deliver. This is what happened. And some time ago, this is what happened. In terms of when Sunday Igboho came out, I said this thing. I said this in this platform. The way this guy is going, I'm not happy the way he is pushing things, making things go further. You understand? Because the agitation, you literally said it not too long, is not the best way to go or to do things. These people, Fulani, I keep telling you, is people that you need to study very, very well. If you don't study them well, forget it. They don't listen when. Imagine if they're coming to savage people, they don't inform nobody. They don't inform nobody. But if you said you're going to agitate, or it's like you're exposing your territory, you're exposing your land. So you need to prepare yourself. If they come like this, you attack them 1 or 2 times, they will never come to that area. You have to boycott them and strike them back. But if we keep saying this and this, let's forget about the leaders, forget about the governors, forget about the House of Rep. They are all failure to that state. It's up to the citizens now to protect their land and to make things work for good. That's it. Honestly.
Engineer, you're saying that Nigerian citizens should start to bear arms illegally. That's what you're saying.
No, my brother,
that's what you're saying, engineer. There's no other way to do it. And
my brother, if
essentially you're saying that no,
right, left hand, will you give the person to slap you right hand?
Because according to let me tell you, according to Nigerian law, the only type of weapon you can own is the kind of double barrel gun, and it's either owned for sport.
It's a hunting rifle.
Yes, and there's a process. Wait. And there's a process to which you can get the license to get that, which is not even necessarily straightforward. The kind of weapons these guys are carrying is a pretty much machine gun, if not submachine gun. And it is highly illegal. You don't see any of them being rounded up. They claim they have to do it.
You actually see and walk down the road.
Walk down the road. You actually see politicians go on TV to defend the fact that they have the right to carry AK-47 because of cattle rustling. You hear all these things, and you're watching this thing live in action. Nobody say na person talk am. You're seeing all these things, and you're asking yourself, what the hell is going on? Meanwhile, you have hundreds of communities around the country that are defenseless. Highly defenseless. This is a fundamental security issue of the state. Yes, you can ask people to go and get guns. Highly untrained citizens of Nigeria getting weapons, machine guns that they're not even trained to use. Most of them
can repel this.
Yes, Moma, that's my point. Is that the state has to take action. If you look at the
state, unfortunately, complicit.
My brother, leave state. Fulani, where are they trained to hold AK-47? They are not trained, my brother. See, sometimes we could be honest now.
No, they have the inclination. No, they have the inclination towards that sort of life.
One man. Let me just analyze this. There was a time some criminals will go to Nigerian police to rent gun. They captured them. They said it clearly. They rented the gun from the uniformed men. When they finish their atrocity, they will return the gun and they will pay the money. My brother, come on, man. We get something.
Engineer, I'm still trying to understand you.
Let's move on from there for reasons of progressing the conversation. Let me take you to we're still within policing. Nigerian police authorities arrest 4 aggrieved officers as presidency wants Inspector General against impending action. So there it is right there. The police to strike. This is something that I would necessarily not be in support of, because I can imagine the consequences of the police going on strike, down in tools. And it is not the romantic ideas that the wealthy will get it. It is the man on the street that will suffer it. What are you then making of the police's threat and the government's attempt at a pushback? Is on.
Yeah, the police threat is first of all, I don't even see how they're going to pull it off. I don't see how they will pull it off. They're too compromised to be able to form a unified strike across the country. But you're right, if they did pull it off, it's the average man that will suffer. Because what will happen now is you now have police for hire. You have people that supposedly are in the police force, but they're on strike, but they will be taking cash under the table to provide security services. Nigeria will essentially become a Wild West, which is part of the danger that, some people might argue is already a Wild West, which is part of the danger that, what engineer is suggesting in terms of just giving random people guns across the country. There's a thin line between order and chaos.
What do you think of the right to bear arms, just as a constitutional right, like they have in America?
I think, I went to school in the States, so I think that it should be given, but I think it should be given. So. Yeah, I think it should be given under very strict guidelines and proper training for that situation. But you have to understand, it has to be given where the state has a strong framework for ownership of weapons, for the use of weapons within its nation. Like, I'll give you an example. In a lot of these climates that we consider more advanced in this world, some of them there are normal police you see every day on the street, like in England, don't carry weapons, right?
No.
But they have an armed response unit,
Hmm.
right? If you think, oh, British police don't carry weapons, and then you go and say, oh, I'm just going to take a gun into a bank, watch how fast the armed response unit
Within
show
3
up.
minutes, you'll get it.
And once they show up, those guys don't show up and ask questions.
They'll gun you down.
I've seen they kill you immediately. They don't even ask any questions. They finish you. So I think in a Nigerian context, you have to ask yourself that, okay, this is not a bad system. If we're local community police, we have people that deal with the local community, know everyone within the community. They don't carry guns. They treat people like human beings. However, if you have knuckleheads that want to run around and terrorize the area, we have something for you. We have a unit that we can call for you. If we have Fulani armsmen that want to walk into your local government and shoot people, there's a quick response waiting for you. If people even know, if the president of Nigeria even makes an announcement that we're going to have highly trained people in these local governments that are ready, I can promise you everything under one. Like
but that's community policing. Essentially,
yes,
that's what they're saying. Yeah.
Yes. So I think this police strike, my brother. A lot of people provide their own security in Nigeria. One man. If they strike, but the people that provide their own security, like you said,
because
have the money.
Just on the base level, on the low level criminality, the police presence is just a deterrent. So your average pocket pickpocket, should I say, your average phone bag snatcher, just the fact that a policeman is just thereabout is sufficient enough of a deterrent. But imagine that there was no deterrent of a police presence just in a city like Lagos, for instance. Imagine how wild, just for one day.
Yeah, you know what, one man. Here's the thing, though. I will kind of part ways with you a little bit, and here's why. There's so many communities in Lagos that are pretty much unpoliced. In Lagos, what do you see most of the time? You see checkpoints, right? They have checkpoints in different places. But a lot of these communities are unpoliced and also don't have electricity. Right? I remember one time I went to New York. I was telling a friend of mine in New York, I was telling him about how power goes off in Nigeria. He said, no way. I said, yeah. He said, man. He said, if that happened in the Bronx, all the stores would be robbed in one night.
Mm.
And I started laughing. And I thought about that. I was like, wow, dude, you're telling the truth. Because in Nigeria, everywhere they take lights. There's no street lights like we have in the Western world, where you have street lights everywhere. You have a CCTV, you have there's nothing. Yet, it's not, it's bad, but it's not total, it's not chaos. So in a lot of these places, they don't see police anyways. Like in Lagos, there are places you go to, if you like, go and steal. They'll just put tire around you and torch you, right? It's not, I remember one time I went to Alaba Market, and you just heard, thief, one guy was running. One store owner was negotiating with a woman, one man. Last price. Next thing, this store owner just got up, carried the chair he was sitting on, and smashed it on the guy's head that was running. The guy didn't ask whether the guy stole, whether the guy didn't steal. Someone just said, thief. He saw the boy running, smashed it. Next thing you know, a mob came out. They're ready to kill this boy. It was police that saved the guy's life. So that's our society for you. So you see that, yes. So you see that, in Nigeria, a lot of places, a lot of spaces are unpoliced. Our own politicians have said it, that we have X amount of population and we only have X amount of police officers. So the strike, okay, they should strike. We support. But a lot of people just continue with their lives because they have to protect themselves anyways. So I think there are people that will suffer, but on the whole, I don't really see the collapse of society, if you will.
All right. Thank you, Ayazon. So, on this space now, so Mallam Buhari now, he continues to firm up his hold on the power base in Nigeria. Of course, already we've discussed the consensus arrangements that he has for his party, but it looks as though he's now employed the services of enforcers to go and enforce that what was it called? That consensus space. So LAURETTA, ONOCHIE, Abubakar Malami, of course, is tried and trusted, and the usual gremlins, they are now in situation to enforce Buhari's to enforce Buhari's consensus agenda. So what are you then making of this enforcement team by Buhari?
Yeah, Buhari is he's trying to pull, his last stand, before he leaves, using his acolytes, his final loyal acolytes. He's a lame duck president at this point. Typically, lame duck presidents just try to seal up certain things in their last year and they just walk out. But this guy now, he's trying to enforce with his trusted people. Some people have argued that it's Malami that is running the country, not even Buhari. But, I think, this is his last attempt of trying to, like we said, try to extend his influence past his post his presidency. Who knows what they're trying to do, one man. It's very hard to say what his final agenda is, but clearly he's trying to extend his influence. And I'll be very surprised if this APC party survives long. I see it collapsing.
All right. You say he tries to extend his influence, but a curious thing, his conversation with the EFCC, asking them to steady down on their investigation of corrupt politicians, completely contrary to how he came in as the Mr. Integrity. And then, of course, the headline that preceded his instruction to the EFCC was how the person he favors as the new chairman of the APC stole 15 billion from Nasarawa State. So what are you then making then of this lopsided instruction? Leave my own palace alone, but go after others. So what are you making of the instruction to the EFCC to slow down investigating corrupt politicians?
Yeah, it just goes to show the kind of nation we're living in. The EFCC is supposed to, at least when OBJ created it, was supposed to be independent. They created it, they hired this guy from Kebbi, they said they're going to give him independence, okay, he can go after people. He's going after criminals now. Now you're asking him to tone down the arrest of criminals or going after certain people because they're your political friends. Buhari is a living contradiction in itself. He also said he was going to make the Naira 1-to-1. We saw what happened with that.
That guy said a lot of things, that only time now is a wonder. It's a real wonder.
He's a living walking contradiction. He just shows that he just said whatever he needed to say to get him to power. He got him in, and then he just kind of threw his hands up. And now, before he's leaving, clearly you can see what has happened. I don't know. I think what's his name had a meeting with him. The Ebonyi State Governor had a meeting with him recently.
Dave Umahi.
Yeah. You have to now, and then you see he had a meeting with him, and then not too long after, he's making this kind of proclamation. So it's clear that those guys have gone to him and said, gone to cry that look at what's happening, call the dogs off.
I think it's all about Adamu, because they were saying Rocha Sokorota has been complaining to him that EFCC are harassing him. Tinubu, of course, complaining as well. But EFCC have been harassing these people for a very long time. But now, when this Adamu comes into play, and he's going to be the chairman of their party, this is now when he moves to tell the EFCC to slow it down. So it's essentially Malami Adamu rather, that is looking to protect.
Yeah. It's possible, woman. It's very possible because, a lot of these guys are criminal. If you had a truly competent EFCC that could look deeply, half of them won't be in office. I would go even 80% of them won't be in office.
I was just trying to imagine that a competent EFCC in Nigeria, everybody will be in jail. They'll be building prisons.
They'll be building prisons. And the thing is, if you did have a competent EFCC, if, for instance, you had a president that comes in tomorrow and says, you know what, this is going to be my person that's going to be my Minister of Justice, Attorney General, this is going to be the person that's going to be the head of EFCC, and that person has or those two people have a reputation of just being ruthless in going after people, I can promise you, one man, half the corrupt practices will stop.
All you need is a really big example, or at least 5. If you find really, really big names like Sanusi Lamido, that level of person, and make an example of them publicly, Make an example of a former president, maybe take a cheap one like Abdul Salami, make an example so that, because there's no reason for people not to corruptly enrich now at his own. When they've seen the history of the country, they've seen the people that looted that country, they've seen that as a consequence of them looting the country, they've become even more powerful financially, but more importantly, politically. So they hold the sway of power and money off the back of looting without consequences. And then I get the opportunity to loot, and you tell me not to loot. If I loot, what will happen? Nothing. So that's just it. So we need somebody to be made, at least a few people to be made an example of. There's no signal to the space that the country is against corruption.
No, absolutely, you're right. I think you have to look at it too. What they've done historically is they've used it to play politics, to virtue signal, and to get political scapegoats. Not to say those political scapegoats weren't corrupt, they were. But I'll give you an example. Buhari came in on the whatever of riding on corruption. So he said, I needed a political scapegoat. He went after Dezani. But as he was going after Dezani, he was putting other criminals in his cabinet. People that had a history of stealing into his cabinet. So it was like I said, the man is a walking contradiction. So, it's one of those situations where you become a laughing stock when you do one thing on one hand, and then on the other hand, you're in a bar sitting down drinking with known thieves.
You're fighting corruption, and Rotimi Amechi, Okpabio, these are the people in your first 11 in that fight against corruption. You're fighting the corruption with Rotimi Amechi.
Akpabio, I still can't get over the fact that Akpabio named the stadium after himself.
Look at
one man. Just imagine the impunity, the ego, the arrogance in a state like Akwa Ibom. You built a stadium, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, and then you name it after yourself in a democracy.
And the succeeding thing, they didn't change it. They've not changed it.
They didn't change it. It's named Godswill Akpabio Stadium. What the excuse my language, sorry.
That he built with his own personal money, Abi.
What has he done? Why would you name a public place after yourself that you use people's money to build? If you named it after some Akwa Ibom historical Ibibio hero, I will understand. But you named it after yourself. You're a governor. You're a public servant.
They have heroes in Ibibio.
The people are just saying now. Why didn't he name it Philip Effiong Stadium?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine Tony Blair changing Wembley Stadium to Tony Blair Stadium?
Imagine that. They will stone him to death.
Can I interject for a second, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
One man talking about making example, like you earlier stated, when he got to Abu Salam, he said the light one. What happened to IB? IBB could have been the first on that list, no?
No, because IBB will be too big. It will be too big for them to tackle. But they can tackle Abu Salami. They can tackle Abu Salami, but they can't tackle IBB. It's too. How can they tackle IBB? It's too big now.
You see, one man. If we must get it right, everybody must be on the same slate. IBB will be too big. Yes, I agree with you to some extent, but that is the problem we're having in Nigeria. Some people are untouchable, and in a state like that, when some persons are untouchable, it will be difficult to clean the system.
Do you know where the window for IBB was? The window for IBB was Obasanjo. So Obasanjo was the one that had the opportunity to nail that guy down. As soon as Obasanjo came out of office, it was over. IBB got away with it because nobody else had the strength. Obasanjo had the longevity within the Nigerian space. He has a military background. He has everything that he needed to prosecute Babangida. But after him, Yar'Adua is not even. He wasn't even. He was too ill in bed. And his good luck, Jonathan, even when he said Babangida, he will adopt the Dobale immediately. Never mind, he will Dobale immediately.
I absolutely agree with you.
As soon as Obasanjo was the only window to prosecute that guy, and he got away. Yeah, but you missed something. Aizon was trying to spread the rumor that they had heroes in Ibibio for a stadium to be named after. Have you ever heard of an Ibibio hero? What is this? What is this? Are you trying to? What are you doing?
Even if
do you have a Kakanfo? Do you have what? Well, is there a what are you talking about?
Well, you know what? I'm
not
not
the hero.
My brother,
Akpabio automatically made himself an hero there now.
There you are.
That's why he had the guts to name a stadium after himself, you know.
My brother Akpabio can go and drown in the River Niger. He's a useless man. The arrogant state. You have schools, primary schools that need help, secondary school people are, you have Akpabio. Let me tell you something about Akwa Ibom, man. ExxonMobil domiciled in Nigeria. I mean, the oil and gas, great. The people, fantastic. The access to the ocean, great. Akwa Ibom is arguably one of the best states in Nigeria, well endowed. And honestly, if they manage that state properly, every citizen in Akwa Ibom should be getting a stipend every month just from the state, regardless of whether or not you're working. That's the kind of place it is. Another place that's similar to that is Bayelsa. The amount of money that comes in and how they can make sure that there's a very strong safety net.
Everybody should be driving a Ferrari in Bayelsa. Every single person. The poorest person will be the one that drives the Mercedes.
Yeah, and I know about Bayelsa because I mean Bayelsa is almost 100% the job. And these are things I tell my people every day. They say, my brother, come out here, you don't start with this your nonsense. But the truth about it is, these are serious issues. And Akpabio's case is especially disturbing because not only did he build that stadium that maybe cost 10 times less than what he actually said it cost.
Who was that lady he was fighting when they make him in this?
Yeah, I don't forget her name. The lady that was on
the pretty lady.
Yeah,
she was saying that as soon as he came in, he told her to go and cash him $1 million.
Yeah, she was the former
at his hotel that he built. So the
guy,
imagine that.
Woman, the guy is a nuisance. I'm telling you. This is the person that Buhari went to make in charge of NDDC. As you can imagine, and then tomorrow Buhari will get on TV and says he wants Niger Delta to develop. He put this person that named the stadium after himself in charge of NDDC. Till today, the man has not put together a board for NDDC. The place needs a board. You see, these are the things. And then tomorrow Buhari will tell you he ran on a campaign of anti-corruption. He was using Desani as a scapegoat. Meanwhile, he was putting criminals in his backyard. The guy is a clown, and that's the part of the problem. That's why no one can take him seriously. And in this situation now you can see what he's trying to do. He's telling EFCC to retract its clause. He's telling his people, he's trying to protect them and protect APC and his party. This is a fundamental problem. The best thing that can happen right now is for APC to lose. To be honest with you. And part of me,
we need that. We need that. If we have because this, just the example that I was given, that Obasanjo was the window for Babangida to have been prosecuted. So the next government will be the only window for us to prosecute the atrocities of this government. So if they institute themselves, by the time another 8 years run, who will even remember who Abubakar Malami was? He would have walked away with his swag bag.
Well, man, before you guys move further, I just want to draw your attention back. I want to speak on behalf of the BBO people, Abi. Ibibio song. You see, let's not forget, Ibibio has a hero. He's a national hero of Nigeria. Somebody who was a governor between 1979 to 1983. Somebody who was CBN governor in the person of Chief Clement Unsong.
God.
Have you seen song?
Have you ever heard, you know the name, engineer?
Yeah, he's right. 100% right.
So Ibibio has heroes. That is just one amongst many.
Don't worry, that's a political hero. I'm talking about Ariel Nakakamfo, Bashorun Ga.
No. See, one man, you need to know about that man before he became a chief. You see, those days, before you become a chief, you have to work for it. It has to be honorary, not these days that people will just go and do Yahoo and come and buy chieftaincy. So you can imagine a chief from that time. He worked hard. He was a local warrior. In fact,
I know of Unsong. But But Lord Michael, you have to understand, he wasn't saying that there are no heroes. This is one man.
That's what he said, though. That's why I'm talking.
No,
Otherwise,
but
I
you know
will
what
just
he
keep my
means.
mouth
No,
shut.
I was wanting you to go into deep history and give me a Bashorunga.
Oh no, come on, man.
Kakanfo of Idoland of
But one man,
Ibibio.
speaking about Ariana Kakanfo.
Yes.
Funny thing, I've researched Yoruba history, and Ariana Kakanfo was an interesting person in Oyo Empire. So he wasn't allowed to lose a battle, and if he did, he had to commit suicide, which is interesting because it seems like in Yoruba kingdom today, everyone they've given that title to, something bad has happened to them. Maybe except Gani
that
Adams.
is why people avoid it. I think Abiola still held that place steady.
Yeah,
because he was consistent with the narrative. He took the title, and the curse of the title took him.
Yeah, and another thing is, I don't know if you can refer to Ariana Kakanfo as a hero because Afonja was Ariana Kakanfo and he sold the Oyo Empire out to Fulanis.
Well, no, yes, it was Afonja, not it was
Yeah.
him as an
No, but he was Afonja was Kakanfo now.
No, but he was Afonja now, not the title. It was the character of his person, not
the title. There's a statue of Afonja in Ilorin. When you drive into Ilorin, that's one of the first things you see is Afonja statue.
I don't know, but then
the Fulanis put him up.
To mock the Yorubas.
They celebrate him now. Fulanis, he gave them Ilorin.
Exactly. They want to use it to mock the Yoruba people, which is I think it's tricky to me.
Well,
no, Afonja gave Fulanis Ilorin. That's the fact. And he was Kakanfo.
You see, this boils down to say we have always betrayed ourselves. It didn't start today. So let us see how we can move away from that and become heroes to our people,
Yorubas,
not villains.
They have that element of treachery in their society.
But it can change. It can change from us.
They can change. They can
never change from us.
That's the mix that is the Yorubas now. They're
well, man, I'm happy Thomas and
no, they can't deny
Soli
it now.
And Angelico will come and flog him soon.
What do you mean? Angelico would say, what do you mean, one man? What do you mean by that?
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Hold on now.
Explain yourself.
Hold on now. You will never let me talk. You will never let me talk. Hold on, man. All right. So thank you, Aizon. Let's go from Aizon to engineer who continues to do his work as he continues to engage. Are you trying to multitask? I thought they told us men lack the capacity to multitask. Don't multitask. You are letting the gender down. But Emefiele for president, what are you making of that? MEFI 2023.
What happened? What happened to the... Can you put me through, please?
No, it's the governor of the CBN that is now hinted at partisan politics. His posters being pasted all over the space, especially in Abuja and at the APC secretariat, indicating his interest to run for political office, whilst he continues to act as the country's foremost banker. So a conflict of interest, you don't even have to be a lawyer to know that. And the concern that the PDP is raising is that this guy that controls the 25th largest economy in the world and has all that war chest is now showing partisanship, which then disadvantages the entirety of the political space that are not aligned with its political thrust.
Yeah, Buhari will send his people after him soon. Well, in Nigeria, we're in democracy, it's freedom of speech. So there's nothing bad in him to make the attempt, because this is the time that Nigerian states needs money. The poor people need money. So definitely there will be people that will have the contract to do the banner and the rest and go. There's nothing harm in trying. If you have the money, you have the capacity to go for it, go for it. It's an open table for anyone to go for it. That's just the fact, one man. And I'm happy for him. If he can go for it, go and try your luck. That's how it works.
All right. Buhari orders EFCC to stop investigating politicians for corruption as APC likely to present more corrupt politicians in 2023. So instructions now don't be used as a political witch hunt, is what Buhari told the EFCC. So the only people that can use them as political witch hunt are people who control them, which is him. So if he's not politically witch hunting, then that tells you that he has no reason to say that. So what you can then interpret essentially is instructions to leave his corrupt bodies alone as they continue to loot the Nigerian state. So the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission being told not to investigate, talk less, prosecute economic and financial crimes.
One man, economic and financial crime, the head leader, where is he coming from? Is it not the same place with
He's a Kepi man now.
So it's coming from the same place with MALLAM. What do you expect? You understand? Secondly, these people are being loyal to their godfather. They are being loyal. So it's something that the godfather will say, you know what? Don't distract them, don't disturb them, because they are good servants to me. I do whatever I want to do. None of them will come out and challenge me. So that's it. What do you expect? That's to tell you how the country is, how the Nigerian state has turned into. If you're being loyal to your godfather, that's it. Whether you're wrong, you're doing bad thing, they will still cover your back. And it's everywhere. That's how the world is turning into. If you're doing bad, as long as you have a backup, that's it. You can get away with it. But what can you say, one man? Because at the end of the day, these people, everybody know, Nigerian as of Nigerian now, everybody know what is going on. Or it's just like, may so rest in peace, Baba Fela, he said suffering and smiling. This is what is happening. And the APC leaders, they knew that, yes, what they're doing is wrong because they betrayed their relationship with the citizens of that country. And what else again? They've been respecting their godfather. They deliver whatever he demanded from them. So it's a pity. It's a pity. Nigerian of those days and now, everyone, even though a baby of 2 or 3 years can testify that the country is completely messed. I don't know how that country will be fixed again, honestly.
Engineer, is it possible to fight corruption in Nigeria? Because
no.
The system is just so. Who do you go after if you want to fight corruption in Nigeria? Because I remember Mia Malabuni showing off gold bars to Mallam Buhari. This guy, when he was there to marry, was it Abata's daughter? He paid their dowry in gold bars. This Abdullahi Adamu, $15 billion. 15 billion naira, Tinubu bullion vans, Akpabio we've already discussed, Rotimi Amici would know, everybody and anybody, Babangida Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, Dezane, where do you start?
That's a very good question, one man. Where do you start? There's nothing. There's nothing.
Can't now.
You can't. The country, the good thing is, thank God for social media is exposing these people. But we all know, everybody know, where will you stand? Nigerian can never change you. I keep saying it. It can never change. Because it's like something now, the level of the corruption, the stealing is in their DNA to the stage that today, if you come out in Nigeria and challenge these people, within 48 hours, your life will be in danger. So what will you do?
One man.
And
engineer.
if you can't beat them, you do what?
Engineer.
Sir,
you see, one thing about corruption is that in that country is that any like when this guy Sowore says he comes in, other people say they will come in to investigate these people. If you use your tenure, your time in office to investigate, what are you going to achieve? What I'm trying to say is this: we've seen it happen that if you try to investigate these people, you'll be bogged down by so many. You'll just be distracted. Where are you going to start from? Where are you going to start from? So you see, I look at the whole thing I just look at that country. It's so messed up that any person that wants to become, who say he wants to champion anti-corruption, whatever in that country, is going to find it very, very difficult.
And all of the instruments, all of the vehicles, all of the organizations and agencies that you want to use to investigate corruption in Nigeria, they are corrupt. We are talking about MFLA now. So we're talking about the EFCC. We know them. We know the police. Who are you going to use to investigate? The legal structures. We hear about how Wike procures judgment. So when they forget,
don't worry, they will use Amoteco. They will use Amoteco.
The only thing they can do, and it will be even a difficult thing to do, is to try and plug the holes to try and reduce the corruption. That's the only thing. That's the only half thing. But to say you want to start chasing people, forget it, man. It's only for political.
How do you think they will reduce the corruption? It's not gonna reduce. They are
no, they can reduce it easily if they want to through institutions and policies and processes.
Institution, one man. Hey, one man, don't go too far now. It's too far. These people, they are just there to loot the money. I keep telling you, Buhari is almost out of seat. What else? They will loot. They will continue looting.
No, I'm not even talking about Buhari now, because you can go all the way. Shehu Shagari, you know that when they did the coup against him, it was corruption that they said. We're going back as Shehu Shagari. One was accused of corruption. The whole of it's rotten to the core. It just is rotten. The Nigerian state is rotten to the core.
You see, someone said in this platform earlier on that the Nigerian elites, all of them, they I don't know, they have betrayed their people, in the sense that they are being loyal to Buhari himself. Now it's time for Buhari again to put his people deeply into their power and kick them out, because Buhari is done with them. They served him, and it's like after serving me, you just push them, go and do whatever you want to do. But remember, my people will still be there and controlling everything. This is what is happening. It's what is happening. That's just how the level of that country has turned into that, to the stage that, oh man, I beg, let's forget about that.
That is why they put Pantami there. And what Pantami did when he came in, he changed all the communication head all around the whole state. Keep putting his people deep and deep into it. All the data analysts, he's brought. Oh my God!
They are just harvesting your data. They are just harvesting. Oh God!
Yeah,
they are harvesting your data. But there it is. We wish the police will be able to stop them, but they are going on strike. Engineer, planned strike. Nigerian police authorities arrest 4 aggrieved officers as presidency wants Inspector General of Police against impending action. So the strike meant to commence for tomorrow, but it looks as though the Nigerian state is just raging and waging heavily against that. They are actually asking that the DPOs and the commissioners in every state, they mark register. Every officer must report by 8 a.m. tomorrow at their post, and registers will be marked. No vacation, nothing. And if you don't show up, they consider it mutiny. So what are they making of the strike and the pushback from the state?
Oh man, come on, you know what is that? I said this thing yesterday and the chat comment. There will be no strike.
No, I don't think there will be, because it's not easy.
Strike. When it comes to Nigeria, watch. Let them try it. They should try it. And the next thing you will see, by forced retirement, remember, by forced retirement, see, what is wrong with Nigerian police? Why are they giving opportunity for Fulani man to put more of his people into that power? What is wrong? I'm telling you, if they make that kind of silly mistake again, I know this guy will pump his people into that uniform territory, and they will sit there and serve him again. So, sir.
Engineer, we the Southerners, we don't want to join the security outfit. We don't. How many of us are joining? Very few. But over there, a lot of them are joining. They are even begging that the Southerners should join, but they are not joining. So if you're not joining,
it is only lip service. I know about Southerners who apply for the military and the police every now and then, but they are never taken. They only
My
take
brother, you
people
said
who
the
have
truth. That
links.
is very true. Very,
Yeah.
very true. Very true. When there's all this what I call it recruit program, when people come up to join the army from here, a lot of people go there, but they're not taken. So all this is just lip service. It's just lip service.
But is it not done on a quota basis? Is it not quota system?
Yeah, the quota system is what favors them. Simple.
No, but no. Every state and region has a quota that is allocated to them in terms of the security structures.
No. They stopped quota in 2009. Quota system stopped. They said because they wanted to put in people with brains. They wanted to upgrade the police. Even though that was lip service too, the quota system is still what is operational. But paper-wise, they said they wanted everybody to come in. They were even encouraging graduates to come in to be able to sanitize the police. But what do we see? It's only the dropouts, only the criminals that you see them tomorrow in police uniform, and you'll be marveled that this guy that I knew he used to steal, now he's a police. Then what happens? Everybody's dead. That's why criminality thrives.
All right.
This what man? The reason why the Southern they are no more interested. I give you example some time ago on this platform when they send a Nigerian army to go and fight in the Boko Haram, and the head of the commander there is from the south. But this is what happened. They sent him without no good weapon, and apparently some of his soldiers were being shot by the Boko Harams, and he came back to barrack to to make sure he reports to the station, and this is what happened. Within 12 hours, they called him again that they should go back to that territory. So he said, how can they go to that territory? Well, they don't have enough weapon, and they don't have no bullets. And before you knew it, they said a senior officer in the army said he's disrespecting them. He has to go to prison. He was in jail for nearly a year. When he came out, they were interviewing him. He exposed them. And the same thing happened to a sniper. I could remember, I think he's a Yoruba guy or an Igbo guy. He's a sniper. They sent him to the north. He was taking those Boko Haram one after the other. But here comes the funny part. Inside the army, one said to him clearly, why are you shooting these people like this? Stop shooting them that much. So, oh my goodness me. So that will tell you that, honestly, that will tell you that country, honestly, is finished.
As I speak to you, Corporal Martins is still in the underground cell.
You don't mean it?
What did Corporal Martins do?
Oh, Corporal Martins complained too. That they are just
he complained about the Nigerian system. He read out the constitution, indicated false openly online, and he also said, let them come and put him in Gadum. Isn't he Gadum? And that's it. The guy is still locked up there.
In fact, they condemn him to death. It's just the intervention of Femi Falana that they said he's still there in detention. But if not, they would have killed him. Do you know how many that they have killed?
Exactly.
In the name of course martial?
Well, what
and they were his wife to imagine. His wife was also picked up that same time.
Yeah.
No respect at all. No respect. Oh, man.
The example that engineer just gave, they were essentially sending that guy to death when they are telling him to go and fight Boko Haram and with no weapons.
Of course.
So they are just sending him to die.
Yeah. Many soldiers testified how they were shot. Some of them tell you how they were being set up. All of a sudden, you just hear fires from everywhere. Who knew they were coming?
Exactly.
Some of them were being shot by their own jet fighters.
Yeah, exactly.
You can imagine a country where the military will bomb IDP camp 3 times. Is that a mistake?
You see, part of the problem, if not the problem, is the borderless north where there's no when how can you even have a country that is not demarcated
Good.
geographically? How is that possible?
The president has told you those are his cousins. So what do you expect him to do?
Oh shit!
You know, the best thing for that country to do is just to break up, because they clearly want a relationship with their cousins in Niger and Chad and something. And they have that relationship. They want to be together, And the Southerners, they want to be away from them. So I'm not quite sure what exactly, because the country, it doesn't hold itself together.
Do you know?
Yeah.
Do you know why the Fulanis don't want that country to split up?
It's the oil and the expansionism.
Not even the oil. They are bribing the Yoruba leaders, the Igbo leaders. They are bribing them, giving them money. That tomorrow, if they come out to talk, they will use EFCC to finish them. Those are the things that is affecting those areas completely. Because if they should stand by their words, or they deny, or they said, you know what, I will stand for my people and my people will stand for me. I'm telling you, if they don't take all those kind of things from MALLAM Buhari, Nigeria will be good. But Fulani man knows the way to manipulate, to use you, and to make you, to cook you like akara and eat you. This is what is happening. Because people are fed up, one man. People are fed up. Nigerian police trying to say they will go on strike. I just feel sorry for them. None of them will go on strike. Tomorrow, you see, all of them will be in the office. All of them. They will all come out.
I think the threat really was to highlight their situation. I don't think, like you said, that they would, and I don't really expect or approve of the police to go on strike, because I can only imagine the consequences of that, and it's going to be carnage. It's going to be anarchy. So I don't support or encourage that, but I think they're just using the publicity of it to highlight, because they're saying all these improvements that we hear about, that is only ever on paper. They list all of these benefits, but it doesn't get to them. So this is the thing that they're highlighting.
One man. Are we saying only three? Are we saying only three policemen protested? When they have almost, hold on, when they had almost like 300,000 policemen, only 3 people protested. I just think they just use those guys.
No. The protest is actually meant for tomorrow, but the people arrested are meant to be the leaders, the arrowheads.
Oh, is that what it says?
That's what it says.
I was thinking maybe they just want to make a scapegoat out of that people.
No, they picked up what they concluded were the leaders, the people agitating for it.
Is this the first time in Nigerian history that the police has come out to
say from the readout? They did it under Obasanjo when Musiliu Smith was then subsequently sacked.
Oh, okay.
One man, tomorrow you say police will come out and tell you it's a fake news. Yes, to close. I'm telling you, Nigeria knows the way. They have brain. Nigeria have brain. I'll keep saying it. The brain is affecting us. The overbrain. I call it overbrain, and that's what is affecting Nigeria. They will come out tomorrow and say it is a fake news. Watch and see, one man. Is it not Nigerian police? They will definitely come out tomorrow and say it. No, Wala, my brother Alex, you will see it yourself tomorrow. They will come out.
No, I think it's gone in for you, because you gave. I think you were giving them a hard time in the comment section yesterday. I was watching the two of you going back and forth. So he's got Koboko for you today.
No problem. But tomorrow he will be the one saying, "Oh, this guy, you're right." They will come out and say it's a fake news. They will say, ignore those people that come out. It's a fake news. What will you do? Back to reality again. Back to suffering and smiling. God will help us.
All right. Thank you, engineer. So are you doing a bit of work as you are?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see you are on your computer a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just doing some catch-up work, because one of my my hotel will be opening on Tuesday. So and they
your
need
hotels.
Sorry, one of the hotel I'm working.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
you mean the refugees one?
Yeah. I think some of the refugees they're rehousing them now, and some of them. Here comes the funny part of it now again. Some of the refugees, after bringing them back to England, they said, "Oh, England is not suitable for them. They want to go back." So
no, those people they want to go home. Oh.
Are you talking about Ukrainians?
Yeah. So you see, well, imagine now from the 1st of April, they'll end up giving a different kind of they'll cutting laws, and you'll be paying extra money. It's just sometimes it's nonsense, man. Honestly, you work hard.
They've put the council tax up. Ours went up by about £500 in just 1 year.
One man, I got 2 letters. It's not something to even think about it anymore. It's sad because I don't see why England should leave EU. They make a big mistake in that.
No, that's the price we're paid from about 1,200 a month to a year to 1,700 a year, just in one swoop, and they're allowed to do that. It's unbelievable.
Well, God will see us through. God will see us through. You have to work 24 hours to survive in abroad.
It's a brutal life abroad because you like you say, you are always just staying on top of your bills. The system in the abroad countries is, you will eat and you have house, but they will take that 25 years out of you, and by the time that they let you go, you are not used to anything or anyone anymore.
Exactly. You're not used to anything. It's just a number, isn't it? It's just a number.
Because by the time you've paid off your mortgage and you sweated for your pension, then you'll just be using the pension to manage, hobbling from one leg to the other, from hospital to the other. This is the life.
Finish you. That's when bronchitis will come in and the rest.
It's not easy.
Make una no worry, go better.
Yeah, just grab what you can and go back home. That was the plan, but that plan is now finished now. Thanks to MALLAM Buhari and his
this is why I keep telling our people that this is why I keep telling our people that no matter where you are, have an eye back home. You see that's your immediate family. Even if you're not doing something substantial for them, don't just leave them naked. Because tomorrow you will need them to do some jobs for you, especially when you are getting ready to come back home. Because all of us who live abroad, we don't plan to stay here forever. We plan to come home one day and sit down and still enjoy a little bit of our life before we go meet our ancestors.
So I always encourage people to have at least a bungalow somewhere in,
Correct.
even if you just use it Christmas or you just put family there or whatever, just at least a bungalow, like some 3-bedroom something with a bit of land,
Yeah. That's
but one man, we that were having our own bungalow in Lagos, and you're planning Yoruba nation.
No. I mean in your homestead. You're a Creek man now. What are you? Look, Aizon will be upset with you. Aizon man is trying to abandon his own to become a Lagosian.
He has the dual nationality or tripartite nationality.
And I've been inviting him to speak Yoruba. He's not been able to, and he's telling me he's a Lagosian.
He doesn't want, so that anytime you are saying something, he will know.
I can hear Yoruba very well.
He will say, that is his Yoruba.
You know, people that grew up in Festa can't speak Yoruba that much.
No, that's Ajebota people now.
Yeah, Ajebota now.
Now be that. Which side you come from?
First start phase 1.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, you.
Sacrifice
for 23 road now.
You be first start boy.
I be first start boy now.
No, but which side for Nigeria?
Third Avenue. Okay, which side for Nigeria?
No, yes. It's from the creeks.
Akwa Ibom.
Okay, so you be BBO guy now, abi?
Yes, I be BBO now.
Okay, so now you from a place you don't even fit raise.
No.
Now waiting I want talk. Now waiting I want talk with that.
Face of 1,000.
You know, see as these Yoruba guys here they do. If you mention anything negative about Yoruba land, the way they go attack you for this forum.
I was waiting for a reaction from him, but I never got it.
You know,
can I interject 1
they
minute?
know,
Hold on,
you make you open your mouth. They know boy you make you open your mouth, say anything bad about Yoruba people for this thing.
I have a
By the time Thomas and
let's hear from Ajale Koko. Good to see you.
Mighty Ajale Koko.
Ete, what is wrong in having Yoruba nation? Why is Yoruba nation a problem for you?
I think if you have Yoruba nation now, you will take my land.
You will take your land. Why don't you go and buy land in your homeland?
No, I have seen
Why can't you go to Ibibio to buy your land?
There's land in my homeland already. But this one that
go
I have
to your homeland now.
How do you want to take it? Why do you want to take it?
Who told you that they want to take your land when we have the Yoruba nation?
It happened during the Civil War.
Where are you? It happened to, you see the problem. These people, you see the problem now. He's talking about it happened during the Civil War. What history do you know about Civil War? And what history did you have that Yoruba did for Igbo after the war? When it comes to abandoned property, what did you know about that? It's only Yoruba land.
Only Yoruba land. With the Amala, drink some water. Yeah,
it's only Yoruba land. Did you have any
you can come and buy land in my village? We'll not take it from you.
Are you sure?
Hold on.
Of course. I'm 100% sure. We won't.
Hold on. What I'm telling you is that one you are talking about the Civil War. Go and research your history. You will know that it's only in Yoruba land there was never any dispute about property. Yoruba kept all the property of Igbo for them, and after the war, they surrender everything willingly to them. Look at you. This is the problem with these people. This is the problem with these people.
You don't want me to give you proof. You are just telling me that this is the problem.
Tell me the proof you have. Tell me the proof you have.
See, I have a family house in Sowore.
What happened?
In Durojaye, I don't know whether you know it. Durojaye.
Durojaye. Yeah.
You see the streets there, like 5 houses were owned by Igbos. Do you know that after the war, none of them, when I say none of them got their property back. None. The only reason my father
is lying.
Allow him talk so that you can educate him.
The only reason my grandfather got back his own.
Oh, but your grandfather got his own back, or at least so that's
yes, my grandfather got his own back because of he had a relationship with a Yoruba woman. Finish. If not,
you see the thing where the one that is connected, to him. That one he got his own back. Now the one where not connect to him. Now he they talk about say they don't get their land. They don't get their house. You see the lie there. The one that is connected to you, the one that is directly connected to you, you got your own. But the one where not connected to you,
till 2004, it was in the courts in 2004. These people were fighting for their properties, but they didn't get it.
Oh my God!
The only thing you can tell me, Ajali Koko, is that maybe that was a minority. Majority got it, but not saying.
Can I tell you something? Can I tell you something you didn't know? Can I tell you something you didn't know?
What is it?
After the Civil War, Chief Obafemi Awolowo issued a statement to all Yorubas that all Igbo property should be returned to them, and he instructed Igbo that left their property that is not returned to them to report to a particular agency in the Western region.
Probably this set of Igbo didn't
that was the instruction. It was only in Igbo land between you. Hold on, man.
When you come, you just come with your hatred in your heart against Yoruba people. And still, you don't want to leave Yoruba land. You have hatred against Yoruba, but you don't want to leave Yoruba land. You want to buy land in Yoruba land. You want to build house in Yoruba land, but you still hate Yoruba people and you be talking nonsense about Yoruba.
Three land, Yoruba land,
you cannot go and invest in your Ibibio land, but only this Yoruba land, and you want to be talking nonsense to Yoruba people.
I inherited land in Yoruba land. I inherited.
When between you, Igbo, and the rivers, not be killed, they kill yourself over property, over land, over abandoned property.
Where did you hear
Why
that?
you not hear that for Yoruba land? Did you hear that? All these lies are lying that they ended up. Bring the person. Bring that person where you know. Bring and come on this platform. Make it come tell us, say, in Yoruba land, they seize in house. Yoruba people not give her in house.
Bring that person is land back.
Bring that person come. Bring that person come. If you know that person, make you carry in court paper come. Say it's 2 person because of land in Yoruba land. There is no single case in Yoruba land about the abandoned property.
All right, thank you, Ajani.
What did you say?
That's always a controversial.
Don't talk like that.
No, you can't say there's no single case, but
just say no single case that you know.
Yoruba
I am telling you confidently. I am telling you authoritatively. I am telling you authoritatively. There is no single case in Yoruba land.
There were some cases of people who said they never got their land back. Yeah.
Thank you.
Who did they
see?
Sue?
But then the thing is this, Ete, Abadie. Now listen, what I want to say to you is this. You won't say because of people do not get their land back, or for that reason we should not secede. I mean, we should not go on our own. We're talking about the future of millions of people. And you compare the future of millions of people with just a few thousands of people who maybe probably got the land and maybe. But the thing I want you to understand is this: Yorubas are very sophisticated than that. The modern Yorubas, I'm sure, will never allow people to lose their land. As long as you have a land in Yoruba land, and if Yoruba ever become a nation of its own, I tell you, I guarantee you that. No, well, let me not say I guarantee you that, but I tell you that.
Rational man, let me just say this. There was a time, Ajani Koko will back this up. There was a time we treated on this session that the Yoruba space, when they were pushing heavily for Yoruba nation, they came up with a constitution that it has to be a bloodline for you to be a Yoruba. Do you remember, Ajani Koko, when we were treating that Yoruba constitution that they came up with?
Omar, finish your statement, please.
That you have to have a bloodline that is historically Yoruba for you to be considered indigenous to the space. So you can't marry into it, or you can't. You would not be a full citizen of Yoruba nation. You will always be a welcome.
One man. That's a proposed by some individuals.
Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
That is true. Some people faulted it. That was just debated. Nation people faulted it. So they said, well, it is only a proposal that what they are going to do is they will subject everything to a referendum, that the majority vote is what everybody's going to take. So that was part of the proposal. Different tribes, or I would say different ethnic groups or ethnic nationalities in the Yoruba place were going to come up with their own different ideas. That was even a good one, because they even said they could give you permanent residency, but they were not going to grant you citizenship.
Yes.
But the way you presented it now looks like you said those people are going to be disenfranchised entirely, but no, it was lighter than
disenfranchised somewhat if you are if you are generations deep into a space and you cannot claim to be
but that would depend on one man. It's not set in stone. That would depend on what we want to do afterward, because the proposal is this: if Yoruba nation stands on its own, do we want to form a united southern country of its own?
You know that's almost like a Hitler-like something. Keep the race pure. That's a keep the race pure.
Well, it is. That's what it is. But that's why I fought that proposal. So what I'm trying to say is this: that what I see going forward is, if eventually it happens that Yoruba or Southerners are able to secede, is that the southern part will want to form one block.
Do you consider somebody that has a Yoruba father but a non-Yoruba mother, do you consider that person a full Yoruba person?
Yeah, he's a Yoruba.
You do?
Yeah, I do. You don't have to be both Yoruba person. I mean, two parents Yoruba before you
Do you consider somebody that has two? Hold on. Do you consider somebody that has two Yoruba parents a superior Yoruba to the person that has that mix?
One man. Let's not use that word superior.
No.
As long as you have a Yoruba
you don't
blood
consider
running in you.
You don't consider a pure breed better than a mixed blend?
My goodness, pure breed.
The question should be:
let's not use this word.
And in
does
Nigeria,
he consider a Yoruba woman? Does he consider a Yoruba woman that is married to a non-Yoruba man a Yoruba?
No. Well, she's Yoruba, but the children are not.
The children are not.
No,
and you say
because
that is
in Africa,
that is not Hitler.
No, it's not Hitler. Calm down. In Africa and in this part of Nigeria, or I'll say in Nigeria in general, we tend to take the sides of our dad as our native line. So
not in Ghana.
No, that's why I say Nigeria. In this side in Nigeria, yeah. So we that's why you see we bear our father's name. You will not hear anybody bear the mother's name, except by choice. You know.
You know that you carry in equal measure DNA from both parents.
Fact.
No.
Yes. No. That's what science tells us.
No.
Of course, I think that's what
it's wrong.
No, I'm not telling you. I'm not.
You know why? It's been proven wrong. Listen, you know why I say it's been proven wrong? Because they also trace it amongst the bloodline too. Sometimes you could get your father's genotype, so
dominating
it's not 100% anymore. Yeah, it changes.
I don't know about that. But essentially, if you have non-Yoruba blood in you, you cannot then claim to be a pure Yoruba. You're not
one man.
I used to be that one.
One man.
No, I'm saying now, or Fulani or Igbo or whatever. You can't. If your mother is Yoruba, your father is Igbo, they won't take you fully as Igbo now.
One man.
Is Omale Abi.
No, it's not Omale. Oma
Okay.
One man. You see, this thing you're saying is one of those things that makes people get scared of wanting to have a Yoruba nation. Because when you say, "Oh, these people will not be like," look at Ete now. Ete is saying that, "Oh, if Yoruba nation ever eventually comes to reality, people like non-Yorubas who have lands."
Now you can go and take a Yoruba wife now. Then
and so for that reason, people like that, even Yorubas who are Yorubas, want to sabotage it because they feel that they will lose. So when we start throwing out things like this up like this, I know when that time comes, if that eventually ever becomes a reality that a Yoruba nation stands, I know Yorubas are very sophisticated to work out things whereby other people will feel included. So this proposal of who is Yoruba, who is not Yoruba, what makes you a full Yoruba, I think it's one of those things that will make some people, that get some people so scared of wanting to champion the cause of the Yoruba nation. So let's not throw this narrative out like that. It's something we can debate. It's something we can debate, but it's one of those things that really.
And by
makes
the way, I
people
was only joking.
scared.
I'm sure you got that. I wasn't.
I know you. I know.
I wasn't being
the two Alexanders are here. They will make you a diplomat, lifetime diplomat. So don't worry.
You see, even if my generation stays in Lagos for 400 years, Ajani Koko will never.
Oh my goodness!
You saw how Ajani Koko came out. Okay.
Complete that statement.
You will never allow him to be a Yoruba man. He will never accept it.
You never agree that I'm an Idiji. You will never.
Because you are not
Davido man from Edo or Igbo.
Because you eat all the dog in Lagos now, you finish all their dogs.
You sound
I don't eat dogs.
Although people eat dog now, we eat dog. I eat dog.
You've eaten dogs?
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know when I started eating it, but I didn't know that it was called the
bring out tomorrow. I go gush the tea. Nothing to me. Chop out, chop steak. Anyone.
The first time I ate it, I didn't know that it was dog. But after that, I became initiated.
When I was serving in the north, we used to eat biri. You know what biri is? Monkey. Biri. Will they chop them now? Now only human being will not chop for that nut.
One man. let me ask you a question, guys. I don't know if you guys learned about the elephant that was seen in your area there. There was this because the West African elephants are very dwarf, really small. But there was this huge, big elephant they saw in your area there, somewhere close to between Benin Republic border and Oyo State there. I don't know if you guys saw that video clips.
No.
I mean, there is evidence that there are still some wild animals in the forest there. I mean, huge elephant, like the normal elephant you see in East Africa.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know if you guys have seen that. It's been trending for some time online.
That is not lie. You see, even they saw lion in those Anyama parts of Delta State some time ago, not long ago. It was killed.
You know, there are still deep forests unexplored within the Nigerian space. So deep, you know.
Well,
it's only the Fulanis that live in there, you know, they are the only ones that can.
They are
because we tend to threaten our people a lot. We make people believe the woods are a no-go area. So our kids, our people have grown to the parts that everybody tend to run away from our forest. They call them evil forests. They tell you that is the place where they throw people who do wrong things. But we don't know we can go there. We have some natural stuff that we can enjoy from there, from the wildlife. You go there, you see natural springs and stuff like that. We can even make more money from tourism, clearing those places, putting it parks, making it secure.
What I'm even saying is that elephant, I mean, you see people, they were sitting down on it, they were playing with it. It just came out of the forest. I saw the whole clip.
That wouldn't be a wild elephant. Because
it's a wild. It has tusk.
They wouldn't sit on a wild elephant.
I don't even know how they will. Yeah, but it has tusk.
Come on, man. That's a tamed animal.
Well, I want to believe it's tamed, but I don't know. But from what I saw, it has this tusk. It's still there.
No, so that's from the zoos, isn't it? What are you talking about?
Say what? What did you say?
That's what you're saying is you can't sit on a wild elephant now.
I know you cannot. But so I don't just know what is going on there. But what I'm saying is what I'm even driving at is, with that kind of elephant, I think they should have a wildlife protection. I mean, Oyo State should have wildlife protection.
No, it's not wild now. That is something that was brought into that environment. That's what you're describing. That's not from the forest. That's
okay. Let's just say animal protection. Let's say no wildlife. Okay, animal protection. Whereby they can just go and, you know, we Africans, I mean,
animal protection.
A lot of this is wrong.
You know, this is the same.
It can come with a disease too.
One man, do you know that South Africa is making millions from that industry?
Yeah, and Kenya as well, you know.
Yeah, they're making
millions too.
And the north has good land that they can make millions from reserve. From
they have hyenas there, don't they?
They have Yankari game reserve.
Who we go to the game reserve? He went
even Sinapa
capture the person. Who we go?
Aboki is there. They use jazz to catch those things now. That's our own now. We use juju to control hyena and be carrying them around and be displaying. They'll put a small plate. People will be throwing 2 naira, 10 naira for that.
What happened if you want to catch all those wild animals? I think what people normally do then is, fresh Igbo. Fresh Igbo, mix it with meat. Once they eat it, you see them, they'll just fall asleep. And you go there, you raise them and just cage them. By the time they realize...
is that true? Or are you just talking?
See, one man
can I address this guy? Can I address Alexander?
Animal will be like Naira Mali. Go give him, he go bite everybody.
One man,
can I address this one?
They hypnotize them. Not those fresh Igbo you're talking about. They hypnotize them. They use juju on them. You see those hyena men in the north. That's what they do.
Juju they walk
on animals.
See how your brother don't come.
They tame them. Yeah, they do. They use black magic on them. I live in the north.
On animals.
They use black magic.
They walk. Black magic.
Of course they do. All those hyena men in the north, in Sokoto, you have them in Sokoto, in Kano. It's black magic they use on them.
Doctor, when they do the jazz, they sleep. when white people come.
You know.
But have you seen those hyena men?
Hold
Hold
on. Let's hear from engineer. Go on. Yeah.
You know, in Port Harcourt, we used to live back of Air Force Base, and back of Air Force Base is a massive, big forest, and there's where people, some of the uniform men, they planted this Igbo fresh one. So most of the times, if all these wild animals, they come to that farm, if they eat it, but mainly it's snake, all those big pythons, you see they will eat it, and the next thing you see them, they will just fall asleep. They will sleep off till somebody will come and kill them and take them home and go and cook and eat.
They don't
It happens in the greater too, behind army range.
I'm telling you.
You know the army range?
Animal don't
greater?
jack it, go sleep.
I'm telling you, that's the reality. If you see it, you'll be shocked yourself. That's what is happening, and that's how they capture all those bushmeat.
I don't think they fully documented the wildlife in Nigeria just yet. I'm sure we've got some hidden, hitherto presumed to be extinct animals there.
A lot of species dying out.
The Nigerian government doesn't have the full map of Nigeria. You know why I say that? Do you remember when we had a plane crash somewhere around Calabar? That it took them almost 2 months to locate the plane? If not for the local hunters, nobody knew where that plane was. Yes. The people did not die out of the plane crash. They died out of hunger.
So
we don't even know where we have in Nigeria. They just came with a concussion and draw some fancy food thing and say this is the map of Nigeria. We don't even know the measurements of this country.
No, but we have what they drew now, so we have the measurement. We just don't protect it.
I'm trying to tell you now that it's not accurate. It's not correct.
We don't even
Nigeria
know
doesn't know
where
they say our land ends. They don't even know if that is where it really ends. That Calabar case was a case study.
Country will not get border. Which can break.
Exactly. You see, one man. It's kind of like weird in the sense that you see when they captured some Americans, the news was, I think it's 2 of them or so, 3 of them. The America actually came into Sambisa, rescued those guys with their what's it called, their
Marines.
No, this thing you fly in the air. What is it again?
Drones.
Drones, yeah, thank you. With their drones. It's a special set of drones. They came and they rescued those guys from our own territory. You know, foreigners know our territory better than us. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, they don't know our territory better than us. They just know where their people are because they will have some sort of signaling, some beacon that they will
flip the coin back, one man. If it was to be Nigerian army that we are lost in that.
Because they don't have the technology now. The Nigerian army don't have. You know that the Americans, they have satellite technology. They can, wherever you are now, they can almost, maybe not see through your window, but they can isolate.
Yeah, they did it to Gaddafi.
Just from your mobile number. You know,
that is the 5G technology you're talking about. That's advanced military hardware.
They have that, but we have Chakabula.
I know.
You know, we have this gun. You know those guns that you have to kick it in the back, and then when you shoot it, it will throw you back. That is what
but the Fulanis don't go with that one man. No. Fulanis are going with AK-49, not even 47 again.
There you are. So there it is.
5G is not working, to be honest. It's not functioning.
So we have Henry in our midst. Let's meet him. Come on.
No, I think we've met Henry before. So, Henry, good to have you. Okay. Henry, unmute yourself. They want to hear from you. Look at that. I think when he heard the go, that's when he came calling. So, was it the Henry?
Hello, everyone. Hello, man.
Good to have you. Have we had you before? I suspect we have.
Yeah, I've been here before.
Brilliant. So good to have you again then. So So, engineer, round off your thoughts, and then we'll go to Henry just because he's new to the space, so that people can have a feel of his politics.
I think I'm done for now, one man. Let Henry carry on so other people can speak as well.
All right, thank you, engineer. So, Henry, we were talking about the Nigerian space, so plenty to discuss within that space. But one of the key things that we are discussing is the instruction from MALLAM Buhari to the EFCC to hold fire and steady down and sheathe their swords in terms of going after our corrupt politicians. So Buhari is telling the EFCC that he wants to now put his friends into political offices and he does not want them investigated. So what are you then making of this instruction? Somewhat, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission being told not to investigate economic and financial crimes perpetrated by politicians. What are you making of that, Henry?
It's very funny because it's just like I'm looking at it from two sides. Did Obiano's arrest lead to this? Or and then the other angle is the president also trying to protect some people, or is Obiano his friend, or is Obiano not his friend? That's just what I'm trying to see in here. But man, it's only Nigeria. All these things really happen, and at the end of the day, you start to have a feel like
it's not Obiano that is trying to shield. He's trying to shield the incoming APC chairman, a chap called Abdullahi Adamu, who has a huge case file of corruption from the time as governor of Nasarawa State. So he wants to shield him. I think that is what he's signaling.
I get where you're coming from. Now, if I have to, now another side of this is Buhari doing this. Where's the credibility in his own government? Like, it's just when you start to look at all these things, he's shielding this person, but there are a lot of antics to it also. And I don't know. It's because from my own side of view, if the president is doing this, I just feel like it's really out of line. You have to see some actions and you're like, it's the president. Like,
so how do we call him to order? You say it's out of line, which I agree. So how do we call him?
You need the right. I keep saying it. I'm a wrong man. You need the right man for the job. Buhari is not the person. APC is not the party for the job, man. Right? They don't even have the right people in there.
Okay, so if you say we need the right man for the job, then that suggests that you have an idea who that would be. So who would they be?
Me? I really don't. Nigerians actually have this card to play. Who they want to be their president, who would do them well, who would treat them fairly well. They've heard so many people talk. They've heard Dele Momodu talk. They've heard Atiku talk. They've heard Bola Tinubu talk. But it's more like, are they after the money or are they after the person's competence? And even if the person comes into power, it's not like it's going to give you any money. Look at Tinubu with all the money he has. What has he done in Lagos State? Like, there's so many poor persons.
My brother, who do you prefer?
Okay, describe. Sorry, go at it this way, Henry, because this might well lead you even to answer that question that Aizon was putting to you. Describe from your prism who you think, describe that person that would be the ideal president from Nigeria, for Nigeria. So describe who you think the ideal president, both in terms of character, in terms of worldview. So however you choose to describe it, describe who you would think the ideal president for Nigeria would be, and then cap it off with a name.
Let me be honest with you. I'm just going to say, I'm speaking based on every contestant I've heard speak now. Like their promises, their manifesto, whatever they have, whatever they've promised Nigerians as a whole. So far, so good. I am pious. If you look at what he has spoken about and what he has done from the time he spoke about an issue when he was the Senate president. No, when he was no longer the Senate president and Jonathan was there after the Yadwa time when they were trying to transition. And that moment, we Nigerians, we didn't really know what it was like in the political space. But when I heard him speak of how he was able to manage that whole angle, even outside being the Senate president, outside being in power, he spoke very elegantly. And it was more like, is this guy promising? Has he held positions where you can start to look at him like, okay, can this guy really change something if he's given the chance? I'm not saying he's the best man for the job.
No, has he though? So to that question you asked, has he held the position that he had to administer as the first person in a place? So not a Senate president, or which is just office job, but like a governor or councillor. Has he held anything when he was an authority that was the decisive authority?
Besides being a Senate president, it's been a SGF, and that was under Jonathan's regime. And what was his impact? You pushed for you know, as a SGF secretary to the government, there's really nothing. You play in the background, and there's really nothing you can do on the front scale like that. So it's more like you're just helping the president to get his policies working. He did his best. He's not the president, but I'm just saying, if you have to give him the seat, if you have to put him in position, is I am capable? Has it been?
Yeah, but he's not being a decision maker up
to
date.
Has it been within the corridors of power on a central level? That's where I'm coming from. Yes, it's been the Senate president. It's been the SGF. He understands the corridor of power. That's where I'm coming from. So does he know? Does he have what it takes to be able to run a country? If you really want to look at it, yes, he has some pedigree from where it's coming from.
But no, what pedigree though? What pedigree? What led you through that? Because where I was trying to lead you to was that if he has been a decision maker, like a chief of a space, somebody like a state governor is the example that I was looking to. Because the state governor,
being a Senate president, being a Senate president, and even having had the time to go back to the Senate, he decided, no, I won't go back because why? I won't be able to occupy that space I was before.
So no. A Senate president doesn't prepare you for. It's not.
That's the question I want to ask him. Is it around that area? Like when you say he's qualified, that you think he's someone you champion, is his only qualification the fact that he was a Senate president? I mean, so the argument that I was looking forward to hearing from you was that, okay, he was a Senate president. While he was Senate president, he did this, he passed this legislation, he got this particular thing done, he got this other thing done that helped improve the lives of 10 million Nigerians. You know, but I didn't hear that. I just heard he was a Senate president. Okay, the guy from Nasarawa that one man talked about, he was a governor. Does that make him qualified to go and sit down as president? You see what I'm saying? So if you can be more specific.
I get your point, but what I'm saying from what I've heard every contestant say in this race, I've heard Sowore speak, I've heard Tinubu speak, I've heard Dele Momodu speak, I've heard Atiku speak. You know, I don't know who you're leaning to. It's your choice. But I'm saying, from what I've heard, every one of them spoken so far. If I have to go with a choice, I'm going with I am.
Yes, and my brother, I'm saying.
No,
why?
that's his own prejudiced view, though. So that's
he does.
Okay. It's a bit like asking people why you vote with your conscience.
The why is important too.
Yes, I know.
Henry.
Because now he's trying to sell him to us as a president.
Exactly.
Henry, have you heard Peter Obi speak?
I heard him speak.
You've heard Peter Obi speak. What do you think of Peter Obi?
He's okay, but I prefer Mogalu. If I'm talking about speaking now, I'm not talking about. Can I speak? Now you gotta get the facts clear. I'm talking about speaking, what they spoke on, what they said they were going to do.
Hold on, let him finish.
I'm not saying who will do the job. I'm not saying who's the best man for the job. I'm just saying based on what they're speaking on right now, based on their promises to Nigerians, that's what I need you to understand. Not like, oh, is it the best man for the job? I'm not saying that. Just get what I'm saying. What they're
no. Henry,
issues on ground. Look at how they're speaking. That's what you're looking for, a leader who's going to lead you somewhere. At least listen to his words. That's where you stop picking it from. Like, okay, what's this guy telling me? Is it making sense?
Henry, I'm with you in what you just said. I too, just on presentation alone, not on their antecedents, but just on presentation alone. For me, but then I'm always biased when it comes to Mogalu because I've always liked the guy. For me, Mogalu, by clear distance above Peter Obi, who's just a yam and eggs man, which I like to describe, colloquially. It's just a yam and eggs man. But Mogalu, an intellectual, a blue sky thinker, somebody with a real astute cranial functioning and very ability to articulate his ideas in a way that cohere. So what we hear from Peter B, is China. So that's all they say. It's China. So forget that. But you mentioned Dele Momodu in your listings just then. Is he under consideration as anything? Because I thought it was just comic relief. So I'm surprised that anybody will bring his name up. I thought it was just there for the comedy factor.
So the Dele Momodu for me is not even serious in this race. He's not even serious in this race because if you look at PDP's calculation, I don't think they have anything coming towards the Southwest right now. That's just my own calculation from PDP's last presidential, from their last president, because that was Jonathan South. So they're not giving anybody Southwest right now. It's going back.
He's not Southwest now. He's from South. It's from Edo State.
Yeah, you think PDP will go back to South again? Jonathan came from South, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to correct you that you mentioned that from Southwest. It's not from Southwest, it's from South.
But he's claiming Osun State and Edo State.
No, that is like a bit like Sowore, a citizen of no mean city. Yeah, but Henry, take a question from Charles. Charles wants to put a question to you.
Yeah. Henry, do you believe that the West and the North have failed Nigeria? Yes or no? Simple question. Do you believe
He said, do you believe that the West and the North have failed Nigeria?
The North and the West?
Yeah, the Yorubas and the Fulani is essentially what he's saying.
Failed Nigerians?
Well, yes.
We too know.
So that's just the question. I'll address that, and then I want to take you to.
I wouldn't say the North and the West. I think it's everybody in it. You know, Nigeria is not made up of just the North and the West. It's made up of the three factions, like the North, the West, the East, and the South. So all sides involved. You can if you say the North and the West failed Nigeria, what part did the East play? What part did the South play? Like each part played their own role. So you have to look at it from that angle. But more like, have we been fair to the Igbos in general, as in Nigeria as a whole? You know, it's up to Nigerians to decide how they feel. I'm not here to speak on.
And how would you answer that question you've just posed?
You know, you have to understand the roots of everything. But at the end of the day, the history is very deep. And just to find equity, just to find a good balance, if the leaders, if the Igbo leaders feel this way, and they've channeled, their grievances, like, okay, we don't feel appreciated, we don't feel well tolerated in this country. I feel like they are in a better position to, show their grievances towards other political leaders across the board. And then they can find equity, they can find a better ground, a common ground for them. But I don't see them doing that. And then it's just the common citizens coming up with IPOB, Biafra, coming up with different kind of, programs that they can use to fund themselves, help themselves, isolate themselves from this whole government called Nigeria. And that's just what's going on there.
But Henry, can you
hold on, Charles. I think he's already addressed that. But do you think the PDP is essentially a northerner and an Igbo party? Because, like you've just said now, you've tried to infuse Dele Momodu as a Yoruba voice within that space. But Adaleko corrected that. So there's no Yoruba person in the PDP.
The PDP is a nationalist party. A nationalist party, they have people from all sides. If you look at how the PDP was merged together right from the beginning, that was what the PDP constituted. They have people from this everywhere in Nigeria, all aboard. And if you look at when they constituted the PDP was the party to defeat because they went across all board. They picked from the south, they picked from the north, they picked from the east, they picked from all sides. So there was no side that they would say was actually cheated. But look at APC. APC is a combination of how you want to put it. You want to say like parties. I won't call it a nationalist party. They have. Just let me give you an instance. ACN was mainly parties from the southwest, ANPP, and then CPC. So you look at it that they have people coming from the north and the southwest, basically.
No, they have a sprinkling of Abga as well. They have a sprinkling all this Okorocha and the rest of the yam heads.
It's not a board. It's not a board. Amongst the Abga, how many states could they pick? Just one state in the whole of Southeast or the whole of South? So it's not like a board. It's not a nationalist party. Like if you look at PDP when they came into power, PDP was everywhere. They touched all the states. There was nowhere they didn't get to in the north and the south and the east. They were everywhere. APC cannot make that move. They can't make that much effort.
All right. And you touched on Sowore when you were giving your list of possible runners and riders. What is your take? Because he's one of the controversial figures that we discuss on this platform, a bit like Marmite. Some love him with passion, some just disregard him out of hand. But where are you weighing on the Sowore divide rather? Fit for purpose or just a poser?
So Sowore always would be the man for the job. Is not a Nigerian's gonna appreciate him? A Nigerian's gonna take on his lead? A Nigerian's gonna look at him like, okay, we want someone different from the money bags this time. A radical who's gonna go against the system, who's gonna challenge everybody, do the right things for Nigerians. At least give this guy a trial, man. Everyone is worth a trial. This guy coming into power right now, Atiku or Tinubu, they've never been there before. We are about to give them a chance. That's if they make it there.
But they have antecedents in politics.
Antecedent that what?
In politics and governance.
About what? Stealing money. About what?
No. In politics and governance.
Okay.
Sowore has no antecedent in anything.
Good.
Other than activism.
Right. Okay. Good. One man. I need you to give me two legacies that Tinubu left behind.
No, I couldn't because I'm not a follower. I'm not a follower of his, and I didn't especially pay attention to his administration. But he has antecedents in
Lagos. Was governor before?
Yes, twice governor. Twice governor. Yeah. So and Atiku vice president. So that's antecedents in politics and governance. But Sowore's antecedents is in activism. So I don't think activism prepares you for governance.
Okay. Now, I need to ask you a question. What was Seyi Makinde's antecedent before he became a governor?
I couldn't tell you off the back of my off the top of my head either.
I'm not sure it was anything in the political space, really. I'm sure he
tried. I could check. It's easily checked, but
I'm sure he tried becoming a senator sometime before, but he never made it. And he went back into his private business, a businessman. He tried contesting once under SDP, he failed, and then he got under a bigger platform, PDP, and he got a ticket, and now it's transformed, is doing so well in Oyo State.
Yeah, but he's a career politician though, but Sowore is a career activist. Do you see?
Exactly. They gave him a chance, he performed. All the career politicians that have been there, all the Teslim Folarin, all the Ladojas, all the Akala, he defeated them. They gave him a trial, the people gave him a trial, and he's performing today, right? That's the same thing we need to do with Sowore. He has spoken, I can do this, I can do that. He has abused a lot of people. I don't see any other person the government is dealing with, any other presidential contestant right now that the president is dealing with the way they're dealing with Sowore, that they're going to be arresting back to back, trying to kill your brother, trying to kill your family members. Tell me one other presidential contestant that's been in jail in the last 6 months. Tell me one presidential contestant that has lost a family member in the last 6 months, in the last 1 year. Apart from Sowore. And despite all these challenges,
that's not the consequence of his politicking. That's a consequence of his activism.
All this because he has some interest in this government. All this because he has some interest in making Nigeria better. If he doesn't, do you think the government will really be after him like this?
I think hold on, Ajale Koko. I think it was just because they tolerated him for long enough before they went after him. I think they just considered that he was making the place look untidy.
Untidy in what way? By telling them the truth? By telling the people what they really need to know?
No. If he left it to verbalizing his disquiet, then that's fine. But when you are actively agitating for direct action against governance, and you are describing that direct action as a revolution, then you are really boxing the government into a corner to take an action against you.
And what did he really do against the government? I need to understand. What did he really do?
It was mobilizing people to take to the streets to have a revolution.
About governance, to revolt against governance.
A physical revolution.
Yeah, we
saw what happened at Arab Springs, and bad governance is a subjective view because the government will tell you that they are a good government, so they will tell you that your definition of them is your prejudiced view. And they will invite you to go to the polls to remove them if you are not satisfied. But you cannot certainly ask for direct action on the street, terming that as a revolution to act against. That's almost like a coup, you know.
Are you saying in a sane environment the people don't have a right to protest?
Not to a revolution.
Attack policemen. He never said that.
What does a revolution mean? When you're asking for direct action and you're terming it a revolution, what does that mean?
Okay,
we know what that means.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, but I don't think I've ever seen Sowore lead the charge to say, "Let's go burn down government buildings."
And it was defacing government property. He was defacing public property.
Do you have that on record?
But he does that copiously, severally.
How? He can speak
copiously, severally.
How defaces it? How?
He graffitis public assets. He just makes the place look untidy.
He can talk.
That's why they had to park him away.
He can go to the Federal House of Representatives to go make a protest. He can go there with his.
No, but not to deface it. Not to deface it.
By how? By people being
by graffitiing. By graffiti, he was graffitiing.
He did do that, one man.
He did that in Lagos. He did that in Abuja. He did that at the airport in Abuja. I had the video. The video all over the internet.
You saw him particularly.
He led the movement.
Let us see the video.
He led the movement that led to the.
You change the story again. That he led the movement. Did you see him particularly defacing?
No. Just leave that. Ajale Koko. The guy, led his followers to an international airport, and his followers then on that he was singing along as whoever had the can was spray painting. So he led that. He facilitated that occurrence to deface public property.
Why is he not charged to court?
Because they want to ignore him. They don't want to give him the oxygen of the publicity that he wants.
That is not true, one man. They couldn't charge him because
he's an attention seeker.
No, they couldn't charge him because he didn't do nothing. They didn't. They did not. They didn't see him doing anything wrong against the state. And all the cases against him, all the legal cases against him, he won everything. So what is all this anti-Sowore that will be posting all the time?
It's not anti-Sowore now.
This is anti-Sowore.
Well, I don't know about that.
How would you describe Sowore now?
We are putting him under the microscope.
How would you describe? You still describing Sowore as an activist? Is he not a person that owns a political party, that created a political party, a platform for everybody to join, and is participating in politics, and you still describing him as activist? You don't want to describe him as politician.
No, because he's antecedent. His antecedent is in activism. That is where it is now. You know that we all know that it's not even a matter of subjective discussion now. His antecedent, his backstory, his backdrop is activism. Know, and he's trying to evolve from activism into politics. But he's rather than transiting, he's carrying activism into politics, speaking in activist and acting in an activist manner, wanting to be a politician. So that is the story.
What is wrong? You know? What is wrong in that? Is that a wrong thing to do?
Well, it's clearly not working for him.
Is it illegal? Is it illegal?
It's clearly not working for him.
Is
it working for him?
It is working for him.
How so? He's a figure of mirth and ridicule.
He's working for him. The government, the criminal government you have in place, is scared of him from mobilizing people against them across the country, and that is why.
He lost an election. Why wasn't he agitating for a revolution before he contested for an election?
What is the meaning of it? Is revolution a statement? I mean, a word of violence? Is it a word of violence?
It is. In tonality and in action, often a word of violence. That is usually
it doesn't mean violence.
No. Let's not go to the dictionary. But
let's go to the dictionary.
Hold on.
It out.
Okay, no. Let's not go to the dictionary. What I wanted to ask you is, why was he not asking for a revolution pre his election, and why did he then, after losing the election, ask for a revolution? Is he via revolution trying to get what he couldn't get via the ballot box?
No, because he was not involved directly in politics before he contested election.
Right.
And after the election, when he lost, and this government started illegal conduct against the Nigerian people interest.
Okay, were they not doing illegal? Hold on. Were they not doing illegal actions before the election that he contested? Were they not doing that?
He was busy, and he was using his media house to counter government.
So he wasn't calling for a revolution pre the election. He lost the election, and then suddenly, after losing the election, the government became bad, and he wants people to burn down the country.
You are playing the propaganda of the government.
No, but is that not?
That is the propaganda of the government.
No, that's the sequence of action. Is that not the sequence of action? That was the sequence of action.
It is a government of. It is a propaganda by the government against the interests of the people. They are using that propaganda, to confuse you people to think that this guy is trying to. Did he carry arms? And what I know about the world revolution, it means change. It means a radical change. Even Buhari himself, he used the world revolution when he was signing the new electoral law. He said this electoral law will revolutionize our electioneering conduct in Nigeria.
Okay. Let's go to. It doesn't mean whatever a forcible overthrow of a government or social order in favor of a new system. The country has had a socialist revolution. A forcible overthrow of a government or social order in favor of a new system. So, but he wasn't even advocating violence, but this is not even where I was going. But even though you said to go for the literal definition, that is the literal definition, but the abiding understanding of a revolution is often violent, and he was mobilizing to the streets, graffitiing public property, agitating of the people to rile them against the government. So he left them no choice. He invited it. But Adale Koko, let's hear from Chris, who joins us. So Chris, as ever we land on the Sowore space, what is your take what's your take on this character, Sowore?
Thank you very much, one man, Adale Koko, and everybody in the platform. I greet everybody. I'm a Sowore fan, so I'm just going to put that out there. I think he has done a lot for the Nigerian people. He has sacrificed a lot. He has stayed away from his family for years. He has been constrained to Abuja. I hear a lot of people say, he does not have grassroots and all that. The reason they kept him in Abuja was for him not to be able to use those times to go to every other state, because they saw the last campaign he did. He went to everywhere in Nigeria. He even went to swim with the commoners in the village. He went to a place where somebody has died, no money to bury. He brought the money to bury the person. He has really shown that he cares about the Nigerian people. But the Nigerian people, the question is, does the Nigerian people care about him? That's what matters.
What's the answer to that question? What's your answer to that question?
I don't think majority of the people see the sacrifice he has made. So I would say no. The Nigerian people don't care fully about him. You hear people say,
do they care at all? You say not fully, but do they even care at all?
Well, I care. I know so many other people.
Yeah, but you straddle that space alone. You and others cutting a lonely figure in the ethers. But you just said now broadly, Nigerians don't really care about this guy.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And I believe it is part of the propaganda.
And that is true, by the way, propaganda.
I believe it's the propaganda of the political elite to have made him like a pariah, make him look so bad in the eyes undermine all the things he has done. Sometimes when you tell me when you talk on the platform that he's an attention seeker, it kind of boggles my mind sometimes. This is a man.
You disagree? Do you disagree?
I disagree because this is a man that has been with Abiola when Abiola, he said he does not support Abiola, but the reason he went to fight for Abiola was because of the injustice that that was perpetrated against Abiola.
Because of the cameras there.
One man, the cameras back there in black and white. It wasn't colored.
There it is. You see.
Camera was not even existing then. So what do you want to say about one man?
Camera
was not even existing that time.
Paparazzi activism. Activism. This is it.
So yes, I support Sowore. I support everything he has done. And my regret was I wish Nnamdi Kanu has put force with him when they met in New York. Because Sowore told him to add your force with me. And let's be stronger. 2 heads are better than one. But Nnamdi Kanu was already out of the way. He never wanted to be part of Nigeria anymore. So yeah, if I have an opportunity to vote, I'll vote Sowore in a heartbeat.
Would that be a wasted vote?
Well, you can call it that, man. But that is a vote.
I'm asking you because that vote would not impact. So that would be a conscience vote.
No, I won't say it's wasted because it's my conscience. So it's a conscience vote. I'm voting my conscience. So my conscience is what made me vote that way. So I won't say it's a wasted vote.
All right. All right. Thank you. So good to hear from you. So you finally mustered the courage. I've been seeing you making a lot of noise in the comment section, writing in capital letters and, chasing all the women there. Look at this guy. I will report you to your wife. I have your number. But thank you.
How do you know I'm married?
Oh, all right. Well, there you are. If you are single, then you are allowed.
I'm married.
Yeah.
Woman. Mm-hmm. Do you think Peter Obi's next, that is business that got burnt in Abuja, do you think it was towards stalling him coming out to make a declaration?
Come on. Even you do not think that. Even you do not think that. That's too far now. Come on now.
You think it's too far?
It's just a consequence of circumstance. It's an accident. I think he comes out on the other end. What has that got to do with politics? He gets the insurance payout and it comes out richer for it.
This is how politicians play, one man. You can never be too sure.
To go and burn down a shopping complex, how does that affect?
Because they know he has a good chance. Because they know he's making a lot of money. A lot of money comes in from that business. And then, if they stall this one.
Are you from the East, Henry?
No. I'm just saying. I'm just giving an instance. Now, anything is possible in Nigeria. We're talking about Nigerians here. They go all the way. They go.
That's a bit far fetched, but you never say never. But I never had that thought. But now I'm having it. But
I've always thought about that next that got burnt was to actually stop him from making that move to come out to say, yes, I want to be president. But here's
the question.
Go on, Chris.
So talking about what Henry brought up about Peter Obi's shopping stuff got burnt, I have a question. Is it possible that all this explosion happening in Lagos and different parts of the country might be connected to terroristic attack, but we don't know yet? Because these Boko Harams might have cells that they might send to other states to go commit all this havoc. But just because it's not reported that way, do you think it's coincidence that all these explosions just keep happening for no reason?
Let me answer that this way. There was a story we were covering here just a few days ago, maybe a week or so ago, about this lady that was having a party, and as the gifts that she was giving out gallons of petrol, as party souvenirs. So you can see how I'm even surprised that things are not burning even more. Just the careless way and the overpacked way that Lagos is. So I'm not sure that I have that attribution, but maybe others do. So maybe somebody else wants to have a different view. Yeah, engineer.
Was she giving petrol as a gift?
Yeah, she was giving out. When you go to a party and they give you all these plastics with something printed on it. So instead of all those plastics and rubbish that they give, she was instead giving out gallons of petrol, just this little, cans of petrol with a picture on the side. So you can see how the Lagos state government went after her, and I think she's been reprimanded or in some way. But I'm even surprised that even more accidents, those tankers tipping over, it's a hellish place, Lagos.
Yeah, but this is the system, one man, that you should know that these people are very corrupt in that country. They know what they're doing, one man. Why would government will go after her? She's doing her best.
That's health and safety now, engineer. Come on now. You're a health and safety man.
Woman.
Engineer. Is that safe?
What the Bola
is that safe?
To alleviate people's suffering when they were queuing in front of the gas stations when they couldn't get fuel. But someone did a party, and in form of a souvenir, she was like, okay, let me give people gas. Let me give them petrol. They're going to need to fuel the generators when they get back home. What did Bola Tinubu do? Give you guys $200 recharge card to go put on your cell phones? That's the
well, yeah. Is that not enough? It's not obliged to give you anything.
$200 recharge card to petrol that I'm going to use to sleep and stay awake for 6 hours. Come on, Roman. What are you talking about?
Woman, it's not. I must be honest with you. She's giving that as souvenir. It's not health. It's not health and safety.
It's not.
It's not safe.
In a party where they are drinking, smoking, you have live wire piped up to mic speaker.
It depends on the environment. She can put that.
We understand the dangers involved,
and you heard that 9 people died.
If there was enough fuel, if there was enough fuel in the economy, like in the society, do you think she would go all the way to start giving people fuel?
It's not about that.
Nothing justifies that. That's just the height of irresponsibility.
But it wouldn't happen if there was no fuel scarcity. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Yeah, no, the fuel scarcity is one thing, but that extreme is something that the government.
What did the government do to alleviate your sufferings when you had that fuel scarcity? Nothing. No subsidy. No stimulus. Nothing. And then someone doing a party decides, okay,
Henry,
I want to do this, I want to do that.
Let's look at this from a logical perspective.
I do, my man. I understand where you're
died
coming from.
If 8 people died from an explosion from those,
but nobody died.
Huge amount of fuel,
I get what
would
you're
you be
saying,
fine,
my man? I get what you're saying, dog. I'm just saying. I understand.
You're back now. Are you calling him a dog? I don't call him a dog. Now.
It's DAWG, dog.
Which one is that one?
It's not DOG. It's DAWG, dog.
Dog. It's a new language. This is what you speak in America.
You do dog. Now US you did.
No, it's an American. You can not hear that in his voice. But so there it is. The Americans with their usual funny ways. So there it is. So let me put another talking point to you. This one has not actually been discussed. So you were talking about Tinubu. So maybe you want to take this on, Henry. EFCC giving 7 days ultimatum to initiate criminal charges against Tinubu. So this is this ultimatum was given by an organization that calls itself Concerned Nigerians Advocacy Group, and this group is arrowheaded by Deji Adeyanju, who is one of Sowore's flunky, who is right hand, is flunky. So in 2019, when that bullion van incident happened, and they took all these bullion vans to Tinubu's house, this organization wrote a petition to EFCC to investigate that, because this is cause for concern, because there are restrictions around money movement in Nigeria, an individual not allowed to move more than 5 million naira in one go, a corporate body not more than 10 million, but insufficient enough money to need 2 billion vans to ferry it was cause of concern. And if you add on the fact that movement was on the eve, just the day before the presidential votings, then that adds even more color to it. So they invited the FCC on the 25th of October 2019 to investigate this. They wrote a petition, but the EFCC has not done anything. So they've now given the EFCC 7 days notice before legal proceedings is instituted to then file criminal charges against Tinubu. But what will be the basis of that criminal charge? Because people talk about these 2 billion vans, but nobody has ever told us what the content of those bullion vans are. And you cannot make the assumption that you know the content when you don't know the content. So what are you then making of this ultimatum that has no basis in fact or logic?
You already said it. It has no basis in fact. Exactly. Like, look at the person championing Deji. What do you think is going to happen? Nothing really.
There's a yam head.
Exactly. So it's just, you know, that guy likes to rant, you know.
There's another boy, but it's Sowore's boy, isn't it? So the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree.
I have a response to one man.
Go on.
What is bullion van used for?
I don't know. It's a variety of functions. I don't work in banking. I don't work in banking, so I'm not going to speak to us. I don't work in banking. So I know a van is used to ferry stuff, but what a bullion and I know colloquially that a bullion van is used to ferry valuable products. But I couldn't tell you more than just a layman's. You know, I don't work in banking.
Specifically, what are the valuable products that is used?
You're asking me to speculate now. It's a banker that can tell us that.
Come on, man. You work in the bank before.
It could be.
Yes, but not in money transiting. But not in money transiting. I work in. I don't know. I'm not sure how you even. I'm not sure how you even remember. How do you remember? Did I say that? Did I say that here? I've been saying too much of my history in this place.
One man. This is not one man now. Wow.
No.
No, but on all seriousness, no, they cannot say to go and investigate the bullion van now.
Have you ever seen an individual carrying bullion van around? What kind of business does he do in his house? That business
that bullion van story that people are harping on is easily explained or excused away. You know, he could say that the van came to his house because he wanted to buy it. He could just say anything now.
He wanted to buy.
But so long as you are not able to establish the content of the, if substitute the bullion vans with cars or a van, they are just two vehicles that went into his house.
Do you know that those bullion vans?
The EFCC do. The EFCC will go and ask him a question. They will just tell them to get lost.
On the way, do you know that bullion van? Hold on, let me say something.
You agree with what I'm saying? That you have to know the content of that bullion van.
Okay, we know the content. We know the content, and this is how.
But going into a politician's
we go to establish this. We will prove this at the court. Those bullion van, we have.
How will he get to court? How will he get to court? How will he get to court? You go to court and tell the court that 2 vans went into his house, lock him up.
We are going to establish our fact at the court. Number one.
Hold on. No, they don't just take cases to court like that. You just go. No, you have to establish that a case subsists before the court will listen to you now. You don't just write a letter to the court that we want to. That's not how it works now. Especially, you have to establish that a crime was committed.
Yes.
Bullion vans going into people's houses is not a crime.
It's a crime in Nigeria.
Who told you that? Don't make up the law now. Don't make up laws now.
Hold on. We have laws in Nigeria guiding the use of bullion van. We have the law that states clearly where bullion van can move to from one point A to point B. Everything is well established.
We don't have that. You know, a bullion van is a vehicle. That is all it is. The purpose that it is used for is peculiar to the banking industry. There is no other guide. No, it's a security. It's a security vehicle, but it's a security vehicle for privateers. For privateers. For privateers. You know that the police that follows a bullion van, they have to be commissioned. They have to be paid for. It's not part of your tax pay because you are a private bank. So it's no more. So what are you talking? It's just a vehicle now. We want to go to court that a vehicle went into somebody's house.
Yes, they're going to court. They have the registration. They have the registration. Hold on, one man. They have the registration of that van
Right.
We have the we know where, I mean, where that bullion van belonged to,
right?
And what that bullion van went to do there. We have all the information, and we're going to present it at the law court.
Okay. No, hold on, no, because you can't just move from an inaccuracy. You said you know what the bullion van went to do there, and you know the content of it. So what did they go to do there, and what was the content?
Oh, that until we get to the court.
What do you mean until you get to the? You don't have what are you talking about? Come on now.
I mean, the Jayadu.
Jayadu is a punk.
Ajani Koko.
What are you talking about? You are talking about people. You are talking about the Jayadu. This is just Sowore wannabe now. It wants to be
There's
like
no law against bullion.
They have given them 7 days ultimatum.
The guy has gone to finish his law degree and is doing a celebration in the social media space. It's just a nonsense.
If they don't respond, then you will see what will happen after them. Don't worry.
Will happen? What is
wait. But for you to say that, they don't know the content, they don't know what I am telling you, those guys have their fact already. Before spreading EFC with lawsuit, if they don't carry out...
They don't have anything. They don't have anything. They've invited EFCC to investigate.
Why do you think they don't have anything?
Well, how would they have anything?
Okay, can I tell you what I know? Now, you see, because those people are interested parties, they have already reported to the EFCC. They don't want to preempt the courts and the case. That is why they are not bringing what they know forward. Otherwise, it will be trashed out. That is law. So you don't preempt the court.
Minus what do you preempt the court? You don't preempt it. They are not in court. How can you preempt a case that it's not sub judice?
Okay,
you are talking about sub judice.
No. I also just told you they have a civil suit. That is not being in public because Tinubu is a heavyweight. Doesn't mean they have a civil
suit against. Hold on. They have a civil suit against whom?
Against the certain individual who is parading himself as a national leader of a political party and carry bullion vans
does he have a name?
And yes, it's Tinubu now.
Say the name now. So who has the civil suit against Tinubu?
One man, I don't know who you are really working for now. Now I'm beginning to suspect.
What are you talking about? You are talking in abstract.
I'm telling you, the JID, Juice and the other people, they also went to court to charge it. EFCC is part of EFCC is part of the people they are suing because they are not investigating the matter. They are also suing EFCC because EFCC has thrown their petition under the desk.
No, but they are not, are they? So that's not factually true. Because they've
just... How do you mean it's not factually true? I'm only telling you what these people have come out to say. And you are saying what they said is not true.
It's not factually true.
Because they didn't come to you or because you don't know?
Hold on. Let me hold on, please, Ajani Koko. It's not factually true because today, that organization, they wrote to EFCC telling them they gave them 7 working days notice to respond to their petition, otherwise they will sue. So that tells you that they have not sued because
they have sued.
Okay, forget it. You know better that the people that you are saying are sued, they're saying they are going to sue. What does have and going to mean? Do you want me to reread it?
Lord Michael, let me tell you, the latest report that we had is that they are going to sue. Let us stay on that.
Don't say what you don't know now.
Let us stay on that.
Don't make up stuff.
But
the issue, this is the information I know about.
The issue is that after 7 days, we will know where we are going to, whether they can sue or whether they have their fact or not. We will see for court. That is, let us just leave it like that. But what I know about bullion van is never used for personal use. It's used for transportation of valuable products like money, like gold, from bank to bank. It is not from individual house to bank. It can be used from conveying cash and valuable distance from organization that has to do with money to bank. That is what
that is not true.
Never used for personal use. And Tinubu already It's on camera. He already shot himself in the foot. He said he can do whatever he likes with his money. He said, I don't take contract for money from government. Yet he acknowledged that this thing came to his house. So what they came to, he have to say it. Don't worry. The matter of time.
Imagine Tinubu saying
you see, the totality of it is a nonsense. You see, all of the things that we're talking about, is that 2 vehicles went into a private citizen's house. You are going to sue him to come and explain the content of 2 vehicles that went into his house. What does that mean? You are going to sue him to come and explain the content of 2 vehicles that went into his house. Nobody said the vehicles were stolen. No crime has been committed. Which person is saying that a crime was committed against him?
2 days to the election.
Anything can go into his house. What are we talking about now? We're just.
Let me tell you. The 2 billion vans arrived his place on the eve of an election. And they know that he is an interested party and he bribes people. So it is all allegations and when it gets to the law of God, everybody is going to prove their own case.
Lord Michael.
What?
I think
don't defend what is indefensible.
No, I'm not going to.
You know, you are a man of integrity.
No, you are not. You are not a man of integrity. When did you become a man of integrity? I saw. And that Lekoko is trying to butter you up. But carry on, Aizon.
No, I just want to say that, Lord Michael was saying that, there's an election on the eve and he used that money to buy people. See, my brother, the thing is this. Even if we don't like him, I'm not a Tinubu fan myself. Yes, he has to explain why bullion vans came to his house, but you can't conclude that the only reason why bullion vans were coming out of his house was because he wanted to bribe people. What I would say is this.
You are guessing it wrong.
No. Wait.
I'm only giving you.
Wait. Let me finish now. Let me finish. Yes, people can say easily. The thing about this thing is this: when you meet this sort of thing, especially with someone this powerful,
Dangote even didn't come out to say it's richer than Osun.
There has to be evidence to support your fact. Now, bullion van coming to his house, the question you have to ask is, what does the law say? Is it illegal? Is it criminal for a bullion van to go to the house of an individual? And according to what Angelico was saying, if they can prove that that's somehow a violation of the law, then they have a case. Otherwise, they'll just be wasting time. Because at the end of the day, my brother, you and I know.
And bullion vans are not used exclusively by banks. The only purpose that bullion van serves is a secured vehicle which is heavily metally padded to move valuable things. That is all it does. Exactly. So it's not exclusive preserve of the banks. The people that deal gold, they do it, they use it. Diamond dealer use it, privateers use it, everybody uses it.
Even to move narcotics.
Even to move narcotics, I don't know about that, but but it's certainly not the exclusive preserve.
Yeah,
of the banks.
and one man, listen.
Know that.
I personally would be happy if there was some solid case to show evidence of Tinubu exchanging money with some people for.
That would be the thing.
Smoking gun.
The content of the
I'll be happy.
Bullion van is no more than saying 2 vehicles went into his house.
Yeah, the danger.
And come and explain yourself in court. 2 vehicles came into your house.
Yeah, and the danger for a day or two
even in Nigeria.
If you put
just a yam head, isn't it?
Yeah, don't know. But the thing is, but one man, the thing is, if you put out this sort of accusation, and it's proven to be, useless, you lose credibility. So he has to be careful in also doing this. Someone this powerful, when you put something forward, you want to make sure you really have some real dead bodies to show.
Aizon, I have a question.
Do you think that is the only thing they are charging him with?
That's the only one we know now, my brother. We can't be talking about what we don't know.
That is the only one you know. And that is not the only one they may know. So
but when the other
they
one must
may
come
have
out, we go
different
talk that one too now. When that one come out,
yeah,
we go talk
okay,
that
let
one
me
too.
let this man ask his question.
When this report came out, like the bullion van was found at Tinubu's house on the eve to the election, did the EFCC pick any interest in the case?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
What would be the basis for the EFCC picking an interest?
I'm just asking. Did they pick any interest in the
No,
case?
I don't know.
What would be the basis for that, though? What would be the basis for them to be interested?
I'm just saying, because that's where I'm trying to look at it from. Like, you know, if
there was some validity behind the accusation, the EFCC would have. Yeah, I know what you're trying to get at, but I think the fact that Adeoji is bringing this out, he's trying to draw the attention of the authorities to this particular thing.
That's where I'm looking at it
from. But
he's coming out with it, then.
But here's the thing: given that this guy is so well connected all the way to the presidency, and he has that kind of clout, I think you should be careful, because at the end of the day, if you put forward a very flimsy accusation without any backbone, you become laughed at, and then everyone just labels you as a clown. So, you know, it's one of those things that this kind of person, if you want to make a case, you have to make a case.
You see, there are two strands of legal jurisprudence in the world, just two. You have the French system, and then you have the British system. The British system, you are presumed innocent until you are proven guilty. The French system, you stand accused and you have to prove your innocence. So in France, you can go and do what you want to do. But under the system, you are presumed, two vehicles went into this guy's house. So, and you're asking him to be locked up. The vehicle came to my house today. Should I be locked up?
One man, I have to ask you this: why are you so sensitized to this issue? I don't understand.
No. It's the injustice of it, you know, because this is a self-perpetrating narrative. You know, I was accused of collecting money from what's it called? I took the last time, so I think I'm about to be accused of collecting money from Tinubu this time around, because I know where you're leading me to Aizon. But
I'm just curious that I'll listen to you.
It's a ridiculousness because when you strip it back of all of the conspiracy theories that they've used to pad around it, and we all know that it was money that was used to bribe, we know that. But as a standalone piece of event, as something that happened, if you boil it all down, the thing that happened on that day was that two vehicles went into his house. That was all. You don't know the content of it. You don't know what they went to do there, and you cannot really query unless you can establish that a crime was committed rather. Then you know it befuddles, you know. But then we passed all around, and he had to come and explain why two vehicles came into his house. I mean,
but the only thing we can say is this: maybe there's evidence that Adeoju has that we're not privy to.
Adeoju, come on now.
I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know now. But is he not a trained lawyer? He's a trained lawyer.
Well, he is now. So I think this is what he's really celebrating.
One man
is
don't underrate
his graduation.
Those guys are smarter than Nigerian state.
Would you say that? Do you think Adeoju is smart? I don't think Adeoju is smart.
I think Sowore is smart.
All of those guys are smart guys.
You have to realize,
they come out against the state on anything, they have their fact.
One man, remember, Sowore has run a media company that has released reports on numerous things that the Nigerian media has.
Do you think that is reflecting in the way he is handling his media in this campaign?
Well, I know Sahara Reporters is world recognized, so he's been successful in that field. So I'm not sure exactly what angle you're trying to point out.
No. What I'm actually saying, because the one of the things that a lot of people accuse Sowore of is poor messaging. This is one of the things that they accuse him of. But then you contrast that with the long-standing CEO of a high-profile international media
company.
Yeah. So you'd have thought that the one area that he would be at his best in is in communicating and presenting the message, but his presentation is very poor for what he is, the CEO of a successful global media brand.
Yeah, I think your interpretation of his presentation being very poor is a subjective one. I think that's you, my brother. Because when I listen to him,
yeah, you now. We are not talking about you now. We're talking about the people that he should. He's got us already now. We were with him, so it's not us that is.
Yeah, I think what it is that he needs a really good political strategist. He needs someone that can understand the Nigerian landscape in terms of politics. He needs a political expert. Like, he's relying too much on his activism and his journalist background to really push this thing. He needs someone that understands the political game to create a strategy for him.
You think he doesn't have?
Well, it doesn't look like he has it. I don't know whether or not he has, my brother. But right now, if you're looking at his strategy,
most of these politicians, they don't want to play their cards out until the time is right. You think this is the best of all we got amongst all these guys who have declared for presidency? Everybody is trying to roll it out step by step. That is their strategy. That is why we always say we want to come and take them on ideas, not just they want to come and rule, So I think Sowore must have a strategy. He must have learned from the first time, and probably now, I'll say he will be more prepared. You don't expect it, what he has been doing, or do less than he did before.
Yeah, well, Lord Michael, that's the hope, right? That's the hope, because we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
so it's a
but
hope
does he appear to be? The elections is in full swing now, so does he appear more prepared than it was in 2019?
That's why I say it's a hope, man, because he hasn't really started doing it. And again, keep in mind, he's dealing with legal troubles brought upon by the states. So, they're really trying to handicap him. So he can't really make a push. Sowore, I mean, can you imagine trying to run for presidency and you can't leave one particular city? What kind of nonsense is that now? So it's just I think this Nigerian government has really shown that they feel this guy is a threat, honestly. Because if he wasn't,
do you really think that, though, Lord Michael, that they see him as a threat, and if so, in what form?
Well, these are his own, not Lord Michael.
Oh, sorry, sorry. Yeah,
I see what you're doing, one man. All Creek boys sound alike, Abi.
No. I lowered my screen because I was looking for Showore's clip, so I wasn't
looking
at
engineer. You see him.
Nobody, you stand at above every somebody of your eloquence. So yeah, apologies. Carry on.
Essa. See, Yoruba, they call that one Essa. In they give me Essa.
Yes, Londoner, now them they support. Engineer no go talk. Now we are one man day. Now one man position. Now engineer they follow. Not them. But we stay. We deal with each other here. We with the America, Canada here. We go show them pepper. Yes.
Say I want Londoners. I want royal family. They feel they. Now then own everything.
Akonileru ni one. Na slave owner them be.
Yes, now.
Do you know that Atiku copyright struck me for that his clip that I played the last time they pumped?
Really?
Are you serious?
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Well, no, not him personally. I think it was Dokolo who was the music backdrop to that.
They should be even happy that you're even kind of promoting them.
You would have thought a party jingle and they are putting copyright on party jingle. How is that even a thing?
But woman, speaking on that tip, let me even ask you. You should say if you don't enter Moritala Mohammed one, the DSS could just carry you. This one, you don't show your face everything.
No. I'm a gunner now. The moment I step back, it's bye birdie. I wouldn't even come off the plane before they shoot me.
But you know what? When Buhari don't leave, they won't bother you. If this administration,
I have no business in Nigeria ever again, so don't worry. I'm not even going to Africa anymore. After the Nandeka,
you have to go.
After the Nandeka know something, the moment you enter Africa, you are in Fulani territory.
No, but I think who I think will get you. the IPOBians. If they catch one man.
No, those ones are that's you know. Right? But those ones they can catch me anywhere. If I go anywhere in London now,
if IPOBians, one man. If IPOBians catch you,
one man. Betu, or you are laughing day. Don't worry. No fear.
Well, I think I'm gonna go to bed now. I got morning to
engineer.
All right, well, engineer is doing God's work. Oh, he's the one settling all the Ukrainians coming into the UK into accommodation.
One man, they carry Ukrainians go Jan. They say they don't want to stay for Jan.
That's the thing. They don't speak the language. They don't know the food. They think the English are just too snobbish and arrogant. They just want to go home.
Wow. Because I think they're scared of speaking English. That's what I found out. Because one of them, I think, the lights in their rooms are faulty, which I went there, I sorted it out, and I'm asking him, is there any problem? He's just looking at me, and he has to use Google Translate to communicate to me. So
probably never seen a black man before in his life.
One of their
yes,
exactly. One of their whole army Nazis. You know that, Abi? One of their whole, it's called the Azov Battalion. It's filled with Nazis. So you can imagine a country like that has a whole battalion. As a matter of fact, they said the president is scared of those Nazis. That if he tries anything, they'll remove him from power. Can you imagine? Yeah, real talk in Ukraine. But CNN know they carry that one. They won't talk about that one. Yeah, because their own narrative is to push Putin. They don't want to talk about what they really happen.
It's politics.
All now politics. In the words of the great OVA.
All now politics. You were asking. We were just discussing now if Sowore had made any progress in terms of his strike. Oh, sorry, engineer. You wanted to go off.
Yeah. One man now. What time are you free in the morning or in the afternoon? So I'll ring you.
Oh, just phone me anytime after like 10ish. Yeah, actually, yeah.
In the morning, right?
Yeah, in the morning. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. We'll give you a call.
Oh, all right. Speak to you soon. All right,
guys, and God bless you.
God bless, my brother.
All right, thank you, engineer. So we were discussing that Sowore. We were discussing that has Sowore made any improvements since 2019? Any progress there? So this is his campaign something. So let's just see.
Has come to fight for what is right. We must take a stand to claim back what is ours. Our mumu don't do. Sorrow.
So there it is. That is how we do with some sedan.
I don't understand him.
It's just
because
you don't carry Range Rover.
Why is he pointing to the car?
You don't carry Range Rover.
You don't carry Range Rover. Look at it, and then the boy, some guys trying to look like tough guys.
Split of it, maybe like 20, 25.
That is how we. Is that a presidential campaign?
Truth to be spoken. Does it look serious? Does it look like it's serious?
This is a joke now. This is just silliness. This is just I say it's a poser. Do you see now? This is nonsense. Look at that. That is presidential campaign.
Play Atiku
No, I can't play it. They will strike me again. Mumu don't do our Mumu don't. Look at that. And then those ones are wearing shades. They want to be like FBI. It's just
I don't know.
Look at this.
One man. You asked Ajale one question. Ajale said Sowore was busy then.
Our president, 2023.
Look at that.
Look at you, one man. When you play Atiku, they flag you. Sometimes. Now this show the way they attack 24 hours. Now they play, they no flag you.
Don't worry. It doesn't even have the team to flag anybody. It doesn't even have team.
But you play this Atiku way you like, they go flag you. So which one you did? Eh?
Mohican.
This guy, they try his own. This guy, they try his own. May we try our own, not be to the condemn.
At least he's doing it with private funds, not stolen money.
Private funds.
One man, I have a question for you. If under some kind of miracle, Sowore gets into Aso Rock, what do you think he's going to do in your opinion? Good or bad? What do you think?
I think he'll be overwhelmed. I think he'll be overwhelmed. Yeah, I think he would not be able to cope with it. I don't think he'll be able to cope with it. He doesn't have the preparation. He doesn't have, I don't think, the capacity. So anybody can talk a good game. People of better pedigree than him have tried and failed. It's just
so Atiku is prepared, right? Tinubu is prepared.
Well, Atiku has been there before.
So one man, let me ask you this. If Sowore
taking some learning.
Let me ask you this. If Sowore goes and becomes senator for his district, his area in Ondo State, and then he does that for a couple of years and then comes back to be president, would you accept him then?
I don't think it's sufficient enough to be a senator. You have to understand that this guy has nothing of anything in political space. He has
so you're saying
the recommendation to him is to go and be a councillor or a chairman of a local.
Wait. So you're saying that in order for you to run for office, you have to be a career politician. That's what you're saying.
You don't have to, but you have to have some antecedent of some understanding of this space.
Honestly, one man, I think if this guy and Sowore contest as president, it will get more votes than Sowore. Than Shina Pella.
Oh no, I don't know who that is.
No, that's the thing. Most people will vote for him because they know what he can do and what he has done, and how he rallies around people and how he mixes with people and the programs he's involving. He's involved in different programs that he has met with the emir. He's even taking himself to the north to put all those programs in the north too.
What programs? What programs, please? What programs?
There are several programs. We Are Together. Nigeria.
What's We Are Together? What's that?
Youth. There is some youth program too. Not like I'm supporting him for that or something. I'm just saying, looking at the political space, he would gain more votes without.
No, I'm just asking because
my point is just that Sowore is not playing the Nigerian politics the way it's meant to be played.
What does that mean though? What does that mean?
It means a lot.
Explain to me. Okay, my brother. Let me just say this. Okay, I don't know what the Nigerian politics, how it's supposed to be played, means. I want you just to educate me small, please. What does that mean?
Okay, yeah. Nigeria, there is a way you need to attract people. If you are not close to the people, and you can't do it alone, and you can't go to Nigerians in that communicate to them in that revolution manner, none of them are really ready for that. I'm telling you, if you gather people for revolution, let's even go and protest. A lot of people, once they start seeing police van pass, some of them, you will see them disappear from behind. You won't see them anymore. I think Sowore needs, like somebody said something earlier, like he needs somebody to advise him with the politics. He needs people. You can't win that election to be Nigerian president just doing it alone and the way he's doing it. It's not possible. Even if you go to as low as federal honorable, the way he's doing, he won't even win an election. You need the people. You need to get close to the people, and you need several people to work for you. You can't be doing it alone. They don't even have to be popular, but you have to be deep into the grassroots. You have to have people fighting for you. Honestly, I have nothing against Sowore, but I think with the way Nigerian politics is played, it is only we that live abroad that actually really believe in this guy, because we've seen more of the good life living abroad, and we see his ideas make sense for that space. But Yasilifa in Kara Market, all those people, they are not ready to listen to all those jargons. And
Wait, let me ask you this, D. Let me ask you this. So,
yeah,
my interpretation from what you're saying is that it sounds like you have to be compromised into the system for you to win an election at any level. Am I right?
I won't say the use. I won't agree with the use of compromise. You are not compromised. You have your own idea.
Do you have to be into a party? Do you have to be in one of the major parties?
That's the thing. I've said it earlier, like 2 weeks ago on this platform.
I remember.
The best route to go, the way to go is for this guy is to go and join the party. Like if
join
Sowore,
the PDP, Abi.
Sowore, like somebody like Sowore, if he goes like merge with his party, let's say like even PDP, not even the APC, let's say PDP, then with his people, then they give him ticket for like senator. Then I think by the time it's next, because all these guys are.
So that's being compromised now, my brother. If you join the PDP and they give you a slot to run for office, you've compromised yourself because you have to make deals. They're not going to give it to you for free.
You don't have to. You've already made deal joining them.
Yeah, that's my point. Now, so you're compromised. You have to. So essentially, you have to be compromised into the system to win an election. Is what you're saying.
You have to, in one way to achieve your goal, you have to compromise in some things.
Even in life. No. But in this case here, if the parties that exist are fundamentally corrupt, to compromise means you have to get your hands dirty and become corrupt too, so you can win an office.
To get your hands dirty. What I'm saying is there are a lot of people in that party. We don't even know them. Wherever they are doing well, probably in their constituency and doing good. Fine, all the top guys in those parties are corrupt, but those guys are going to be outdated in the next 4-8 years. So I see him, if you go for like a senatorial, like a PDP, by the time is like
how do you know they're going to be outdated
in the next
48 years?
Really?
Tinubu will be outdated. I'm telling you, in the next 4 years.
No, and APC will become a clean party in the next 48 years. You're sure about that?
At least half of the party now. There is a lot of youth in half of these parties now. The honorables, most of them are looking to be senator in the next election.
And
they knew this. I think they knew this, and most of them are working, graduating into that space, doing things to merge with, to have things to do with the Northerners. Like I've seen this guy to meet with the Emir of Sokoto, all these people. That is the way. You have to mix with people. You can't stay somewhere and be abusing people. The way Akala lose election in Oyo State, Akala would have been the first person to win a second-term governorship in Oyo State. But because when he was about to go for that second term, he was fighting with everybody. You abused Olubadan, Alaafin of Oyo. He didn't even invite Alaafin of Oyo to come and open a town hall at Atiba Hall or something. He invited Obasanjo.
I mean, Don D, I agree with you. I think you're right in that, you can't.
He invited Obasanjo.
You can't be making enemies.
Obasanjo being
you can't be making enemies and trying to run for office. You have to reach out to.
You open the hall where there is a king. You now went to the palace after you've opened the hall, and the governor has an issue with the king. They didn't allow Obasanjo to see Alaafin of Oyo that day. They locked
but D, I think you have a point though. I think that you have to make friends.
Bro,
you have to.
When we want to say all these things, it's like, oh, we are anti-Sowore. But I don't want to do business with you. And when we do the financial projection, I see we are going to run at loss. I will complain. But because I'm complaining, doesn't mean that I didn't see the business visible. But I want us to work something out, how we can make the profit, not just jump into the business.
D, are you driving? Are you driving?
Yeah, I'm just about to leave work.
Okay.
No, one man, I see this point in that he has to be able to bring people together instead of using divisive words to push people apart, which is why I said I think he needs a strategy.
But does that not surprise you for a media man?
I think so. It doesn't surprise me because Sowore is the kind of person that I believe likes to be himself. I believe that's who he is.
You see that word now, to be himself. You can't be yourself if you want to rule people.
That's why I think he needs a political strategist if he really wants to win. But
okay, one excuse for him is he's been put in Abuja. I can't leave Abuja. But if this guy has done his groundwork well, there will be a lot of people in different states
No, but my brother, wait.
The whole knowing.
Let me interject, please. Let me interject on that.
Yeah.
It's not an excuse. Because if you're campaigning for office, even if you have a strong network of people in every 36 states, you still have to travel to go to places. So you can't say that, because he can't travel is an excuse. It's a real handicap. Let them keep any of these candidates in one state and tell them rely on your people to do all the work. It won't work now.
Let me say something to you guys. Even the political party he wants to use is in a mess. AAC is in a mess. Because this guy, what's his name? Leopard Ezenwa, or what is his name? Leonard Ezenwa. He has control of the party. He has it in his possession. That's a recognized chairman by INEC, and they're still fighting the case. So I'm just wondering, what party is he going to use now? When the party that he's supposed to use, which is his own party, somebody has hijacked it from him, and they have control over it, and he's still fighting the case in court, and he has so many cases of his own. So I just look at the whole thing too, like this guy, he made a wrong step when he should have thought about it very well before he got himself mentioned in this whole thing of the revolution thing that got him to drop. So for me, right now, I'm just trying to look away. The other day, I was on this his friend, this Igbo guy, what's his name, Dr. Chidi.
Dr. Chidi,
when he was talking on his own the show. And I asked him a question.
Worship media.
Worship media, yeah. I asked him a question. I said, well, look, with all this thing that Sowore is facing, do you guys have plan B if your plan A does not work? And what I was asking that question was because I said, look, AAC at this moment is not in you guys' possession. It's still under Ezenwa's possession. Now, with Ezenwa still having control over this thing, and you people are still fighting over the leadership of that party, what is your plan B? Maybe people have some other political party coming up. You guys just started somehow, you started talking, you don't know, we need to tell you what we are doing. I said, no, I'm not asking you to tell me. That was the second question I shoot to him. I said, look, you don't need to answer me that way, that I don't need to know what you're doing. I'm only saying that you need to have a plan B. Because if your party was not AAC, which was part everybody knows you people, it's not going to be a platform that you people are going to run on. You people have other plan B of joining another party, or maybe join the so-called third force of this guy, Party Tommy, so that you guys will realize it.
Rational mind. You want him to tell you on the you expected him to tell you on the national.
I'm not asking him to tell me.
Hold on now.
I'm saying, do they have it?
Hold on. You asked a question from him. Their plan B. So you expected him to tell you on a national platform or internet, so that the government can go after them on their plan B too. So who is responsible for this hijack of the party you are talking about?
We know that story. We know the story.
Is it not the
It's not who?
Government that is the things that we have to take into consideration.
Rational mind. You say I said this Monday. I said
for Nigerian state to go heavily on somebody like that. Do you know what it means? Nigerian state going heavily on him. What has he done? What is it? Just because he's fighting for your right. Hold on,
no.
Because he's fighting for your right, he's fighting for my right. But you are blaming him now.
Don't get me wrong.
I'm not getting you wrong. I quite understood everything you said. But you are trying to blame, you are blaming him. That is why I'm having problem with you guys. You don't want to even consider.
I'm not blaming him. I'm not I'm not blaming him. All I'm saying is that his method of going about this thing, of trying to realize that thing, which is what very well.
Thank you. I've said it one day about that revolution thing, that he should not have involved himself in that direction.
Let's assume he has done it. Let's assume he has done it. But what has he been doing all those while till now? Even when he was incarceration, they incarcerated him and they released him. From that time, he was confined to Abuja. He could not move from out of Abuja. So what has he been doing from that time to
So
now?
you want him to revealing what he's doing behind the scene when he's
You
under
don't need to
restriction?
reveal. You doesn't need to reveal what he's doing.
Just his moves, Ajani Koko. It's just his moves. What are the moves he's been making? Not his plans. His moves.
What
You
are
have to
his
make
plans?
moves. Okay,
What
see,
are his
like no, let me tell you. We don't need to know his plans. We just need to see his moves. He's not moving in a way that is even encouraging. Like now,
Did you
Tinubu
hear what
negotiated a
Aizon
ticket.
told you? Did you listen to
I
Aizon
hear
earlier?
it's the same thing I said the other day that you
And what
took
did
it
Aizon
against
told
me
you
and
now?
everybody roasted me. But I don't
No,
mind. I'll
what did
keep standing on
Aizon
it.
told you? What did Aizon told you?
He said it needs to.
Aizon told you that somebody that is restricted to Abuja, he cannot move around to mobilize people. How do you want to know his
Before
move?
then, since 2019, he didn't get restricted to Abuja since 2019.
You said after 2019.
Since 2019, when did he get restricted? What year was he restricted to Abuja?
After 2000, he's been in Abuja now, restricted for the past 3 years.
3 years.
Well, even within Abuja, you can do a lot. You know, Abuja is the
What
center
is lot?
of
I mean,
come on, man.
Is he contesting for councillor? What are you talking about, one man?
One man, come on. Come on.
Within Abuja, is he contesting for councillor of Abuja City?
There's just nothing.
I mean, I can. One man has told us on this problem. The problem we have with Sowore. He said he emailed him bad messages and he jabbed him back in the same vein. And since then, one man never forgive that man.
No.
You said it. That's what you said. Now you said it. You said a bad message to him.
No, that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. It's nothing personal.
And you said jab you back, and since then you never forgive that. You feel you have to bring this guy down every step of the way. You have to bring him down. So
I don't bring him down.
The truth comes out.
You know,
as much as one man likes to kind of like give him blow, I see some point in what one man is saying. One man has
what are the point? What do you say?
No.
Tell us the point.
You know, it's like somebody says that it's just trying to steal. It's like a showman. Now, like what he was trying to point out now with that video now.
Show.
That he was
Is
like,
that a show? Somebody carrying out his campaign, you say show. But when hold on now, when Atiku play his own campaign jingle, you didn't say it's show. I mean, what can you be? I mean, what is this?
Hold on.
Ajani Koko, if you see those two videos,
listen. We don't have to be a blind followers of people.
This is not blind. No. I am just put them side by side. Put all of them side by side.
What the Nigerian
what you saw that one man played. What was it to you? Is it not a campaign message? Is it not a campaign message? So what are you condemning him for now?
I'm just giving an instance of sometimes when one man kind of like criticizing for being a showman. He just wants to steal the show. He just wants to put himself out there. Sometimes
sorry, I didn't see you there.
Hold on. You said what?
No, Aizon was. I think he dropped. I forgot to put him. But carry on, yeah.
So sometimes it appears that is what he's trying to do. Sometimes you're like, okay, you start this your student. Well, I mean, this SU student union kind of chanting and everything. We know go agree this kind of thing. I mean, look, if you're a politician, sometimes you need to act maturely. We're not saying we should not fight for people's rights. But the way your manner is going about it, I've said it on this platform. The way our manner is going about this whole thing, it doesn't seem like it's really serious of wanting to become.
What are the way and manner? Mention it. Let us know.
No, somebody just said it now. You like doing things solo. You want to do things on your own way, in a solo way, like
solo.
Your own.
What do you mean by solo? The other time, when
see Alafio to give him 10 million now or 50 million.
So we're not saying you should do that. Don't get me wrong.
He was going to the other day.
What does he have to do? Like you people need change. You people need someone to do the job. What
Nigerian politics, the way you people are talking Nigerian politics is more sophisticated than the way you people are talking. The way Sowore is playing.
It is not sophisticated. What
How many
is a corrupt way of politics.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
There is no certification there.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. When he declared, how many TV stations carried it in Nigeria?
Oh, really? One man. I mean, rational man. Rational man.
Pay them to do that.
Rational mind. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you asked that question. How many TV stations? Do you know who those TV stations? Do you know who they are representing?
We know.
You know. Okay.
Why would you ask that kind of question?
What? I mean, rational mind.
Let me ask you.
Rational mind.
Listen.
Before my hand,
you are just attacking me like this. Hold on.
Before my hand,
they're attacking me like this.
Ajali Coco.
What do you mean? That question is simple. You just need to pay for adverts. That's why these stations are there. They want to make money. You just need to pay them for adverts. Nobody will arrest any station.
You don't advertise. You don't just advertise on internet.
Come on, not just be defending blindly here. You guys just support this guy blindly. You can never win Ajali Coco rational mind. Just forget Sowore is matter with Ajali Coco. You just need to pay for advertisements. That's all.
You say what? You say you need to pay for advertisement.
Yeah, I need to pay for advertisement. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how much? Do you know?
If he doesn't have money to pay for advert, then he can't be president. Then why would he have money to pay for that? This is
does that advert look like normal advert to you? Does it look like normal advert to you?
I mean, it's just shameful. It's just shameful that.
Sowore, will you vote for him? See that advert. If you didn't know Sowore, will you vote for him?
It's shameful that you are talking like this. That does that advert look like an advert to you? How does it look like to you?
It doesn't look like an advert to me.
How does it look like to you?
What I'm saying to you, Ajali Coco, is this: how many of his adverts have you seen run on those major TV stations in Nigeria?
Do you think it's free?
It's not free. We know.
Okay, are you ready? Have you ever donated money to him before?
If I tell you, if I did it, how?
Listen. Do you know how much it costs? To run those things with those TV stations.
That is the more reason he has to bring some people into his fold.
He has to bring who?
Thank you very much. I've told you here. I've said it on one man's platform here. You have to do a little bit of evil. Hold on. You have to do a little bit of evil to achieve some good.
Come on, man. Why do you have to do evil?
Hold on. He has to bring some kind of people into his fold, or be in the fold of some kind of people. Even though no matter how they have some kind of
he should compromise. He should compromise. That's what you are saying. He should compromise. After Islam was asking the other time, sell out himself. Yes.
The people is coming to save. You want him to
let him just continue there.
For money.
Nigeria is
so sad. He should sell his conscience, right? Because
brutal than what people are thinking about.
He should sell his conscience. He should compromise everything, and then join hands with looters. That is the price. Are you serious, rational man? Are you serious? And you are the one that be calling that we need Nigeria to be better, and you are telling Sowore to go and compromise with those people.
That is the price you pay when you kind of do Nigerian kind of politics. If you join Nigerian politics,
and what do you think when he gets there? Do you think he will serve you?
Well,
you see, Ajali Coco, I've come to a conclusion
if he gets to that position, number one, do you think he's going to serve you?
You see, the way Nigerian politics is structured,
let me let you guys carry on.
Advertisement till today, we still remember it because it was rich.
Of course.
That guy, Nigeria that are hungry, they don't
wait, let me interject, please.
Lord Michael, you talk now.
If I may interject. I think, rational mind, your criticism is not fair. Your criticism is not fair at all, because this guy is essentially running a grassroots campaign. He's not taking money from the entrenched people that have kept us and put us in this situation. I think some of the things you're saying about him is how he can get better. I understand that. But at the end of the day, you have to look at the full picture, see what he's dealing with, see the way the Nigerian state has really come down. How many times have they dragged him to court? Have they sent thugs to intimidate him? Have they done things? Why? You have to ask yourself, why are the powers that be
Ajale Kokana, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for asking.
Can I just
How much are they donating to Sowore for them to be telling me what to do? They will tell me go and do this, go and do that. Well, are you paying him to do it? No one is giving this guy money. This guy's using his own money.
To give him money. He is the
so
one.
They're not telling what to do.
No. He's the one seeking. He's put himself in the public space.
So people he's using his money. Let him do the way he wants to do it. What is all this? It's not going. I won't vote for him because it's not going to the Yaloja, Yologi. What's all this one?
No, but is he not inviting public scrutiny? Is it that not what he's presenting himself for?
He's not inviting anybody. Come and tell me
what public politician. Yeah, he's inviting public scrutiny now. And the verdict on him is no.
One man. Sowere's advert. Is he showing any of the actions like will project what he's gonna do when he comes into power? No.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't inspire confidence.
Exactly. That's what I'm gonna speak on that. Let's be honest. The advert looks dry. Nothing to really write home about. Nothing.
Do you know how much it costs to do this?
Can I just
now?
Bro?
Come on, Mike, man.
Now, can you do better? Yes. Can you show more in his adverts, in his campaigns, in his in his adverts that will go far to reach out to people, in his projections, his actions, what he intends to do for Nigeria? He can go through that means, effect that change through that, and people start to see like, okay, this is what this guy is about. But this is not it. This advert is not it. Now
it's playing on the screen.
Does he have to spend money? Like, does he have to give people money? No.
Sorry.
Speaking, letting people know what he's about. But through his advert, through what his actions will be in his advert, through what his promises will be, he can reach out to people. He can send a lot of message. But this advert doesn't send no message. That is it.
So Henry, do you know how much it costs?
Sorry.
If you are making a statement, if you come out to say you want to be president, you have to make a very bold statement.
Yeah,
how does this advert make a bold statement?
Hold on, Henry. Hold on, Henry. Are you looking at your screen, Henry?
I am. I've seen it. I'm
this is what is telling you. He wants to be president of Nigeria. This is
a picture on the car and him standing to come out.
This is it. This is
one man. Do you think
it's to be
all these adverts?
This is going to be so
the superior advert that you guys want. Do you know how much it costs? You know how much millions this thing costs? And how much are you guys giving him to do these things that you're criticizing?
No. Do you know that I can do this in front of my house? Right?
One man, do it. Let's see. One man, you haven't done it. You're telling us.
No. Hold on. What is going on here?
Rico,
hold on. You know the only spend in this advert is just putting the stickers on. It's just the money for the stickers.
So it's cheap, Abi.
To print a sticker.
His own money.
Like come out
to print a sticker.
His own money.
Hold on, Henry, hold on. He printed a sticker with his photo, just glued it on the car, and he used the camcorder, and he and his body, and he's saying, I am Sowore.
Yeah, he's doing his best, man.
This is his best.
One man, donate money to him, and then you tell him to do your money.
I will donate money happily.
Give him the money to do the right advert, and then no. Give the money to do the adverts, and then if he doesn't do it, they can come here and tell us that he's not doing it. But you're telling somebody to come and doing something when you know that it costs money. So if you come and spend all this money to do everything for you,
Mike, if you want to
the sacrifice that he already made to leave his family in New York to come to Nigeria and be jailed and go to all these whippings.
You keep saying the sacrifices.
That's not enough. No, you have to spend all this bank account money to please you guys.
You keep saying the sacrifices is made as though he was invited to make it. He wasn't invited to make it,
well,
and
the
people have not shown an interest in what you are calling a sacrifice.
So you have to be invited to sacrifice before you sacrifice. You have to give the man credit for sacrificing first. If someone stand up for
he has not sacrificed anything.
So one man, if somebody take it upon himself to save your life in a situation, you tell it because he didn't invite him.
Mike, what promises in that campaign? What promises in that campaign advert that you just watched right now?
Is that what you guys care about? We have problems in this country. We have been crying about problem of leadership for
okay, what's the message? What's the message? Okay,
and
so forget the promise. Hold on, Mike.
Some people are stepping up saying, okay, I want to do it. And then, okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, what was the message? What's the message from that advert?
Who cares about the adverts? That's not the point. Why are you guys concerned about adverts? What you guys are concerned about is how can we change? How can we change?
Is that not a campaign? Is that not campaign advert?
One man, you guys are focusing on
a campaign advert
campaign and all these things. When you guys should be focusing on how we can change the system, how we can get rid of all these people that have been ruling us badly.
Yes,
that's fear and focus.
The message through your campaign, through your advert, through that.
For paying the money to do it now. Donate. How much have you donated? You guys can be it's not fair. The reason I can't open the campaign and everything is doing is not perfect, but the reason I can't open my mouth and be condemning what it's doing is because I haven't paid any money to do anything.
Nobody is condemning. Mike, don't come here and start.
That's what you guys do.
We are not condemning. What we are doing is we're trying to make him do better.
Come out to say you want
we're asking for better. We want to do better.
So the ones that are using the APC and PDP that are using your private money, your Nigerian money, people's money to do their own advert,
that is how the Nigerian politics is. Listen.
No, those people are using their own money.
You should go and join the rational mind. You should go and join them to steal your money and start running it on campaign.
Let me make this point.
Join them
guys, let me make this point.
To steal your money so that can start running a better campaign for you.
Hold on. Let me make this point. 2015, Buhari, who was formerly a military head of state, people know him, at least people of my generation and people that knows him, who are alive, they knew the guy. But do you know how much they sold this guy? You know how much Tinubu laundered this guy's image? That's why what PDP was doing
with Lagos money.
The Nigerian kind of politics, it requires that you do a lot of things.
Okay, that is what you got for it today. What they did for Tinubu,
we know, but that is what Nigerian politics is.
Why are you lamenting today? Why are you lamenting over Buhari's?
Be realistic. Let's be realistic.
What is realistic in this?
You know, sorry. Sorry, rational mind. You know, when we are talking about poor messaging by Sowore, it's all encapsulated within that little video that we just saw. So that was a video. Forget that how much money he spent. It doesn't even matter that he didn't spend money, but there was no messaging.
Well, you cannot expect to put message on that. One man, let's not criticize that. It's a car.
It doesn't cut across.
Not the car. The video did not send any message. It doesn't send any message. What message?
Maybe he's just trying to tell us that he has gotten his.
So that video doesn't tell you
that. That is to you. There's nothing.
Maybe subsequently he's going to do more of messages.
You've never seen anything good about Sowore. That's why you're saying that video never sent any message.
Okay, what message does it send to you?
Okay, can I tell you my message?
No, he's saying that he's getting ready.
Okay, Lord Michael, make you help me reply.
Okay, one man, my message I got from that video, it says our Mumu don't do. And really, our Mumu don't do. So that is a message everybody should get. Our Mumu don't do. We should stop patronizing these old criminals. And let me tell you that thing. Sowore was invited to Nigeria. Don't say he wasn't invited.
By whom? By whom?
By all of us. By all of us. Because we are complaining. That's why he came. That we want a change. So he came to restore change. He was invited by corruption. He was invited by corrupt leaders. He was invited by mismanagement. Let us talk invited by Nigerians. Nigerians crying every day. Every day. What we are doing here is an invitation. Thank you.
But guys, Sowore can do better. Let's not be blind in our following. Sowore can do better.
Give him the money to do better. Don't tell him to do better when you're not paying him a dime. Come on now. It's not fair.
Sowore can do better than what he's doing.
Well, if you
the better he's doing, the better I'm trying to tell you is this: that he needs to form alliance with people.
With who? Recommend who are those people? With those people.
The people by his side.
Alliance with criminals.
I don't want to say this. I don't want to say they are non-entity. But the people.
Coco, sorry, guy. The people you can form alliance with are even people that are creative.
Political clout in that country.
Exactly. All those like macaroni. Those people can make adverts in a cheaper way, sir. And again, that advert you just saw, all it seems to me is just a hush puppy, but not without a Rolls Royce.
Yes.
Or a Toyota car. Honestly.
You guys are saying.
What I've noticed is nobody, especially Ajale Coco, if we are pinpointing some things, there was always one excuse. If you say this, there will be an excuse. There is nothing you say that for once they accept. So everything Sowore is doing is perfect. He's doing it perfectly. Even Tinubu is not doing some things perfectly. Atiku is not doing some things perfectly. All these people that have been in the games for years.
Well, you guys don't complain about those ones campaign. We don't complain about how they are not campaigning perfectly.
Why are we talking about Sowore?
When it comes to
Hold on, Mike. Because we want change. That's why we are talking about Sowore.
Their mumu never do, Mike. That's why.
Their mumu don't elevate.
This advert is not rich.
Sorry, I have a question for you, D. Because we are looking at it now, and this doesn't look as though this was his premises. So I'm wondering, do you think is it maybe trespassing? Is it trespassing here? Do you think?
It's a possibility. Then look at how those bodyguards are looking at him.
It doesn't look comfortable.
Look at with Rico Bay aircuts.
D, I have a question for you. D, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
D, would you vote for Sowore? Based on his message. Based
on his message, I will.
Okay. So you support him?
I support.
Wait.
You know that is what people don't listen to. People don't listen that people support Sowore, but is not presenting in a manner that inspires confidence. So you can separate the two, but people just don't want to hear the criticism. Constructive.
No, I think I want to clarify what the criticism is. So the criticism essentially is that you feel he's not mobilizing people enough. He needs to mobilize people more.
The criticism is messaging is poor. His demeanor is off. You know, he's not left activism and adapted to the space that he now wants to have the impact. So he doesn't politic and he doesn't speak to the language. So he is using activism as politicking. But activism is not
what Dino did. Was that what Dino did?
Honestly,
don't compare Dino with.
No, I want to hear what D has to say because
to presidency. What do you think?
Honestly, I would have thought even for Sowore this time I would have advised him if I'm very close to him, like instead of contesting as a president under the same party, why not contest for like a senatorial seat or something, and let's start from there.
Chairmanship of
Nigeria never tire you. You won't wait another 30 years before Sowore come and rescue you.
But do you think you will win?
Nigeria never tire you.
Mike, hold on. Do you think? Okay, Adane Koko, hold on. You people just always want to talk. Hold on. Would Sowore win this election, 2023?
It doesn't matter.
Yes,
it doesn't
people
matter.
like you.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
You know why? Let me tell you why it doesn't matter. If you're supporting him because you believe in what he's trying to achieve. That's why you're supporting him. You're not supporting him whether or not he can win. If for instance, let me give you an example. If for instance, Sowore is able to mobilize a lot of people, if they allowed him to travel to different states where he can give speeches, he can go to University of Lagos and have an open town hall. He can go to Delta and talk to people in Asaba. He can, like the way he was doing when he first campaigned, and he's able to meet people, send his message out some more. If he gets some additional financial support, all these things, if he was able to do it, he will get his word out even more.
The list of ifs is getting. How many ifs have you got in that question?
Because right now the situation he's in right now is really handicapping his ability to do some of these things. Sowore is the kind of guy.
Wait, you cannot say that.
Of course I can say that.
No.
Can Sowore go to Lagos? Wait. Can Sowore go to Kano?
He can't now. But he has
the
totality
but he can't
of the Nigerian. They did not traverse the entirety of the country.
That was the first time. Now, did Buhari not run the first time? How many times did Buhari? How many times did Buhari run? But Buhari ran several times and lost. So my point is, until he got support from one person that came in, and then he won. So my point is this: he's campaigning again, but obviously he needs support. He needs mobilization. He needs people to come to his aid. He needs financial support. He needs those things because he's a grassroots campaigner. but his message is solid. So if someone like D, who is being objective and saying, yes, I would vote for him because I like his message, but I think he can do better, that's understandable. And if you also take into consideration the fact that these people have deliberately kept him in Abuja, because they know.
But Sowore is not somebody that
Yes.
So okay, let me ask you a question and answer honestly. Do you consider? I'll give you two names. Do you consider both Sowore and Nnamdi Kanu? Do you consider them narcissists?
No, well, I'm not. I can speak about Sowore, right?
Yes.
Nnamdi Kanu is a different. He's not running for office.
Because they have a similar character, is what I'm saying. And Article 2, these people are narcissists. They don't work with people. Sowore does not work with
one man. Wait a second. One man. But one man, you have said. No, one man, you have said.
Because they are the same. They cut from the same cloth.
One man,
you trying to mischaracterize him. That is what I'm trying to do.
One man, you have said clearly
that you support that he should work with people, but
one man, you have said openly that you have said openly that you
I wanted to go to Ezinwa. If you want to come back, I wanted to hear from Ezinwa. But
one man, you have said openly that you support Atiku. So therefore, you have admitted that you support a narcissist. The point I'm making is that Atiku, we know what he stands for. We know that he got his money through being a career politician. We know that. And that money did not come because he opened up a Fortune 500 company and made billions of dollars. That is the point. That is the point Sowore is making. So if we want to say, okay, we want to support someone, and we look at this guy and say, oh, he doesn't belong to the cabal, he's not a career politician, he's not this, he doesn't fit the type, that is the more reason why we should support him, because at the end of the day, we know he's going to come in and do something different that is not going to be in the like of these people who have brought us to this point that we're in right now. I don't know why that's so hard for anyone to understand. You understand? This thing is...
No, it's not transitioning from activism to politicking. That's just the thing. Or is it transitioning?
Well, man, there's no such thing as politics.
What kind of transition are you talking about? Somebody created a political platform, presenting himself for a political office. He has people that are contesting within that party as well, and you are saying he's not presenting himself for politicking. Well, what else do you expect him to do?
No. In language and in demeanor, in presentation, not just administrative.
Okay, give us the example. Give us the example of presentation and this thing that you're talking. Others are doing that Sowore is not doing.
Okay. He needs to. You see, the language that he is using is an allutal language, which is the language that has carried him up to this spot. But the language that he needs to adopt is a language of messaging. So all of those criticisms, but wrapped in a certain type of tonality that is the space of politics. We're not talking about money, so don't say we are saying we know he has no money.
But is that the language that the other politicians are using? The other ones,
people are using soft languages.
Those ones are not even talking at all. They're not even talking to us.
Yeah, but that is still soft message. We saw Atiku's trailer. Atiku will take attack with Atiku. He will give you 5-point plan. He will soften the tonality and place it. No, forget all that. But that's politics.
I think he's not giving you any plan.
Okay, hold that. What is Sowore's plan? What plan?
He's spoken. The guy's interview has spoken over and over.
Okay. So Sowore will give you an elaborate yin yang and ding dong. But what Atiku is telling you is that I'm going to tackle economy, security.
Sowore didn't say that.
Sowore did not say that.
Sowore just goes on an elaborate.
You are not fair to that guy. You are not fair to that guy. If you are saying it did not, if you are saying that it did not state how he's going to tackle Nigerian problem, you are not fair.
No.
Woman use deaf ears to listen to Sowore.
Have you watched his video? I am going to send the video to you. I will send the video to you when Arise interview him, and you will listen to how he mentioned in that video the way he's going to tackle Nigerian problem. You are saying that
that is not what I'm saying, Ajanle Koko.
Okay.
What I am saying is that he needs to soften, because is heavy going to listen to Sowore, because he's a labeled guy, because he wants to show to you that he's educated, he wants to show to you that he's active, he wants to show to you that he's punchy, and he wants to show to you that he's potent. And he wants to wrap all of... Hold on. Eh?
I have to fault you on what you just said.
Let me land. But he has to... He wants to show a lot within, and it's heavy labored listening to. It's only somebody like... Hold on. Let me say how I feel it, then contradict. It's only somebody like you and I that can listen to Sowore. But when the people like Atiku and Tinubu and all this kind of stayed and marinated through the trenches politicians, when they speak, they just give you in snapshots for the people. And it is those snapshots for the people that the people digest. The heavy labored detailed something is what people like you and I digest.
Those guys don't give any snapshot, woman. Please. Okay. Those guys, they wear agbada, they wave umbrella and broom.
Okay, forget
and then they spend billions giving
that's
what they do.
We're talking about messaging. So
forget. I get you.
I did already say that Sowore has no money. So we're not talking about the money end, which is probably the real end. But we're talking about the messaging. His messaging is too heavy labored.
Okay, let me say something.
I don't think so.
Let me just say something. I'll allow you to say.
Yeah.
One on that point you just raised, I have to fault you on that.
Right.
And I understand your perspective from what you just said. This man summarized his own thing, security, this. I mean, when people, we've had this kind of messages before, this kind of summary of what they're going to do, but how are you going to do it? Fine, you're right in what you said, that it's only people like us who are well read, that really wants to know how. But the Nigerian people, they just want to hear you say, "Oh, I will finish off insecurity. I will finish off. I will give you food. I will be food." No, you are being deceptive when you say that, because you're not elaborating on what's...
No, you're not being deceptive. No.
Let me land this point.
I think you're wrong. Yeah, go on.
Hold on. So where elaborating should not be an issue for anybody.
No, it's not an issue for me. You know, there are two. If you're reading a book, yeah, when you get to the chapter, in some books, the chapter would have just maybe a one-line strap line that just gives you an indication of what that chapter has to offer you. So that strap line does not preclude the content of the chapter. It's just a snapshot that just gives you, it's like a précis of what is being said. So it's those snapshots. Those snapshots, they still have a... If you want this politician, they'll give you volume and verse. You have to understand that behind Atiku, behind Tinubu, the team, these are Harvard, Oxford, Yale, Cambridge. They have seriously educated people on their team. Forget that they are idiots. You forget that BUHARI is an idiot. Go to Aso Rock, Harvard, Cambridge, American accent, British.
So, you saying the reason people vote for them is because of that?
No. What I'm saying is, I'm talking about the messaging.
So are you saying, no, that's what I'm saying. Is the reason people vote for them is because of their message? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not saying that. That is one of the... we are just talking about messaging as a standalone. And we're saying that where are the fault lines that people find with this guy? And I'm saying one of the fault lines that I find with him is that his messaging is too heavy labored, because he feels the need to constantly prove that he's clever and this, that, and educated and whatnot. The mass, they digest in bite size. The mass digest in bite size, but the elite. So you speak to the mass in sonnet, and then you speak to the elite in prose. But he only speaks in prose. He doesn't speak in sonnet. So this is the thing. His messaging is poor. And for a media man, it's doubly alarming, which then just makes him just a poser. It's just a poser.
No. You won't say that, one man. I won't agree that you say that. The thing is this: what you said is a good criticism. You said, what I think he should work on, maybe.
He should work on. How many years has he been in the game that he should work on? He should know.
There's no harm about trying to make correction. It's not too late. If you can, let him make it. Have this kind of ways, like you said, summarize it for the people of the poor. The poor masses, and when you say the poor masses, the people who are there out there who are not educated, just summarize what you want to do in summary for them so that they understand it. But then for those of us who want to criticize what you say, your agenda, or whatever you said you have, how are you going to achieve it? You said insecurity.
You know that Mama Silifa that D uses as every woman. Would she understand anything that Sowore has to say?
That's why, like you said,
but one man, he speaks to them in Yoruba. He speaks to them. He spoke to them in Yoruba.
Even beside that, here's the deal. Those of us that want change, why can't we take it upon ourselves to be the one going out there for him and do that part that you guys are complaining?
We do it for him? He's the one running.
So is it not what we want? We want change, right? So we want change.
But
we want younger.
That we want.
Do you prefer him over? Do you prefer him over these useless ones we have already? Yes or no?
Not the way he's presenting. No, because
whether is this the way he's presenting that really matter or to vote for him for change?
So one man, you rather have those ones remain? I mean those.
No. What inspires me?
Please.
Go on. Yeah.
If I say the guy, these people that why is being restricted in Nigeria, they would have been working for him. Those are the people you say, that doesn't really help. He's being restricted. Now you are referring to those people now. Those are the people that should be speaking to those market women right now while he's restricted. This guy needs people and he's not getting people.
No, but why are people not volunteering? Why are you guys not stepping
up? What are you talking?
Who
never been to market people?
That's the question one man was asking. Why are people not even?
So will be the ones to come and tell you.
Because he refused to bribe them. I've many videos out there.
They all want money. They want to bribe them.
And they were asking for money. They were asking for money. And he told them categorically that we are not going to give you money. We are not APC. We are not PDP. We don't bribe. That is what he told them. He said it to their face.
It's very obvious. It's very obvious. The Nigerians themselves, they are not ready for change.
You people supposed to speak up against this bad politicking in Nigeria, but you are supporting these people. He told them that we are not giving money. We don't give people money. We want to change your life. We want you to change. Don't stop voting for these people. They are the one. He told them in Yoruba language.
Is that not in itself some form of posing? Just
what is posing?
Wasn't it?
Hey,
so what is posing? When they were asking for money and you start dipping money in his pocket,
so because it's not giving them money,
and start giving them.
Hold on. We all know that the tradition in Nigeria for politicking is money politics. So when the people approach him for money, you
give them.
Okay, go on. Then.
Go ahead. No, Mike, let him speak. Let one man talk.
Let me give you an example. Let
one man talk now. Who is interjecting? Who is
anybody can talk. When you and Mike are supporting Sowore, nobody is saying let Ajaniku go talk. When we want to talk against Sowore, that's when we want to coordinate.
Let him finish.
Okay, one man finish. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, but you can take the floor if you want. But what I was saying is that in itself is one of the criticisms that people have of him. So politics in Nigeria is usually at the pedestrian level, at the street level, is a money game. So if he's on the street as a politician, the tradition for decades and decades has always been it's a money thing. So the expectation that people will want money from him is not something that he's exposing. He's not exposing anything. We know that. But rather than use it as a teaching moment, as a moment to capture and wrap around, he's spun it as a look at them.
He didn't do that. He told them that we don't give money.
And peacock as he usually does.
He didn't do that.
I need to go anyway.
He didn't do that. That is your own narrative.
Let me tell you something. It's in Nigerian politics. No way you won't spend money. You might not have too much to spend. There are still little bit of tip here, tip there that you will still do.
How many people are you got to give money?
Hold on, let me speak, please. I said something. My partner is from Africa, but she's not Nigerian. So I said, we now saw a dog somewhere. We travel somewhere. I said, do you know if you kill that dog in Nigeria, they will say you need to put money. She said, do you believe in that superstition? I said, my own thing is, if I go anywhere in the world and they say that's what they do there, I'd rather just do that thing and not think it's superstitious or not superstitious. You see Nigerian politics.
That's a wrong analogy you are saying there.
It's not a wrong analogy. If you're in Nigeria as a politician, you need money.
Oh, so be sharing money on the street,
you
right?
don't need to be sharing money on the street,
to
but
bribe people to vote,
hold
right?
on. One man, I don't know who that man was. He was saying something. He said he's a graduate. He's not in politics. He's been in politics for a while. He said, but he has looked at the Nigerian politics. You see all these politicians, like we said the other day, like Kanu, all these footballers that went. They've been helping people. People go to these people's house, maybe Fridays. They give them money. Not because they are giving them just to give them. They know they will need those people later in the future. So that is the way you will have to have an impact on people. Makinde that somebody mentioned the other time that he didn't do anything. He never held an office. Makinde has been a philanthropist in Oyo State. He's been sending people's kids to school, but he's been contesting under Labour Party. That was why he was not winning until he went to PDP before he won. He has contested under Labour Party maybe twice or thrice, if I remember perfectly well, more than twice or 3 times. You see, that is the way you have to have impact. Wait, let me finish. You will talk. You have to have impact in people's life in your own little way. You can't
Sowore doesn't have it, right?
So Sowore hasn't been doing that.
Sowore doesn't have it.
I don't see anything. If he has done things like that, I think if he has done anything, have impact in people, like maybe say, give people scholarship or something. It was somebody that would have come out and said, "Oh, we've been giving people scholarship. We've been doing this."
How many cases?
That kind of person.
Do you know
what I've realized on this show? What I've realized on this show is
how many cases of human rights abuse that Sowore is fighting for across the country?
You Sowore supporters, core supporters, no matter what they pinpoint that this guy should do this. There is always
because
something
they are not pinpointing anything that's really.
Do you know that Sowore? Do you know that Sowore is among one of those people that want to fight against
you can't spend money. You want to be president. You want to be president.
Do you know that it was Sowore that fought for his freedom? Agbajaliko, do you know that Sowore that fought for his
freedom? You want to be president. You want to be president. I just want to say this and I will listen. You want to be president. You can't spend money to give people money. You don't have money for adverts. That means you are not even capable to be president. I said one time, I said, the money they even take for you to be able to contest is too much. One man said something to me. If you don't have that money, that means you are not ready to be president. You don't have money to do adverts, to pay TV station to do your adverts. You can't even pay people to do normal jingle for you. You are the one posing like Osh.
Okay. How do you want to you know, sometimes
what about the $50 million he collected last year? What about the $50 million?
Sometimes you guys are not just fair in your reasoning.
You are not just putting sentiment like you put sentiment into it.
Somebody that is restricted in one place, he cannot go around to raise funds. He cannot go around to run his business, and you are condemning him that, oh, he's not spending big money on advert.
He doesn't need to go anywhere to raise funds. I've seen somebody sit in London in a place, just use his networking in New Year's Eve, and he raised £600,000.
I mean, what is
you don't need to go. You don't need to travel anywhere to raise funds.
It's not. It doesn't need to travel.
You defend this guy blindly, even when he's doing stuff. Even when he's not doing the right things, you're still defending.
Okay, so
let's hear it, and then let's hear Flash Mankind. Let's hear it so that we just mix up the views.
You see that every time we say the things that Sowore needs to do, the indoctrinated followers will come with their firepower to shut everything down. The truth is, he's not playing politics to win. That is just the fact. Now the question is, what is he playing politics to do? Because obviously, everybody here knows that he's not going to win. He's not even going to get up to 1 million votes. Talk less of even maybe 500,000 votes. He's not. We're talking about raising money. People can raise money from their parlor. That one is not an issue. The issue is this. Is it doing the right campaigns? Is it saying and doing the right things to put him in the right position to at least get a significant, maybe 2 million votes or 3 million votes? He's not. He's not doing all these things. It's not about coming to say our Mumu done too much. the slogan that with a sluggish video pointing at a car, doing like you cannot walk well. What is that? It doesn't make sense. We should say the truth when we see it. If you like Sowore so much, tell him this truth.
Okay, let me quickly say this.
Is that Flash? Is that Flash?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's hear from Flash.
Yeah, when these guys are desensitizing people around the market in Osun, Ibadan, Lagos State, nobody has ever talked about all these things. And now there's just a skit there just for you to know what is going on. That's not an advert. Okay, it's just a kind of video of what is going on with Sowore. He put up videos every day, every activities. That's not a proper advert. You can't just play that video and you say that is a proper advert for a campaign. You understand? And
when
talking
I
about scholarship, there are some things. Excuse me, there are some things that this guy doesn't know. You don't follow up this guy. This guy, he doesn't behave like Nigerian politicians. This guy has his own scholarship program that he's giving in Ondo State. He's even angry with Segun Olo. That guy went there behind him to cover this thing and play it on YouTube. That it caused problem with Segun Olo. He have a lot of things. He's not like your Nigerian politician. All these things that you are expecting, you just want us to be doing the same thing, the same way that we have been doing for the past 10 years. Do you know all of it that you are saying this guy should go to local government and go and contest for his own local government and all that shit? This guy is going to be 58 years in the next 8 years. Why are we not trying to make use of what we have? We have Mogalu, we have Sowore. Nobody is backing these people. And you are there, we are in Europe, we are complaining about people on ground in Nigeria trying their best. Somebody that left his own family in America, in Nigeria, you are complaining about him. You are saying he's not doing well. How many Nigerian youth have you seen behind this man? So please, let us try and consider other things. I'm not saying you should not bring up solutions. You should not condemn him when he's not doing well. I'm not saying that, but there are some little things that you can't just say, okay, Sowore is this, Sowore is that. We know that Sowore is the kind of Sowore get mouth. Everybody knows. But this is the kind of person that we need. And when he says something, that this is what I'm going to do, and that is what he's going to do, and everybody knows. You can't just condemn this person because you don't like the way Sowore talks. You understand? We just have to put many things into consideration. He's new in the game. You understand? He's trying to bring his own idea. Thank you, woman.
All right, thank you, Flash. So thank you, Flash, and thank you, gentlemen. So we seek to start to round off here. It's been really engaging, and thank you, especially Aizon. I was just about to bail out where you tied my leg to the desk, and I'm glad you did that. So well done, Aizon.
One man, you can't allow these people to derail the possibility of having.
I was jarred somewhat, and I just thought, no, I shouldn't have to put up with this.
Let me come to Ovie's defense. I think you should have muted him and given him time to cool down, and then.
No, I just set him to the back, and then he left, because sometimes when I mute people, I don't know. I always complain about this software. They are able to unmute themselves. I don't know how that happens. So I just set him to the back, but he left himself. I didn't ban him or anything. But thank you, gentlemen. So I seek to start to round off here, and as ever,
can I thank Flash Mankind for his contribution?
Yes.
I really thank you, my brother, Flash Mankind. Osheungan, Ọlọ́run adúró tiẹ̀, gbogbo ohun tá à ń ṣe, ayọ̀rísí rẹ̀, Osheungan.
One love, bro.
There are certain things you don't have to overblow.
What's that?
One man, there are certain things you can criticize him for something, but it seems to me like sometimes you overdo it sometimes. Which I think what? You over criticize him over some things, minor things that are not supposed to. Which this guy was Flash Mankind alluded to when he was making his switch. He says, "Not everything we have to criticize him for."
You mean Sowore?
Making everything. You said what?
Sowore?
Yeah.
Hey, he's vying. Did you know what he's
We
vying
know,
for? He
but
wants
it's like
to be
overdoing
president of over 200 million people. And you're
But
saying
look
he
at
should
you,
not be
one man.
scrutinized.
You have been playing a propaganda video that is even a campaign video. But you have been playing this, and look at all these people like DOG and Ete from Calabar. All of them been condemning this guy. They've been condemning him. They want to kill. Ete has crashed his cutlass on the ground. That where is his neck? He wanted to cut his neck off over nothing, over propaganda, over lie. Thank you. That's why I'm asking my brother Flash Mankind for coming on and to clear the air for us.
You too. Let's not follow Sowore blindly. Let us criticize him.
What do you mean by blind? What do you mean by blindly? I don't support him blindly. I'm not saying that he doesn't. I'm not saying that it's perfect. Hold on. I'm saying that is perfect, but something that is very clear to us that this guy is restricted in one place.
You see that?
Oh, all right. I think we've lost Ajanle Koko, which opens the window for me to start to round off. So I will start to round off, and I'll kick it off with let's go to Flash Mankind actually, who joins us. I think that's second time. So well done, Flash. You speak so well. You should come on more often. So Flash, I really want to try and wrap it up in about 10-15 minutes. So just wrap it through. So your closing remarks. You know how it goes. Flash Mankind.
Okay, thank you, one man. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ajanle Koko, my bro. Love you, one love. And sometimes I like to come on, just like tonight. But I have kids, and they are small kids, and I don't want to come online and start shouting when it's getting
hot. Noise making, yes,
and all that. So sometimes I try to, just keep it cool. But today is weekend, so I can just, have enough sleep tomorrow morning. I'm not going to work. And I quickly want to say this, that is, bugging my mind about probably beer. Please try and work something out and bring her back to the platform.
No, I did not ban her either. It will take some doing for me to ban somebody. No, it's fine.
Our Biafra brothers, they have been on this thing, and it has been like a very hard one for them since this man has been incarcerated.
But the thing is, everybody gets pushed hard. Look how hard we were pushing Sowore just now. So it's nothing personal now. We push hard in this space. So it's nothing personal. So whether you are Biafra or whether you are Atiku, whether you are Sowore, whether everybody gets pushed hard. That's just what we do.
I think everyone to have to understand something about this platform. This is a kind of platform. I can say one of the 5 that you can just come online, just say the way it is, and you can't just go to a Yoruba Nation platform and you just say the way you want. You can't just go to a Biafra platform. I'm sorry to say, but you can't just go to all this platform and say the way you want. This is where we bring everybody together. Yoruba Nation, Biafra, one Nigeria, non-Nigeria, and everything. We just say our mind the way we want it, the kind of politics, the kind of changes that we want in the system. So I just think that sometimes we just have to take it easy with one man sometimes, because he's trying. It's not easy what he's doing.
It's those Easterners, isn't it? They need to toughen up. They need a thick skin in the East. It's so overly sensitive bunch. All right, thank you, Flash. A real delight. Join us again. So that's Flash Mankind. You know him so well. In the comment section now, you meet, at least not in person, but at least you hear his voice. So thank you, Flash Mankind. So from Flash Mankind, we go to DOJ, who I think is about to round off anyway. So DOJ, are you still with us? DOJ, yes, I think we may have lost D. So one more moment. Okay, so that's D. So I think it was really saying his last words as he was leaving just then. So from DOJ, we go on to Rational Mind. Let's go to Rational Mind. Yeah, Rational Mind.
Yeah, thank you, man. And I think the session has been a very heated one. We debated about things. I know we all speak because of the passion we have for that country, Nigeria. We want that country to succeed. We want that country to succeed. be that beacon of light for the rest of Africa. But the way that country is being run by the crop of leaders we have, I don't see it ever succeeding. The kind of division that has always been there, that has never been breached over the years that our country has existed. And the divide keeps getting wider and wider. So as made me come to that conclusion that the only way out is let everybody just manage their own little gremlin, as you say, their little problem, their own evil or demon, their own. When everybody can manage their own demon, their own locality, by having their own separate nation, perhaps that would be the only way forward. We don't have to be a very giant and good for nothing country. There are very small countries that are very powerful nations.
So, sorry, Russian mind, if I can just push you a bit, I really want to push it for time.
Okay, so just in conclusion, I just want to say we should also keep on hoping that things will get better. But in case it doesn't get better, well, I think the other way out of this is we all go our separate ways, and that's all I have to say. Thank you, Wanda.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, we go on to Mike. Mike, you know the routine. So Mike, ladies and gentlemen.
You see what I noticed from living in Western country, Igbo country, and living in Nigeria. What I noticed in Igbo countries, when a man demonstrates his selflessness by putting others before himself or doing something that's on behalf of others, they award that person. You see, the society, they will give that person an award, it's either an honor or a medal or something for showing that he is sacrificing something about himself or himself for others. The fact that Sowore left New York to come to Nigeria, he didn't have to. He was rich. He had his family, he had his life. He could be partying and just sit down like the rest of us and just complain on the internet and talk and do nothing. The fact that he did that, he went to Nigeria, went to other hell, beatings, incarceration, isolation in a solitary confinement, all those things. For who? Not for himself. For us. And for Nigerians, when they want to open their mind and talk about him, they can't even say, okay, this guy, let me award him for that sacrifice and ignore whatever his imperfection may be or whatever it is about him that's not perfect. Because I don't think he's perfect. There's no human being that's perfect. There's something about Sowore I don't like. But I would never sit down and just ignore that selfless thing that he has done to put his body through pain just for other people. You know, that's why I always tell people I already know black man for that mentality, because all the African heroes anyway, we don't remember them. Once they die, we forget about them. By 10 years time, we forget about them. But you know, people go put their hero, anybody that do any sacrifice, they put them in history book. They will talk their story, teach their stories to their children, so their children can learn how to be the same. They can learn to be hero like them. They don't forget their heroes. They don't forget people that do good things, even if they don't like them. Even blacks that do good things, Oyinbo people put inside history book. People like Martin Luther King, put in Oyinbo man, and he go put inside history book. If it wasn't Oyinbo, all those Martin Luther King, all those people, we know black people don't forget them. Now the black man home with us. We don't care about nobility, those kind of things. We don't care. We are just kind of these kind of selfish people that we only care about our feelings, who can make us feel good. That's what we care about. The fact that Sowore sacrificed himself, and people can come and be saying, oh, he's not doing this, he's not doing that, he's not doing like this, he's not doing like that. What? When you have not paying him a dime, what about the one he has done? This ultimate sacrifice he has been making. He has risked his life. He even got shot. He could have been a live bullet. That police officer could have shot him with a real bullet and killed him there. This guy is risking his life, man. And some people go to insult him, calling names. He's a poser. He's a yammed. Come on, man. It's not fair. It's not fair. Come on, where's our humanity, black man? I beg. That's why I just go no vex. When he tells them I won't go to New York, that's why I don't want to go. Because me, I don't know black man. I won't waste my sweat for black people. I tell you. They are not what Nigerians, they are not ready for freedom, period. So forget all these crying for them. They are not ready. They are not ready for this thing. Even God, you know. Okay, thank you, Omar. So
all right, thank you. That's a good spot. So thank you, Mike. So Mike advocates for Sowore with some passion there. So good points by Mike. So equally good points, no doubt, from Ete. So Ete, let's hear from you. So Ete, closing remarks.
Today has been a good session, heated as always, and the thing I want to end with today is the fact that the police are planning to go on strike. the truth is, if they do go on strike, it's going to be a disaster for the nation. Because the thing is, we still have family back there, even when we're making statements and all this and all that. We hope that they don't go on strike and the federal government sorts them out. That's it for me today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ete. And I join you in that because people, they think police going on strike means that the great and good will be exposed. They will never be exposed, but the man on the street, he will pay a heavy price. So that's the real thing. But I thank you, Ete. So from Ete, we're going to Henry, who landed with a bang, and that much to our delight. So, Henry, we're taking closing remarks. So just a short summary by way of saying goodbye.
One man, I want to appreciate all the panelists today. They've really spoken well, though everybody came out with different perspectives. But back to everything being said, is sure the best man for the job. To our neutral minds, we all know who the best man is for the job, who would be able to challenge the status quo, and that's the man we need. Is he worth giving a chance? I believe yes, he is. Is every other aspirant worth giving a chance? Are they competent? Are they going to change things? You see, my fear is the way you really discredit Sowore. I look at it like, did you believe so much in the Buhari change that you got disappointed, and then you're just fearful that if you give a common man like Sowore a chance, it's just going to be another disappointment 2.0? I start to look at it from that view, like, did you really think like the Buhari administration change was really going to do something? And then you got disappointed like every other Nigerian. That's why you find it difficult to like give this Sowore guy a chance. So I'm not saying he's the best man. He's competent from the way he speaks, he's able to challenge everything. But yes, other people are also able to. But right now, every Nigerian needs to sit on the fence, come out neutral with what Buhari has promised, with what they've experienced in the last 7 years. Are they ready to give the same APC another chance? Now, even if not APC, is PDP worth giving another try, or just thinking of a new man entirely? So that's where I'm going to hang it. But to my conviction, I will still love you to answer the question, did you support Buhari so much in 2015 and you got disappointed? That's why you're scared to give Sowore a chance.
Let me just answer that since we have you here. So I've never in my life ever supported Buhari. It is that the test to the core of my being, that person. And I wondered and alarmed. As bad as Goodluck Jonathan was, I campaigned heavily because I had the anticipation that I would end up like this. But I didn't. Not even in my worst nightmare did I imagine it would be this bad. I knew it would be awful. I knew he would be cruel, and I knew he would kill a lot of people. But I never imagined that it would be this bad. But to Sowore, he just does not convince me. That's just the thing. I keep saying that we need Sowore, but we don't need Omoyele. So all of the things that he wraps up in his presentation, we need that. And all of these things that Sowore talks about, by the way, is not breaking ideas. It's not bringing any new thoughts or processes. All he's doing is to package what is all of us, because Sowore comes from our space, essentially. So is packaging all of these things that we are saying, and is trying to action it within the Nigerian space. But there's certain aspects to him that it doesn't rhyme with, it doesn't just ring right. That's just
so you don't buy the personality, but do you buy the message?
No, the message is not even his message, it's our message. So I cannot not buy it now. What Sowore is saying is what I am saying, is what you are saying, is what we are all saying. That's why I said he comes from our space.
Let's forgo the message and look at let's forgo the personality, and look at the message it's passing across.
Yeah, but it's not the driver for that message. So the message separate and totally away from him. The message is the message, it's our message, but he's not the driver. I don't think so.
Deliver that message across.
I don't think so. No.
I think it's just. I wouldn't say I agree.
I think it's just a poser. That's all I think of him. I think it's just a poser. That's just it. I'm sorry, but that's just what I think.
But
thank you, Henry. Come back again so we can discuss it or more, because it looks as though you have thoughts, and I always like somebody that has thoughts. So that's Henry now, a new name to conjure with. So from Henry, we go on to Lord Michael. Lord Michael, we're taking closing remarks. Okay, we don't appear to have Lord Michael. So from Lord Michael, we go to Aizon. So Aizon, you know the routine. Aizon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, guys, nice session. One man, thank you for having me on again. I think from the earlier occurrence, Roman and I talked about it's important to have civil debates, disagreements, whatever the case may be. If you make a point, someone else has a point, let that person talk, listen to that person's point. Then if you want to disagree with the person's points on the merits, and explain why you disagree with the person's points, and then listen to what the person says. That way we can have a conversation. But I think it's important for us to remember that if one person is talking, and you say, okay, I want to interject, and that person is shouting, no, you can't have a conversation. There's just going to be people shouting and shouting and shouting, and that doesn't do any good. But apart from that, as far as the last piece of what we discussed, the Sowore angle, it's important that Nigerians start to look at things from an ideological and principled standpoint. I think that's where we've dropped the ball. That's where there's a hole. If you listen to people say, oh, I want to vote for Pius or Namani or Peter Obi or Atiku or Asiwaju, the question I always ask them is, okay, why? Why do you think this person, given all the issues we have in Nigeria, why is this person going to come in and serve? Because that's what the person is doing. The person is serving. It's a public service position. Why is this person going to serve better? Why is this person going to bring us out of this situation we're in, improve the economy, create security for every local government? Why? Why this person? And, anyone that wants to support anyone, you're free to support the person, but just be prepared to defend why you think this person will be able to do that. What has this person done in their history that would say they want to do that? And some people use the example of, oh, he was governor of Lagos, or he was a Senate president. Okay, when he was Senate president, what did he do? Which policies or which laws did he pass? What did he champion? Did he make situation better for women? Did he give diaspora people more rights to vote? Did he put policies on the table for debate that would have improved the lives of millions of Nigerians? What did this person do? I think in Nigeria we don't dissect these people enough. We kind of just get behind them. And sometimes, unfortunately, we get behind them because we think this person can win. And I don't know why people do that. Why do you get behind someone just because you think he can win? Okay, what does this person stand for? Oh, he's going to do this. He's going to improve the economy because he ran a business in like 20 years ago. Okay, that's not a justification for why you think this person will come in and improve the economy or improve the nation. You have to have a concrete, verifiable reason for someone, and that has to be measured. It's very important. Now, for the Sowore piece, can Sowore win in Nigeria? Probably not, but that's not why I was supporting. I'm supporting him because I think I like his principles. I like what he stands for. I like the fact that he's saying, no, I don't want to join these parties and be corrupted, and I'll have to compromise these views because I don't think Nigeria needs that at this point. That is why. Will he win? I don't care whether he wins or not. But my vote is to, if I could vote, I'm abroad, so I can't, because these clowns in the House of Reps have made sure that the people abroad won't be able to challenge their power. And nobody's even bringing that up to discuss as a point of discussion right now. I'll vote for him because I think his ideology and his principles that he's standing on, those things are what we need right now. We are at the precipice. We're at a very crucial point in our existence as a nation. Very divided. Insecurity is just rampant. In the 21st century, we still don't have electricity. You know, I was watching a movie the other day. America had electricity in the 1930s and 20s. That's just shameful. It's very shameful. And I think to think that people who have been involved in this system for decades actually show up and try to tell you that you should vote for them, that they will go in and fix it. The odds of that happening are very slim. These are career politicians. They've made their money from politics. We need someone new that will shake up the system, that won't be afraid. And that's why I champion him. Is he going to do all those things? I don't know. I don't know whether Sowore will do all those things. But I do know that he's different, and his history, he has always spoken truth to power. And that is the reason why people should really consider, it doesn't have to be Sowore, but a third-party candidate, someone outside of the scope. If enough people do that, the people in power will become afraid, and it will serve as accountability for them. That's all. God bless. You people have a wonderful weekend.
All right. Thank you, Aizon. Always a delight. So nobody articulates quite like Aizon. Just at least it's going easy on us these days with the isms. So he's lowered himself to our level. So thank you, Aizon. Always a delight. So that was Aizon. The final word as ever, you know the routine, the majestic Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Moman. I thank everybody that came on this session today. Your contribution are quite meaningful, and I believe that our listeners around the world have learned one thing or the other from our contribution this evening. Sowore is means a lot. It means different things to different people. But to me, it means the truth. It means honesty. It means forward thinker, and it means a futuristic person, a person that represents a better future for that country. He has sacrificed a lot of things, not for himself, but for millions of Nigerians. We that are educated, the middle class, the upper middle class, are mostly chastise this guy. What is it that he has done wrong to us? Is it this flimsy excuse or complaining about his video or his messaging that really matter? Or what he represents? He represents our voice, our voices, the voices for good governance, for good country, for a country that we can all be proud of. Are your politicians stand for good governance? Do they stand for good country that you can be proud of? Do they stand for a better future for coming generation? So why do we have to complain about Sowore? He's not a perfect human being. But what he stands for is what I stand for. And we know his antecedent. We've seen the way he fought. He has been fighting for the good of mankind since his university days, and he never stopped. So this guy has done a lot for this country. His wife, he left them in the United States. His daughter cannot see him. We see our wife, our daughter every day. Can't we just look at it from that standpoint and said, man, for the sacrifice that this guy is going through, yeah, I'm going to stand with him. It's not his person that really matters, but the cause that he's fighting for. That is what should matter to us. And that is what we need this time to change our country. Politicians from both sides, I will stand with him, not to align with them, because align with them is, align with the devil that is killing the country and killing millions of people, thousands of people in that country every day. So I want to salute all of those people on this platform today that have shown their support for Sowore. I see you as hero. I salute you for not giving in to all this pressure and for not giving in for cheap propaganda against Sowore. I salute you all. And I hope you will stand by him, and I hope you will campaign for him. We have to do this thing together. We have to send the message. And those that are criticizing him, we understand your position as well. But let us do it together. Let's join this thing. And we have called on one man. Let us try as much as possible and bring this guy on this platform, and let us have conversation with him. Let us tell him our concern about him. But one man, you cannot continue to criticize this guy openly on this platform and you think he's going to come on this platform. No, we want him to come. But it's not by criticizing him and by chastising him, mischaracterizing him, and misrepresenting him. It won't come. But we have to try as much as possible to show understanding with him, and we have to try as much as to bring him here and let him come and, tell us his position. Everybody can put their own question to him. People can put their concern to him, and let him just come and tell us. We need a new country. We need a country that can work for us. Everything is collapsing in that country. It's collapsing completely. We need a person that look like us, a person that have the young people around him all the time. That is the future. Those young people you see around Sowore all the time, those are the future of that country. You cannot see those young people around Tinubu. You cannot see those young people around Sowore. Around Atiku. You can't see him around any other person, but only with Sowore, and that is the future. Those are the future of that country. Those are the glory of that country. We have to encourage them. We have to support them. We have to do everything for them to succeed. We have to do it for Sowore to succeed. Other than that, I want to thank all of you behind the scene that have been chatting all this while. You are the strength of the platform. I thank you all for standing with us since the beginning to this time. And if you are listening to us around the world and you have not click on the like button or you thumbs up, please do that right now. We want it to come back, and we want to come back for you as well. So thumbs up, or you click on the like button, share, subscribe if you have not done so. So you enjoy this program, please subscribe right now so that next time that One Man Went to Mo is coming on live, you can get notified. I thank One Man as well for bringing us together every time. We have to thank him. Where he's getting the energy from, only God knows. But we just have to thank him that God will continue giving that strong energy to keep. He's the driver. He's the driver of the platform. He's the one that drives us every day, and he's doing the job excellently well. We have to give it to him. So One Man, the eagle, I salute you. I thank you so much. And I believe tomorrow, one man, the eagle, will land again and will continue the struggle from there. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that's Ajanle Koko, as ever, an impassioned pattern, but especially when it comes to Sowore, Ajanle Koko gets really impassioned. So that is Ajanle Koko sharing his thoughts about what needs to happen and the way forward. It doesn't mix words, Ajanle Koko. It just tells you as it feels, and I think that is what people appreciate the most about him. So you're never confused about what Ajanle Koko is telling you, because it just tells you straight. So straight talking Ajanle Koko to the double Dutch talking Oyo man, and that is the mix, that is the potency of the platform. So do the right things as Ajanle Koko directed. If you are not already subscribed, don't defer it till later, do it now. And if you are not already thumbing up the platform, then what is even wrong with you? So we leave it there. Carry conversation on in the comment section, but here I say peace.